And greetings, everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, and loving life. I want to remind everybody, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There is a PayPal link down there for anybody who wants to share some love. Always appreciated. And I dropped the StreamYard link for anybody who wants to join the panel. We're here with some more tits out and balls to the wall. Today we're talking about silence is golden when chaos reigns, but sometimes you got to open your mouth. Sometimes you got to speak out. That's what the scripture tells us, though. Supposed to speak out against the insanity and the bullshit. So that's what we're going to look at today. We got some more insane clips to look at. And ladies, pay attention. This goes to setting thine house in order and remembering that is the men that built society. Without men providing the convenience and comfort so that they could better protect you, which is their ultimate duty, you wouldn't have shit what you have today. And you can call me again a misogynist all you want, but the reality is women have a place. They have a certain role, and they go far beyond it. So hope you can recognize that. Let's take a look, because that's all we're trying to do is recognize our faults. Again, ladies, again, call me a misogynist all you want, but I've been a fucked up man myself. But that's because we were all brought up by the same people that were too indoctrinated just like we are. We have to come out of the indoctrination. We have to recognize our own faults. We have to stop looking so insane in the eye of the public. So let's take a look.
Can do this that woman can't do. You ready?
Yeah, because what is it that y'all can do that we can't do? I feel like women do just about anything. What a woman can do anything just about. Are you gonna tell us or what? What? Bite your lip? Women can't bite their lip? Because I can do that. What? Act innocent? You what? You're not even freaking telling me anything. How am I supposed to freaking... I'm confused. I'm confused. Wipe your eye. Women can't wipe their eyes because I can wipe my eyes. What is it that a man can do that a woman can't do? I'll wait. Tell me. You can't tell me because it ain't nothing. Why are you looking like that?
Because women don't shut up. Women just keep going and going and going and going and going. You see how you were just talking that whole entire time? What was I doing? Just kept my mouth shut. Y'all don't know how to do that. That's one thing God can learn.
I had the same kind of similar situation with my companion in a strange perception, strange perspective, I guess, is what you would take it as. My perception is that she tells me that we don't talk much. And see, when you guys hear me speaking out, it's like I said, I speak out against the bullshit and the insanity. I don't let the falsity ride. I speak out against the bullshit. That's when you hear me. Otherwise, I'm a pretty quiet guy. I really am. You can ask my companion. She doesn't like it. But that's the problem with people. I think they need to have that little pat on the back verbally or orally so much. They have to have that communication and that connection. They can't have just a spiritual connection. Think about the people that don't know how to speak or can't hear, so they have to speak a different way. How do you communicate? See, there are many ways to communicate. Does anybody know how to communicate spiritually? Well, that's the problem, in my opinion. So let's take a look at the next one. Again, ladies, as to that perception and perspective. And again, I'm not here to, again, be misogynistic, but you can call me misogynistic all you want. That's your perception from your perspective. I'm only standing out against the bullshit, whether it be male or female. So we're going to see in that, you see me speak out a lot against police, whether they're male or female. So we've got a bunch of videos of that kind lined up as well. So pay attention, ladies. Your perception and your standards, your double standards, are a little off. You want the men to speak up and do something, but you're the ones running your mouths. You want men to be a specific way, but we should accept you in any way you present. You better start learning. That's not the way this society is going to evolve. It's devolving right before our eyes. And again, it's not just men's fault, particularly, but it's women too. You have to learn how to stand up and take your part in it and take accountability for that part.
A guy. So you're judging guys based on something they can't change. Does height matter in a guy? So you're judging guys based on something they can't change. So does height matter in a guy? So you're judging guys based on something they can't change. So does height matter in a guy? So you're judging guys based on something they can't change. So step on the scale. What? Why are you judging guys based on stuff they can't change? I guess we'll see. 180?
4 feet tall and 180 pounds. Okay, man. It's like the minion body. It's like a minion body. Normalize judging women by the same standards that they judge men. You asked for it. You're the feminist.
And I think that is so spot on when we see women like this rating themselves as 10s. They're special. Somehow, because they're a girl, they're special. That's not the way it works, ladies. It's never worked that way in my life. See, just like I've been telling many people, fuck you, you ain't my daddy. I tell women this basically the same message. Fuck you, you ain't my mama. Is that what you would respect from your mother? What happens if a mother with those kind of standards raises a little boy that ends up being a little boy and never meets the height standard of 99% of the women? Did mama raise up a good boy, or was mama a bad mama and couldn't raise up a good boy because he didn't have the length or the height or the size? See the fatality of your standards? Links down there, guys, if anybody wants to join, guys and gals. And so when it comes to the word, whether it be man or woman, whether it be police, whether they be men or women, or whether they be men and women of any race, pay attention to what this man says and how the language evolves, who created it, and who it affects, and how they let it affect them.
But they can't use that word.
Black people can't use it?
Oh no, white people invented it. It's cultural appropriation if you use it. Stop saying the N-word, damn it. It's our word.
How many times in your life have you said that word?
I don't know. I haven't been keeping.
You guys understand that part? If somebody else created the word and you appropriate it, you're the one that's taking on that name. Remember Toby and Kunta Kinte? Y'all fell to the same thing. Now, again, you can call me a racist all you want, just like you can call me a misogynist. I really don't care. I'm just pointing out the truth of the facts. I don't use that word. That way it's not misappropriated in any way, because it shouldn't be used, because it's not a word that somebody else respects. It refers to a person. It's a noun. He's no respecter of persons. So you using those nouns like that in those fashions, that shows who's indoctrinated. A man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary.
track.
The darkest black person you've seen?
Oh, I've seen darker. Some of you is pitch midnight to dark chocolate to regular chocolate, light, bright, and damn near white.
On a scale of 1 through 10, how black am I?
You probably a 9, though. Fortunately, since I got a suntan, I might be a 2.
Describe black person with one word.
A criminal at the very least.
Now, see, there he changed the word again. See, they're using that connotation of the N-word as applying to black people. Again, it's a cultural appropriation. And let's talk about rhoticity when it comes to the hard R and certain people that don't use the hard R in a certain construction of their language and the use of their words. So the people in Boston, you have a large portion of that population that is somehow Italian or something like that, I believe, and they don't use the hard R because it's a construct of their language. So instead of saying bar or car or far, it comes out ka, ba, ba. Just like Nigga, they leave off the R at the end of certain words. So where is the cultural appropriation in that even? So we really have to think about this language and what it's done to us and caused the babble that we consistently speak. Again, and you can quote me on this, a man's intellect is limited is limited and biased by his vocabulary. Limited and biased by his vocabulary. Your vocabulary shows your bias. And that's what limits it.
Just rob a liquor store on the way.
I only rob people in green clothes.
Oh, damn.
So regardless of the guy, quote, being a racist, he is a very capable being, obviously. If you go check the guy out, I can't remember his channel or anything, but let me see if it's there. I don't think. This is from Daily Hilarity Comedy. Daily Hilarity Comedy. Let's see if they've got comments, if they've got details. Let's go to the video.
But they can't use that word.
Black people can't use it.
Oops, let's go to the channel. Oh, yeah, he's got a lot of interviews with this guy. There we go. So let's grab that. Hilarity Hub is what it says. So go check that out. Comments down in the chat. Greetings, Russ. How you doing today, brother?
Good, brother. How are you?
I am well. I am well. Trying to get some of this insanity buildup taken care of here. Release, some of that passion.
Yeah. They're trying, that's why they try to keep all this going. They're trying to destroy that love in the world so life itself becomes a slave to the wealthy.
Well, yeah, we become a slave to the word. We become indebted to the word. That's like I try telling people, you can call me all the names all you want. It doesn't affect me because I know the difference. That's a noun. I'm not going to become indebted to the words. The words are what's supposed to profit me. The words are what I'm supposed to profit. This is a rightful saying that this is a faithful saying that that thou constantly affirm that he who believed on God be careful to maintain good works. To maintain good words. That's what provides for your works. Actions upon your words. But remember, your actions speak louder than your words. Greetings, brother. How you doing today?
Doing good.
Thanks
I
for
can add
joining me.
another one there real quick, Keith. Proverbs 19:5. A false witness shall not go or shall not be unpunished, And he that speaketh lies shall not escape. I would encourage people to have firsthand knowledge before you go destroying another individual's character.
Correct. That goes
See,
to
I have
the sin of bearing false witness. Go ahead, brother.
I was going to say, I have I don't know if I want to say it's a condition on that, but when he said that, it makes me think of that same thing. The only way that sometimes like evil can flourish is if good men do nothing. So even though you speak, you shouldn't bear false witness, as I truly believe that you shouldn't do that. But a lot of people like don't get punished for it, like the scripture says, is because good men do nothing, and they just
Right.
they
And
allow that.
we're talking about the earthly punishment here. And that goes to the judgment of God and that weight of the feather in your heart when you go in front of him. That's
that
where
earthly deal
that's where
here,
you're not going to escape. Go ahead.
right? But that letter here has to be in harmony with that spirit.
Correct. Yep. I agree wholly. So let's take a look at the next one. This is in regards to the good old COVID bullshit that went on, still going on, still ongoing, will last for a millennia. This is one of those things that history will hopefully teach mankind about that know thyself and heal thyself. See, when this COVID thing came around, and they tried telling people to wear a mask, I refused to wear a mask. Refused to. And the grocery store couldn't do anything about it. And so I kept going to the grocery store as a necessity of life. And just like in the necessity of life of providing food for me in this great mother earth of his, he also provides me the breath of life. Every one I take. Genesis 2:7, before God formed man of the dust of the ground. And when he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, that man, the noun, became a living soul, an adjective. So I walked in the store one day and I saw the father from the local Catholic church. He's got his nice little mask on and stuff, and he's got his little hand basket walking around doing his little private shopping. And I walked up to him and I said, "Can I ask you a question, a couple questions?" He says, "Yeah." I said, "You're the father at the local Catholic church, correct?" He says, "Yeah." I said, "And you know your scripture pretty well, correct?" He says, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, I'm pretty familiar with Genesis 2:7." And I read it off or quoted it back to him. I said, and I looked at him again and pointed at his mask and just simply said, "You should be ashamed of yourself." And walked away. I give not one fuck of what your capacity is in the station of life if you're going to sit there and bear false witness and tell the people that you're ministering that you got that very breath of life from God, and then help subject every last one of them in that propaganda by wearing the fucking mask yourself, you blasphemous motherfucking Pharisees. Excuse my passion, all you fucking Christians.
I feel you, brother. I feel you.
See, that's what I was just talking about. Is a lot of people get away with it because good men do nothing and bearing that false witness. That I don't think people should bear that false witness. I don't like doing it myself, but to
Absolutely
see,
not.
but it being done and see it being done, and then choose to be quiet, thinking, somebody like that, like, well, the judgment will come for them later, and in some way, I think that it's a failure, like say within myself, if I don't speak up or bring it to attention.
Yeah, and see, that's again, folks, understand I'm not a Christian. I was born in deep, deep German Catholic family, born and raised till I was 15 when I quit the church. I'm not Christian. I know those scriptures and I still study them scriptures today. I still study other scriptures too. I still study the spiritual readings of other origins, other cultures. And the same message in each and every last one of them comes down to the same root. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Maybe Keith are like old Festus Hagen on Gunsmoke when old Doc told him, Festus, why won't you just go ahead and learn to read so you don't have to worry about this? And Festus said, well, how would I know they wrote the right writing? I could be reading the wrong writing because they, you know what I mean?
You got to clip.
Yep, absolutely. So let's take a look at the next one. That's why I tell people it's a matter of getting down to the foundation element of learning how to read and write yourself. Do you comprehend what you're reading? That's what that judge asked me about in the court the one day. He says, do you understand English? And that set me on the path that I am today. Without realizing it, that was already an intended path. I was the kid that walked around with fucking dictionaries and thesauruses in my backpack. I understood then the importance of knowing what each thing meant and the context in which it was said, because the same word used in different contexts means different things. So let's take a look at it again. This one here, we've got, this is Nancy Mace, Grill's Twitter executive, and this is on the censorship of doctors that were trying to expose this shit, and the government executives ordering these private entities to censor them. Okay, that's not what the government is for. And that's when we should be throwing off the despotic government, because these are social platforms that destroys our society if they're interfered with. This is the mechanism for social advancement, is social platform. It is the First Amendment, freedom of expression. And when you start denying that as a government, you are acting in treason. Just like the fake fucking Christians, you fake government actors, filling your pockets and wallets. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. And since you're not, I'll see you at the gates. I'll be the one snitching to my daddy.
On YouTube that didn't get 3 million views, 4 million views, 5 million. You got a clip. I don't know if you know this or not. It's got 61 million views.
Is this the Twitter?
No, this is this one.
Hunter Biden?
Play this
16
clip.
million?
No, not 16 million. 61 million views.
The Hunter Biden one?
Rob, can you go back and show her? She needs
I thought
to
it was
see
the
this.
vaccine one.
Can you just go back and put this on there to see this? This clip went off the charts.
I did not go to medical school.
Twitter one. I'm sorry.
I did not go to medical school.
That's what I thought. Why do you think you are?
So we have somebody that didn't go to medical school acting in a corporate capacity as part of a government agency and violating, just like I said, it's my singular right to express myself. And that is a grand right. But exponentially, your right to know, everybody else's right to know, is what's being violated here.
Or anyone else on Twitter had the medical expertise to.
Go ahead, brother.
I was going to say another bad thing about it is that's a cascading effect, right? Because once that government then infiltrates then the doctors, and the doctors are telling you bad information, claiming we went to medical school, so you should be believing us when it's all jacked.
Right. And that's these medical doctors that take a Hippocratic oath to Apollo and the Greek gods, and that therefore you cannot serve two masters. So in their expression of serving two masters, what's to limit that they may not serve anybody else at their whim for a fucking paycheck? That's what this system is developed on, folks. It's not a matter of serving two masters. It's a matter of serving anybody that says they have power and authority over you, whether you believe them or not. And they're going to keep on pushing that because, God damn it, they got the government at their back. Who's the fucking government?
You know, I've seen have made just this crazy connection with all of that, Keith, and been trying to talk to a couple people about it. You know, we've heard that regent, what regent is. Well, the teachings of Jesus is supposed to be, Jesus was supposed to be king, right? Is that the sovereign that needs to be back making those teachings proper in that education?
Correct. And that's why we talk about that. The regis is somebody that's subject to the king. He is the registrar. He is the one that's taking the account for the king. He is
But
the
also
holder of the account.
So Jesus was a master carpenter, right? Car, pen, tier.
Yes.
Car
TER is the earthly. TER is the earthly world. That's the name of Earth. The
well,
name
it's also
of the moon. The name.
certain attributes in form. ER.
The name of planet Earth is TER, as in terrestrial. Okay. The Latin origin, and then you got moon, which is Luna, and then you got the sun, which is solar.
SOL, right?
Sol, yeah, Sol. So the inherent language is absolutely correct. Car, as in something that motivates. Okay, it moves. It has motion. It can travel. It is vehicular, as in the English language is vehicular. So if it's vehicular, you can take it from oral and move it to literal, which is pen, carpenter.
But now, when you
hold on. What did everybody else do when Jesus spoke? They fucking wrote it down. Jesus didn't write it down. Poof.
I bet you he didn't sell it either. I bet you he taught it.
Absolutely. So let's continue on.
Censor a doctor's expert opinion.
Our policies regarding COVID were designed to protect individuals.
Were designed to protect individuals while violating the very breath of life. How fucking ridiculous is this insanity going to get? This is 100-fold of what they did in California when they legislated on the subject of plastic straws in paper wraps. And now they're using paper straws in plastic wraps and never even detailed the fundamental issue of plastics, of which they put that plastic straw in a plastic lid in a plastic cup, using plastic condiment containers and everything else. The insanity.
I know, it's kind of ironic. It makes me think about Married with Children. How love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage.
Yep.
You can't have one without the other.
And you got to put one in front.
Yeah.
You got to set thine house in order, folks.
But isn't it interesting? Here's the synchronicities for me. Al Bundy. And now you got, who is that? Pam Bondi or whatever her name is?
Peggy.
No, the
Attorney General.
Yeah, Pam Bundy.
No. Yeah, but when she's talking and she's making that thing about because she says, how can you do that if you're not have the medical training? And she's like, well, what we did was for the safety of individuals. But how can she not be so self-aware that what she's saying is senseless? It's really, she's speaking nonsense, right?
Exactly. That's the Babylonian indoctrination. I can't believe she is at this level and speaks like this in front of the world. A man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary. Listen to these people.
We were seeing you guys censor Harvard-educated doctors, Stanford-educated doctors that are educated in the best places in the world, and you silence those voices. Did the U.S. government ever contact you or anyone at Twitter to pressure Twitter to moderate or censor certain tweets? Yes or no?
We received legal demands to remove content from the platform from the U.S. government and governments all around the world.
Thank
from the U.S. government and all governments from all or from other governments all around the world.
I. Ain't there a song like that or something all around the world? I or something.
It's amazing what these people think they can get away with. But what's more amazing is that same concept we just spoke about is these evil deeds are only done because good men don't stand up. This is why I push that First Amendment, freedom of expression, but make sure to clarify that my singular independent right of expressing myself is of great magnitude, but it is far, far surmounted by the magnitude, the exponential value of everyone else's right to know. It is only through the other people's right to know that we can get a objective truth. Otherwise, we are censored into a lineated lie. Okay, the next one, let's see what we got here. When it comes to AI, understand the technology and what it's doing. And this is one of the reasons why I have so many channels and why the great ape, Mr. Paul Enslaved, saying he could excommunicate me, has failed to do so yet. And I love the fact that I'm sitting here on @Paul Jr. talking about the insanity of other people posing their standards and classifications upon you and your morality.
The casino's lying to me. They're cheating me through fake data. So I said, nobody touch the cards, nobody touch anything. I need to talk to an executive. So I bring an executive down. I got caught you cheating.
They're cheating you through fake data. But that fake data is only because you entered the house and decided to gamble. Once you understand how this stuff works, you'll quit.
Well,
or you'll learn how to beat the gamble.
Yeah, it seems the only way to how to beat the gamble though would be to learn how to run a successful house so you can be the CEO of that 500 Fortune 500 company.
Yeah, you open up an equal station in life, a competitive casino. You become the house. Set thine house in order.
Oh yeah. I think it's coming.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
But it's the same thing where, like what you talk about is that enumeration at birth and that stuff like that is in some of that too. I think there's scripture that says you have to come out of that first. If you never come out of that, it's hard to set your house in order. It's like serving two masters.
Right. And real quick here, folks, let me give you a visual example here. What happens at birth is you've got a record that goes like this. It's a straight record. It's the prenatal record. It's got certain data element. When it comes to being born, there are two paths in life. One is the higher path, where you raise up your child in the ways of the Lord. That's an ascension in life, and you follow that way. Or there's a bifurcation where now there's another path that you can follow, and that's in the path known as a manual. This one here, the ascension, is a spiritual path. The manual path is a descension into manhood. Your neighbors, your neighborhood. It's into the manuals. That's the personage, the personhood. He's no respecter of persons. You have to come out of that personal record and declare that you are not that person. And that is where the lies lay, because it is wrong.
So teach them #Jesus, the jack that judges all trade. If they ask you, you understand English? Yeah, I understand Jesus is king and he's the jack that judges all trade. What we gonna do here?
Yep. So notice this. He's playing at a table and his hand is a 5-4, but the AI, it's a new part of the program that he noticed, and the AI doesn't know that it's a 5-4. All it knows is that what was entered was 9. So it made up its own variable of 9. And on the board, it said that he played a 7-2. And that's false data, which is being read out to the players that they are reading and then using that to make their next move. Okay. So understand that's what that prenatal record does. It's a journal. And then when they enter it into the birth records, that is a entry into a ledger. They abstract data elements and they convert them. And that's what's presented to you the rest of your life on which you make your moves in this game, this gamble, in this false patriarch, the false house.
Executive down. I got caught you cheating. She goes, oh yeah, how? I go, I lost to a natural 9, 5-4. Your board's telling me 7 deuce. It's making up all the data it wants. It's misguiding me. It's misrepresenting data that's going to make me lose.
And that's what this game of life is doing upon enumeration at birth. It's misguiding you because of those data elements, and you're following along like a carrot, or like a horse with a carrot, but you got the cart first. So you're essentially trying to push the cart with a carrot on a string, and no wonder you're not getting anywhere.
And she says you have 30 minutes to pack your bags and get out.
Huh. Okay, because you didn't have a 7-2?
No.
And so just like I did almost 10 years ago, when I exposed their cheating, 33 years, 93 cases. Then as I sat there, as they called me a belligerent soft citizen, and screamed and hollered and cussed and swore and called them every name in the book, including communist bastards, with that glare in my eye, knowing I was right, knowing I knew the truth. And when I exposed their lie, they filed a protection order against me to keep me out of the courts, and then they renewed it 4 years in a row.
How dare they wouldn't let you play in them reindeer games?
When you stand in the word of God and resist the test of the Satan, he runs from you. Why do you think I'm so bold as to wear this short mustache and go to city council meetings? Because now I know they will run. The only way I can make them run is sticking to the truth. In doing so, I have to not believe others. Don't believe me. Don't believe your neighbor. Don't believe the government. For crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Ladies and gentlemen, do your research so you know. Rightly dividing the word of truth. This is being careful to maintain good works. And that is what is profitable amongst men. When you let this stuff cheat you, it's only because you're not aware, but you're willing to play anyway.
I had a 5-4.
Oh.
The real cards were still on the table. It said 5-4. The monitor says I had a 7 deuce. The casino's lying to me. They're cheating me through fake data. So I said, nobody touch the cards. Nobody touch anything. I need to talk to an executive. So I bring an executive down. I got caught you cheating. She goes, oh yeah, how? I go, I lost to a natural 9, 5-4. Your board's telling me 7 deuce. It's making up all the data it wants. It's misguiding me. It's misrepresenting data that's going to make me lose. And she says, you have 30 minutes to pack your bag.
You have 30 minutes to pack your bag. And this is where he had 7 million in chips on the table. And they tried to drag him out without his chips. So essentially, they were also trying to steal $7 million back that he legitimately won against the machine.
Well, you think they were trying to take it too back because he said that it was all, the machine was broke, so they weren't going to like pay him if he was claiming the machine was broke?
Well, yeah, and that's the legal layout that he was presenting. No, you can't say that because I caught you cheating that all of a sudden now it's legitimate, or now all of a sudden it's illegitimate. You played it as if though it's legitimate. I won against it being legitimate, proved it to be illegitimate, and now you're going to kick me out and take everything I've earned. See, those are considered earnings. 7 million. You think the IRS isn't going to want their cut? Oops. Remember how the game's played, folks. Who the players are and why it's their game. It's
So
not
it's
yours.
sorta-
You're just
so-
a player.
So it's sort of like you get earnings for uncovering truth.
Correct. God blesses you. He will.
Damn right.
I mean, who's to say just because he was gambling and he shouldn't have been, that he wasn't right in doing so? And that, I think, is one of the biggest things I like about this Moz guy is that that's one of his intents. He wanted to go in and expose that the casinos were rigged and that he could beat them. And he's been beating them so much that they kicked him out of every fucking casino now. They won't even allow him in. Let's take a look at this next one.
I'm not so sure that those casinos should be there other than entertainment and not to rob the people.
Well, yeah, but that's just it, though. In order to be entertained, you have to pay a price. Their price, instead of a door fee to come in and have a private gambling session with free chips, is to pay you, make you pay for each chip dollar for dollar. Does that sound like a Federal Reserve note?
Nope. Sounds like a railroad money.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at this
It
one.
almost sounds like it. I was going to say, it almost sounds like a government bond.
That's what I'm inferring. All debts, public and private. That's a Federal Reserve note. It's a reserve currency. You walk into any house with a reserve currency and you buy chips with a reserve currency. What are you getting in return is not a national currency. It's a reserve currency. Oops.
For his life in the hospital after he stole a package off of a woman's front porch, only to go back to his car, open it up, and see that it was full of black widow spiders. This woman was tired of this man coming by and stealing all of her packages before she could get home from work, so she made a little package that was just for him. When he popped that package open in his car, a bunch of spiders came flying out and they bit him all over his face, and then he started swelling up and getting nauseous, so he had to go.
So, in reference to the package, let's check out the same concept here. Same concept, folks, in that if somebody was to break into your house and open that kind of package, and you had, say, 3 pit bulls, and they came running at you and bit you on your face, and you killed one of them, because that's what this guy does. He kills a spider. Right? Now, those dogs are pets. Watch this.
Go to the ER, and then he called the police and would like to file assault charges against her for setting up that booby trap. So the police contact the woman and they're like, did you put a decoy package full of black widow spiders out on your front porch? And she's like, oh no, those black widows are my pets. Were you able to find them? I saw that they were missing and I just have them in a box because they like to play in there while I'm at work. And the police were like, oh, this guy, he stole the box and then they bit his face and he whacked a couple of them. So they're no longer with us. And the woman's like, he killed my pets. That's completely unwarranted. I'd like to file charges against him for that.
So you see, folks, when it comes to the truth of the word and what we're doing in using it is very important. See, in this concept, those spiders being pets, exotic. It's kind of like the same thing if you think about it when they have these statutes about exotic cars. See, they have certain statutes in many states about exotic cars. And because it's being an exotic car, it goes by its looks. Okay, seen. Or how it sounds even, because of the exhaust and emissions. So seen and heard, eyes to see, ears to hear. And here we have a term, exotic. What is otic? Is that the hearing? Is that not hearing? Exotic? Is that an exception to the letter of the law because they can't hear things on such matters? Because it's not within their jurisdiction to do so? Sorry, we can't do anything about it. She's got full rights to bring a claim against you for killing one of her pets. She made claim that she had exotic pets. It's up to her to prove that, you killed one of her exotic pets. If she can do that, goodness gracious, she might be subject to that law. I think you're facing severe penalties, sir. You shouldn't have been taking other people's property. See, he went on somebody else's premises and took something that they had rights and interest to it and assumed rights and interest to it. And his rights and interests did not bid him well. And now he wants to go after her. You shouldn't be stealing property. Suffer the consequences. I hope she does go after him. I mean, it's kind of facetious, but it's pointing out a great point.
What do you like? Well, you learned a valuable lesson there, young man.
Yep.
You won't repeat that. You won't make that mistake again.
Yep, exactly. And when it comes to that language, again, remember the construct and the things that we use in terms of those words and the effects. This
Do you
next
think
one,
that would have turned out different if she went, yeah, sure, I set that booby trap there, yeah, because I'm tired of that dude, and her going that way instead of her going, yeah, those were my pets and they were exotic pets and I keep them out there. You know what I mean? Then if she
that
would
goes,
have agreed
but
and said,
that
yeah, it
goes,
was a trap.
but that goes against the laws. You can't set traps, not like that.
That's what I'm saying. When you're saying it talks about the word, when you're explaining, words have
Right.
meanings,
Yeah.
and
She used psychological warfare.
Right. The wording. She brought him out of Babylon. Quit your lying. You want to lie? Here's the lie. Now you have to prove I'm lying, because anybody in their right mind would indeed consider 9 red widows as exotic pets if somebody had them in their possession and contained and weren't just running around loose. You can't prove the woman's intent. It's an impossibility. So let's take a look at this next one. Oh, shit. They removed it.
Everybody wants to be a star, man, and they don't know how to act.
Man, this was okay. Since they removed it, I literally have to present this one because I remember it so well. It was one of the best videos I've seen in a long time. And it was a nerd office worker comes into a room. He's got this bowl cut haircut, a sweater vest over a long sleeve shirt, and he's got the hunched shoulders like a nerd with the mustache, and he's an older nerd guy with the glasses and everything. He comes into the office, and there's a guy at the desk and a black lady on the other side of the desk. And he comes in, he says, "Is there a black person in here? Is there a black person here?" And they both look at him in awestruck and bewilderment. And he repeats his question. The conversation goes on, and they're both confused. And finally, she says that the colored gal admits that she's the black person. Yes, I'm a black person. I understand that. And all of a sudden, he says, "Oh, there it is." And he picks up a black purse. So his coworker had asked him to go in and see if there was a black person in the office. Black purse in the office. Black purse in the office. Not a black person, but because the language and the way we listen and how we hear things and how we say things can be confusing, and they can lead us into very strange conversations, very implicative conversations that can even cause harm. This is why the language is so important, why that hard R and the roticity of dropping that hard R in certain languages is so important to understand. Toby and Kunta, who created that word? Why are you using it? Is it viable in that use? Is it valuable in that use? Is it verbal rather than just oral? Does it make things happen? Verbal as opposed to oral. When I verbalize things, I do so with an expectation of having things accomplished. When I oralize things, it's because I'm stating things that have already been stated or done. First person, second person, third person. Was, is, or will be. So let's take a look at the next one. As it relates to those little white lies and how society is seemingly willing to accept them as supposed little white lies when they're grand lies on a massive scale. Grand lies on a massive scale. This is the insanity I'm talking about. This is why I do tits out and balls to the wall. Because that's what everybody's doing. They got their tits out. They're going balls to the wall. Saying they're men. Going into women's restrooms. Saying they're women going into men's restrooms. Not quite so often. Not near as often, I don't think. But certainly egregious in both forms. Ladies and gentlemen.
Griner hide her male Adam's apple. No one realized she paid 3 painful prices to enter the WNBA, but Caitlin Clark has finally put an end to it all. Britney's refusal to take the Olympic gender test seems to indirectly confirm claims that she carries a Y chromosome. On the court, her chest is extremely flat, as if she isn't wearing a bra, yet her Adam's apple is barely visible, a result of the huge sacrifices she made to alter her body. First, raised as a girl by her parents since childhood, she was dressed in skirts and had her legal gender registered as female. This allegedly led to gender dysphoria, prompting her to take large doses of estrogen, which prevented her Adam's apple from developing normally. Second, netizens speculate she may have undergone surgeries to remove male characteristics, enabling her to join the WNBA. Her height and strength stand out in women's basketball, bringing enormous popularity and revenue to the league. She even won Olympic gold medals. The WNBA has reportedly treated her transgender male identity as a unique selling point to attract audiences. Finally, some conjecture that her wild act of intentionally
And so in my own opinion, we also see a biracial male, and not to make it a racial issue, just to extend into the insanity of all the different excuses and everything and how it works. If you understand the story behind Mrs. Griner, the white gal, Caitlyn Jenner, Kate, what was her name? I can't even stay up with this stuff so much anymore.
Brittany Griner hide her male Adam's apple. No one realized she paid 3 painful prices to enter the WNBA, but Caitlin Clark has finally...
Caitlin Clark, there we go. I knew Jenner wasn't right. Caitlin Clark exposed it, and that's why all these women in the NBA are giving her a hard time. That's why it seems like the refs aren't calling the fouls they should be calling on her. They're trying to get her out because she's trying to stand up for women. So your women's
Absolutely.
rights, your women's rights are going down the drain in lieu of transgender rights that is subsuming the woman of the year, the champions, the real women. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just trying not to interrupt, but it's like that you saying that it's Caitlyn and like you naming this like balls to the wall. It's like, I wonder if that, because nobody really knows about what that Griner chick actually had done. If she changed her gender, is like maybe she was brushing up against Caitlyn too much, and so she didn't like that.
Well, yeah, and that's part of it. When you've got a male in there that's sexually offending another woman, or sexually offending a woman on a basketball court, I guarantee you, any daddy at any age would step up and knock them out. They'd take them out. Okay, you don't do that. So what we have here is a position on a sports court, just like the bathrooms, where that implication can be made, because we know in fact it is a male and it is refusing to identify as the male that it is, and therefore it is the insane party. And by reason and logic, it is most likely that they should not be allowed because of those kind of circumstances and effects, if it is true. So you either are willing to accept the insanity face to face and say, oh, well, I give up all my rights and acknowledge their pronouns. And I'll wear a mask to make sure that I don't breathe my germs on them while they're vaccinated. Excuse the fuck out of your insanity. So let's look at the next one in regards to that data and how Hawley exposes lies. Senator Hawley exposes his lie.
Permanently delete the data.
It says permanently delete the data. Permanently delete the data.
So they click the button that says permanently delete the data, and then they get a notification that says your account is no longer accessible. How do they know if they can't access their account anymore? How do they know their data's been deleted?
Because we send them a notification that their information has been deleted.
You send it one.
So they send you a notice that the information has been deleted.
Once, and how long does that take?
You know, our policies state that, you know, we will delete their data within 30 days. And in most cases, it is automatic and happens much quickly.
And when you delete it, it's deleted. It's gone forever.
All the genetic data is deleted forever. And yes.
Really? Because that's not what your privacy statement says in the fine print. Let's read it.
That's not what your privacy statement says in the fine print. Understand? They will sit there in front of the Senate and lie, knowing that it's recorded and already done. It's in the contract. It's in their policies. They tell you they lie. And you sit there and listen to them and claim that you would rather believe that lie instead of doing your research. Do not believe me. Do not believe the neighbor. Do not believe the government. For crying out loud, do not believe your mother. Do your own goddamn research so you can rightly divide the word of truth and know it.
What your statement says is, we retain personal information for as long as necessary to provide the services and fill the transactions you've requested, to comply with our legal obligations, resolve disputes, enforce agreements, et cetera, et cetera. And then it goes on, 23andMe and or our contracted genotyping laboratory will retain your genetic information even if you choose to delete your account.
Even if you choose to delete your account. So while they're telling you that all of the information will be deleted, it's only the account that is deleted, and they maintain the information so they can keep records. You can't just give away a record. You just can't destroy the record. So again, understand, folks, when you enter that data elements, that's your liability. You did it. They can't make you. Stop it. Here's another one where they don't like winners.
Sir, I need to see your ID, please. Thank you. So, you know the deal. You've been told, you know that we've talked to you before. You were not allowed to go. No, it's not a long time ago. But regardless, it never expires. Regardless of how long you think it was, you are not allowed to play blackjack at any of our MGM properties. Okay, so if you do it again, if you come in again and you play at any of our other properties, you're going to be permanently trespassed. Okay, we mean business.
We mean business. So you can't go in those houses and play around. It's a business. Understand that. You're there as a business partner. You just contracted equal consideration, dollar for dollar, Federal Reserve notes for house chips.
So
no winners allowed, eh?
No. We have the right to.
I know.
No winners allowed, huh? No.
So that guy was lying when he said we mean business. Because if you said businesses that equal consideration, and he got chips for the money he gave him. So then the guy who was saying we mean business was fibbing.
Right, but see, once they identified him, see, the teller didn't identify him. The casino did by camera. So once they identified him, they came down and told him he had to leave. Okay, and that's something that was a prerequisite action where they kicked him out already once before. So technically, at this point, they do have a right to legally trespass him, but they're giving him a second warning. But the point here is that they don't like winners.
Right. The business is to steal. The business is to steal.
Right.
When we get back to the teachings, you got to ask yourself, how are these people allowed to operate these businesses that are stealing your wealth? And you're giving it to them.
Right. And it's because people don't understand that equivalency of dollar for dollar. You've walked in with a Federal Reserve note, which is a reserve currency. You exchanged it for chips, which are house chips. And that's equal consideration. Dollar for dollar. Every chip you buy, you pay $1 for. You walk in there, you tell them you want 100 chips. They're going to charge you $100 for dollar chips. You understand? That's a contract. Even if it's a verbal contract over the counter.
Not protesting.
Okay. Part of our business to look out for people like you.
Understood.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
See, part of their business is to look out for people like me, the ones they can't censor, because they will tell the truth. They will expose how the machines cheat. They will expose how the the dealing machine, it cheats too. See, the AI technology that's being used in all these casinos and everything is being cheated. And it's just like playing against a AI chess game. You're hardly ever going to beat the AI chess game, but it will up your skill level and you'll get better and better, but you'll never beat it. It's always going to be better than you.
Well, if you get too good, they'll kick you out because they don't like winners.
Exactly. Same with the government. They kicked me out. They don't want me in those local courts. The last charge they did try, it was dismissed easily. But of course, now they now have another problem because they expressed a trust wherein I'm supposed to go to a paying agent to pay a tax. That means they have a contract with somebody else for the financials in that courtroom that started out as zero with no bond found. And then they placed a bond for $350. And now they're going to charge the taxes of $94.36 to somebody else. How is that? You're the one that initiated it. You're the one that issued it. You're the liable party. Now they're trying to put liability on somebody else because it was dismissed. Who are you going to dismiss it to? Nobody brought it but you, the judicial officer. Funny stuff. So let's take a look at the next one. Why people call security.
I just took a picture. I'm going to write. Look at this. Yeah.
Again, talking about the AI and its effects as a communication device and what people can use it for and how it offends other people.
Wow. We.
Are you purchasing anything here in the department, sir?
Huh?
Are you purchasing anything in this department?
What you sound.
Are you buying anything in the department?
I could.
You could?
Yeah.
Awesome. What do you want?
Why are you so aggressive?
Because
See, even here, you entered their house. Your intent is to exchange a reserve currency for something of equal value. Supposedly. That's why you walked in the door. It's literally a contract by action. It's a verbal contract by action. They're there for business. They're not there for you to play games.
you're not buying anything, you're playing with my phones and putting pictures with words on it.
But there were so many other pictures.
If someone jumps off a bridge, does
Yeah.
that mean you should too?
And see, there were so many other pictures, and that's because many people come in and do it. So now we're looking at how this guy is taking his job seriously, and evidently he wasn't around when those other people did it, but since he's around now, he's going to assert his authority, his insane authority, as if though he's the one contracting. See, this is where the part where the customer is right comes in. If you're going to have a display model out and accessible, then what's the deal? If you don't want it accessible, then put it behind a locked cage like everybody else. See, they do this so people can use these phones and get used to their use and see if they like them or not. I don't like going out and getting a car without test driving it. Same thing with anything else I get. I want to know how it works. I want to see a floor model. I want, even your mom and dads, when they buy washers and dryers, they want to see floor models in action and stuff. At least mine did, you know? So again, it comes down to that business and playing games and the interpretations thereof. If you really want my business, you'll let me scope out the product. Go ahead. Okay, well, here we go. Finish up.
No, not definitely not.
Okay, well then they shouldn't do it. You shouldn't either.
But why didn't you stop other people?
We clear them every day.
Well, why did
you continue arguing?
So it's a continuous, everyday thing, and yet they still, like I said, don't have it locked up. So what is the solution? Is the solution to communicate in a better way by locking it up? Or is it to then assert your supposed oral authority over somebody else as a verbal action?
But that guy's so unself-aware because he just said we clear him every day. So it's like, why are you even talking to that dude? When he leaves, you just clear him all again. It's like really weird.
Exactly. So let's finish up.
But I'm gonna have to ask you to leave the store.
So we went from this to leaving the store?
Leave the store.
Okay.
You're gonna argue with my team members.
Okay.
We're gonna just have you leave the store.
You're kicking me out, right?
I'm gonna kick you out. Yeah. Go.
Can you walk me out?
Get out of here.
Not really. I just want to see how he reacts. That's all.
Put it on.
Can you take me out? Like, follow me?
Asset protections.
Let's go.
Asset protections. See, that's what it's all about, folks. Asset protections. So if you're really, again, trying to protect the asset, put it under a fucking locked box. Okay?
But who was the asset? That guy? Because
Evidently.
the dude himself is calling asset protection, so he's claiming he's the asset.
Yeah.
I guess.
That's why he needs security to haul this guy out, because he's the one that needs protection. He can't haul him out because he might get into a physical altercation, and he doesn't have a security uniform on.
We got two young gentlemen here causing problems here in electronics. Can you please remove them from the store? He's on his way.
Dude, this is awesome. Appreciate it. Wait, what did you say?
Reminds me of the casino
Is that
one.
Professional? Would you just call me?
What you're doing professional?
I didn't curse.
I'm a contractor. What are you gonna do?
See, it reminds me of the casino ones. And just like this guy just said, I'm a contractor. What are you going to do? Like, he thinks the contract is what gives him power. No, the truth is what gives you power, because even outside of your contract, you can't defeat the truth with a lying contract. See, that's why I say truth needs no defense. So when this guy claims that he's a contractor, what are you going to do about it? That shows you that he understands the power of contract too. Understand the power of contract, folks. The law is contract. So like I said, when you walk in that store, that alone, an action speaks louder than words, is showing an intent to conduct business by walking into a business enterprise.
Do to me, nothing.
Smart. Yeah.
Yeah. The contract you work here.
Yeah. Is it here yet? The asset protection?
Okay. Don't you worry.
Okay.
And there's asset protection. Oh, woman. What if this guy here was 6'7"? What's that asset protection going to protect against a man whose job and duty it is to protect, and therefore he has the skills to do so by his physicality alone in most cases? So this lady here, as a asset protector, going to haul out a man who could probably take her. Just saying,
I hope
lady.
her name's Karen.
And that's just the one man. Remember, this is two gentlemen.
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
Let's go. All right.
Oh, there he is. Okay. So here we have an asset protection in a nice, bold uniform and everything. Yeah, he looks. I wonder if he's walked the aisle, showed it off, because he's nice and prim shaved and everything.
Awesome. Bye.
See, that's how you assert authority in contract. You push the contract. If he's not going to buy, then you push him out of the contract. You make it so he doesn't want to buy. Great tactic, folks. Great tactic. Because if that was me, not only would I not go back, but I'd make sure to write a nice letter to the corporation letting them know why. And I would certainly spout it out through my freedom of expression, exactly who they are and what they do. Let's take a look at the next one, because this comes from those police. Now we're going to get into some of the police videos and how absurd it is that they oppose authority. And like I've said many times, this system is set up so that if you're a member, then you're pretty much a member financial institution, a member bank, a member banker, and all member bankers have an agent known as a teller that operates in between, and they're supposed to be telling on each other. That's the way this law truly works, the way I see the English language. And if you don't understand what I just said, understand that you're the one that's been financed. And that's all these corporate actions when you're not a business. So let's take a look at this. Cops messing with the wrong FBI agent.
You're not going anywhere. What's going to happen if you...
All right. You guys need to do a little bit better.
What's going on, my man?
I don't know.
What are you doing here? Just checking out?
What am I doing here? I'm shopping.
Where have you been lately?
See, there's the question. Notice how he looked at him. Where have you been lately? See, this guy's on the move for a suspect. A suspect. Yeah, he's on the hunt. Sniffing him out. There he is. I can smell him by his color. How autistic do you have to be to do that, huh, folks?
Excuse me?
I got a call. I had a little crazy dude running around, and you fit part of the description at least, and now I'm wondering where you've been. What have you been?
You fit part of the description at least. What part is that? Colored man wearing a white shirt and blue jeans. Here you got a colored man wearing black shirt and black jeans, but he fits part of the description. See how fucking stupid this shit sounds? See, I don't talk to people like that either. You can't come in the truth and reality as somebody that's supposed to be protecting and providing the truth and reality of the community. And you come instead as one of these pigs cunts, people in government servitude can't understand normal thinking standards. You fucking pigs cunts. You don't like my language? Understand the acronym PIG, cunt. Pigs, cunts. People in government servitude can't understand normal thinking standards. Censor that. Censor my freedom of speech as I stand right here and tell you right to your face. People in government servitude can't understand normal thinking standards. In my opinion, of course.
Up to? You look a little stressed, like you're trying to stay chill, but closed. Okay, cool, excellent.
What do you, I don't know you, sir. Like, you're asking me where have I been. I'm confused. Like, what's going on? Are you looking for someone, or?
I am looking for someone. If you could just pop your ID out, that'd really make it easier. Like I said, I got a call. Hold on, I got a call. I just need you to comply.
Hold on. Notice a little chuckle in his voice. Hold on. I got a call. I need you to comply. Yeah, he needs you to comply. He needs you to give that ID. That's contracting. So you just gave over similar material to stock of a corporation. See, that ID is made on stock material, similar material of stock of a corporation.
Obviously, these guys are shutting down the lane, so you can just have a little conversation with me. We're not slowing anyone else down.
I don't mind having a conversation with you, but I don't know
what you're doing, like what type of business you're conducting.
Perfect.
Bothering me.
I'll explain myself.
You see what I'm doing.
I'm Officer Johnson. I'm here to protect and to serve. I'd really like to see your ID. If you can just go ahead and hand that over.
I'm not giving you my ID.
So you are going to be giving your ID.
No, I don't think that's what the guy meant when he said, "What what do you want? What are you doing?" It's always been said that they're here to protect and serve, but they don't do that. They don't protect and serve. That's why I keep telling you, you have to learn how to stand up and protect yourself. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, is it because they have no business with you until they get that ID, so that's why they're so adamant about getting it? It's like if they pull you over, they're like, give me your ID, and they're like, well, tell me why you pulled me over, and they're like, they really can't until they get that ID, so that forces the contract.
Correct.
Because they can't tell them anything because they don't have no right to, because they haven't gotten your ID yet.
Correct. Under the statutes and codes, they run everything through the court registry investment system. So they have to be able to monetize it through a bonding. This is the bid bond, payment bond, or performance bond and payment bond. Bid bond, performance bond, and payment bond. You must first bid for the job in competitive contracting. In that bid, you get a performance bond. And so long as you perform, you then get a payment.
So this guy's like telling the FBI guy, he's like, man, I can't tell you anything until I find out I have the right through that ID then to tell you anything or explain what I'm doing.
Right, because he's an FBI agent. He knows RAS, and he knows that's what he asked, what the cop was doing. And the cop says, well, I'm here to serve and protect. He already knows he's lying, so he's trying to get specifics out of him. And this dumbass is sitting there chuckling and acting like he knows the game, and he's going to play the game on this guy, right? When this guy knows the game better than him, evidently.
And the more you comply, the smoother this will go. But
fine. I'm not going to give you my ID. You're a man of the law. You know how this thing works. I know how this thing works. I'm not no crazy guy. I know I'm not giving you my.
I don't know you're not a crazy.
I'm not a suspect. I'm not a suspect. I'm not who you're looking for. I don't know what your deal is. You walk up to me, talk about.
You got a lot to say, my man. Why you got all this aggression? I mean, it seems a little passive, but I need.
Why you got all this aggression? I mean, it seems a little passive, but no, it's not. It's not aggression. I didn't see any aggression there whatsoever. In fact, I see him plainly talking about the issue and then walking down on the other side of the register piece. He moved away.
There's just something don't look right with all of this. I did see this. I think it's pretty cool, but I mean, the cooler looks empty. It almost looks like it's a prop. And the amount of views too tells me something. 184,000. That anything with truth, they're not gonna. You know what I mean? So
right, but what I'm pointing out here is the need for that ID, the RAS, how it works, how stupid they sound when they do these things, and this is not something that's one off. This. I was hitchhiking back from New Hampshire, and I was in New Jersey at the time, and two state troopers pulled up, and these guys acted insane. I mean, they were giggling and laughing and pointing their finger at me. Oh, you're just on your way back home. We get it. We get it. Why would you react like that? Why not just act like this guy, just plain conversation, nothing big. There's nothing important going on. We just want to make sure you're safe on the highway and get you to a safer road, because that's effectively what they did. They just, instead of hitchhiking here, we're going to take you to one of the back roads. You can feel free to hitchhike back there. We just don't want you on the interstate where it's deadly. So it just again goes to the point of what they're trying to push and how they push that policy, because that's all it is. And in that, they need that ID to contract.
Right. And that guy was saying that he was acting aggressive when I guess the policeman was saying, no, you're going to give it to me. When he's like, I'm not going to give you my ID. He's like, oh, yes, you are. So it was like, The copper was the one like being aggressive with his verbiage.
Right. And that's why he projected that this guy was being passive aggressive. No, it was, he had no reaction to you demanding the ID except say, no, I'm not going to do that. That's not aggression. And it's certainly not passive. It's interactive. He told you boldly, no, I'm not going to do that. Passive would have been to go ahead and hand it over. That's what complying is.
Need you to chill out. Show me that ID.
I need you to chill out and show me that ID. He is chill. Huh.
Again, if you pop,
I'm not showing you my ID.
you are going to show me ID, and you really started. Hold on, my man. You said you're a man of the law. You really should have stopped there. So obviously, you acknowledge the respect.
You really should have stopped there. Evidently, this guy is he's totally in the dark here. Doesn't realize this is an FBI agent, has more credentials than he does, and he's telling him he really should have stopped there. See, that's the narcissism. That's the narcissism. That it doesn't matter who they confront in this private look without their badge and uniform. They're going to keep going until they prove their badge and uniform. This is why you see those videos where a judge will get out of their vehicle and storm back to the officer and let him know, you better move this, stop along and issue me that ticket if you're going to issue me a ticket. And you better know what you're doing. See, everybody thinks they know the law and they are the authority. That's a narcissist. Not that they're narcissistic, but it is a narcissistic trait. And most of them fall into the category of Dunning-Kruger because they've been taught by certain people that have been doing it for years. They think they know when in fact they've been taught wrong. And the people that have been teaching them for years have been violating people's rights for years. And all they did was teach them to violate more people's rights.
Those traits are the weeds in that garden that need to be weeded.
Yep.
Right. So I don't understand. If you understand that I'm a man of law, why? And you're just a civilian, right? So if you're just a civilian and I'm a man.
I'm a man of the law and you're just a civilian. In case this young man didn't know it, civilian has power over the police. See, the civilians are the ones. Yeah, the civilians are the ones that have the Second Amendment right to raise a militia to throw off that despotic government.
He said he was there to. Yeah, he said he was there to protect and serve. So he just like lied again. I'm there to protect and serve. No, I'm over you now.
Yeah. So who are you? So who are you here to protect and serve?
Bosses corporation.
Yeah. So who are you here to protect and serve other than the civilian? Would that be your boss for a paycheck?
Man of the law, why are you being disrespectful? I'm gonna need to see your ID.
So I'm not trying to.
I got a complaint.
No way.
You need to stop and
have a reasonable suspicion that I'm someone that you're actually looking for. Please
listen. I got cuffs that I can use.
I got cuffs that I can use. That's his authority. I got cuffs that I can use. I'm gonna make a T-shirt out of that. I got cuffs that I can use. That's their power. See, you can let them shackle your body, but don't let them shackle your mind. That's from Toby. Kunta Kinte, roots. Understanding the word and where it comes from. Who created that N-word? Huh? Why would they create such a word? What's its use? And why would somebody else appropriate that use? In any form. English or some form of rhoticity. Why would you appropriate that as a sense of pride even? See, this is why I speak out against Christianity and their blasphemous ways. He's no respecter of persons. Yet they, in that bifurcation, fall to the descendant, the decedent. Instead of ascending in a spiritual way, they fall to the manual way. They follow that record instead of being in the guide so the record tells us true story. Let's look at the next one where a guy refuses to ID another one. They need that ID, folks. See, that's where the liability is. And in order for them to swap the liabilities, a credit default swap, They they swap the liabilities for the credits by default because you don't know.
Pulled this lady over for speeding, but when he noticed the passenger filming, his fragile feelings got instantly hurt, and the power trip began. But this time he tried to flex on the wrong guy because the passenger knew his rights and didn't even flinch when the cop started to press him.
I always record. Okay. Have you got an ID with you? No, sir.
Hold on 1 second. I'm just trying to find the thing.
The reason I stopped you is you're going 75 and a 55.
We're going to Hayden, Kentucky to get a free puppy for my daughter. And the GPS said it was 65.
And generally, folks, I will do my best as I've been learning along the way that when it comes to better language, El Perro, I appreciate it, Khalif L. There are no colored people, nor black people, nor white people. And so when I do make reference to those colored people, black people, white people, it's only to make a distinction that's already there so people can use it as a discernment, a point of discernment as it relates to that language. Because again, even people is a sort of noun. Okay. So I prefer, even above brother and people and neighbor and sister, to recognize you as a living soul. In that, please show me the diplomatic etiquette of what you would prefer that I call yourself. And that's why we see these things. Khalif L. That's what he would prefer people to call him here on this platform. So he is the creator of his own calling here. And that's what we're talking about. Appreciate your comment. And he goes on to say credit default swap. Good game. Yes. They took the mortgage default swap from the 80s Enron fraud scandal, of which they reimbursed the bankers so they could set them back up instead of the people. And now they're still robbing the people, but they're doing it through credit default swaps for signatures on pieces of paper that those people make outside of mortgages. Anything that they need credence for. In other words, anything they need to swap their liability with for a credit. That means an application, even if it's a job application down at McDonald's. It's being securitized and you're not being given credit for it in return as an equal consideration in that contract.
I apologize.
Have you got anything with your name on it, sir? Have I committed a crime? I'm sorry? Have I committed a crime? No, sir. I just need to know who you are. Sir, what's your social security number? I'm not giving my social. You're not giving your information, so you're not going to tell me who you are. So you're John Doe.
See, they're not even supposed to be asking for that social, first and foremost. Then if they do ask, I'm sorry, sir, I can't give you any of that identifying information because as far as I know, the individual's name and number identify the record. So you would have to go to the record holder to have them verify the information. And then they would come to me to verify the information and I would be able to communicate with them that actually, no, that's wrong. My apologies. I entered into the wrong data elements and I've been saying I'm a resident all my life, that I'm a United States citizen. I have to make distinctions now and that I'm not that U.S. citizen. I'm not the resident. I'm not those nouns. Okay. Those are representative capacities pursuant to a record keeping only and accounting. I am not accountable. I don't keep those accounts. I have a memory, and it's a very good memory. My apologies if it's a distraction to you and your idiocy and your limitations and bias in your vocabulary. But I will rightly divide that word so you can come to correction because I believe I'm already there in most senses. I'm not perfect, so I'm sure I'll find more of my own errors. But as I go, like I said, I'm learning and I'm growing and I'm fixing those errors in myself. I'm not trying to change the world. I'm changing myself.
No, right now, because I'm trying to find out who you are. I mean, if you have any warrants on you or anything.
Well, in the state of Kentucky, you only have the ID if you committed a crime being lawfully arrested. I know my rights. Don't give your...
See, he's not even supposed to be addressing the passenger. This is a traffic stop. The only one at issue is the driver.
No, are you okay, sir?
I'm fine.
Because I'm pulling her over for several violations and you're telling her not to give me information. So
Social security numbers are private. I mean, you can get her name and birthday.
This cop pulled.
See? When you tell the truth and expose their lies, what did he do? He ran as soon as he heard the truth that he knows. And he was testing both of these people on. He is Shaitan. He is Satan. He is the devil testing you in the desert. He is Matthew 11, 1 through 14.
This guy was just filming his trip through town, exercising his constitutional right to record in public. But that was enough to trigger a full-blown police response. So these cops rolled up on him strong, barking unlawful orders like it was the law. But today, they picked on the wrong one. And the way our guy turns the tables on the cops in the end is straight-up masterclass.
Why are you recording the bank?
I'm just shooting a video.
I'm making a lot of people.
Why are you recording the bank? I'm just shooting a video. You making a lot of people nervous.
Okay, now what we gonna do? I ain't on that property.
Now what are we gonna do? You made a lot of people uncomfortable. Now what are we gonna do? You're gonna get off the property. I'm sorry. Well, what's your reasonable articulable suspicion to have me removed? Because even in trespass, you have to find that I've violated some kind of policy even that you would consider internal law. And see, their internal law as policy as a bank to be uncomfortable doesn't mean squat in public.
It's public sidewalk.
This property too. You need to leave the
Is
area.
this the property right here?
You need to leave the area before you go to jail. I'm saying like that.
You sure?
Yes, sir. Leave the area, sir.
I'm gonna stand right here.
Hey, how you doing, sir? You got any idea?
You need to leave the area, you're going to go to jail. I say it like that. I'll say it like that. Meet me outside. Come get some. Fucking ghetto shit.
I need ID.
What's your name?
Why I got to give you my name?
What's your name? What's your name? Come the fuck on, you fucking babblers.
Name.
Okay, I'm letting you know it's not a loud offense. We do want to identify
But
you.
if I haven't done anything against the law, I don't have to give you my ID, right?
You all right?
Okay, so we're gonna just leave it at that. Can y'all?
You are right. You are right. See, they know it. But watch how they still continue to try to lie and compel him to leave.
Just get back in your car, leave me alone.
No, sir.
Who the hell? Who are you? What's your name? Name, badge number.
Green.
Who?
Sergeant Green.
Sergeant Green.
Yes, sir.
No, you need to learn how to talk to.
See, this is a sergeant. Ghetto talk sergeant. Ghetto Green. Ghetto Green gonna get him.
The public when they out here. You understand me, Sergeant? Sergeant, are you a sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Listen, Sergeant, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Before this go any further, I am on a traditional public forum doing something constitutionally protected. That's all I'm gonna say to you. Constitutionally protected. Okay, if you don't know that, you don't need to be a sergeant, baby. Get your.
Exactly. You see the look in her face? Protected. Like that was seriously questionable. This is the idiocy.
Might be a little young too, huh?
Absolutely. That's one of the things I oppose about this policing is that we have these young men and women that have no sense of what life is about yet. Can't possibly know what it's about yet. When they look you dead in the eye, when you say constitutionally protected and don't know the first thing, they give you this deer in the headlight look or the dog turning his head sideways. Huh?
Ask out the car, come do your job. Yeah, educate her, because she's a sergeant and don't know. How the motherfucking sergeant ain't educated on our rights?
And that's the same thing I say about all people in all offices, all agencies, the banks included, theaters, restaurant clerks, waiters, cooks, everybody employed and has some kind of contract and thinks that they have to have a state ID to get that contract doesn't understand that they're being compelled to contract through a third party officious intermeddlers to rule their lives and how they live by and through the very lies that you then turn around and say that your vote counts. So you're going to go vote these people into office so that we can allow these kind of people to own businesses. and control us because they allow the government to control them. Just like a mommy and daddy raised me to be controlled, they too were controlled. No wonder I love my control. Ah, I'm uncomfortable. Put him away. Keith, the police are your authority. What, are you uncomfortable, Mom? Are you as uncomfortable as the courts? You going to put a protection order out against me? Granted, I love you with all of my heart, Mom and Dad. But I ain't going to put up with your bullshit either. Keith, the police are your authority. That's bullshit. You and I both know it. We're both children of God, even if I'm not your child. Let's go on to the next one. Only in Florida. Some kind of seemingly righteous things coming out of Florida lately, but I don't know why, and I don't care. Again, I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the message.
Or not. I got pulled over the same exact spot. I got the I.E.D.S. sticker made. Seatbelts were on. It's a new truck, so all my lights work. There's nothing wrong with this. Why am I getting pulled over?
Do you have any weapons on you? Step out.
Pulled over, and he walked up, hey, believe it or not, I got pulled over the same exact spot. I got the I.E.D.S. sticker made. Seatbelts were on. It's a new truck, so all my lights work.
Got pulled over for a sticker in his truck that says, I eat ass. 3 words that offended and made somebody uncomfortable, particularly somebody that is supposed to be a first responder and be able to competently have control during uncomfortable and even exigent and extreme emergent circumstances. Somehow, people don't see this insanity. They back the blue until it happens to you. How many times are you going to try to are you going to let people get away with trying to censor people, either on the internet or in real life? A man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary. Let him tell the world, I eat ass. Why would it bother you?
There's nothing wrong with this. Why am I getting pulled over?
Do you have any weapons on you? Step out.
Pulled over, and he walked up, hey, do you know the reason I pulled you over? I was just, no, why? Like, your sticker's derogatory, and I was just, really?
I have 4 kids. If my 6-year-old was
I have 4 kids. If my 6-year-old was to look at me and ask me that, I'd tell him the truth. Evidently, the guy likes to eat ass. I wouldn't suggest it, but, evidently he likes it. Don't make a big deal of it. The kid will grow up and it won't dement his mind. It's only when you instill in his mind that dementia, without reason or logic, and by showing him emotions, he too will grow up in those emotions. So just be truthful and honest with him. Evidently, the guy likes to eat ass. I don't know what else I can do about it. I wouldn't suggest doing it myself.
If one of my youngins asked me, I'd be, hell, son, I don't know, but it sounds shitty.
Yeah, absolutely. Make humor of it.
Exactly.
Don't let it destroy his mentality and his spirituality. That's basically what we're doing. Like I said, we're indoctrinating our children to be uncomfortable by telling them it's uncomfortable, and then he believes it's uncomfortable instead of humorous.
to look at me and like, Dad, what does IE ask me? Okay, I'd be furious.
And then he's like, want me to take a letter off? I'm like, no, you're not doing that. I just spent $35 on it. I'm taking it off.
So he's trying to censor him. Where do you get your authority to violate the First Amendment right through censorship?
I'm going to have you take off one of those letters so that the word...
You're not infringing my First Amendment right. You're not doing that. I'm going to need a copy of your ID too.
It's all on that ticket right there. So, all right, hang tight right there for me then.
Resisting an officer without violence is a first-degree misdemeanor under Florida law, which means it's punishable by up to a year in jail.
So they're saying he resisted an officer by not complying with taking off a letter. Funny stuff. Funny stuff.
First spoke with Dylan, I thought there had to be more to the story.
So he got back in the car, called a supervisor.
I asked him to take one of the letters off so that it is no longer derogatory, and he is refusing. Is that not resisting?
Well, what are you charging him with?
I'm charging him with obscene writing on a vehicle.
Is it a citable offense?
Is it a citable offense? In other words, do they have a state statute where he can name and cite him for such offensive language in public? Watch this.
It's like traffic citation?
No, it's a misdemeanor. Like it's in the quick reference.
It's in the quick reference guide. Let's see what it's referencing.
There's no alternative motivation for pulling him over. It was purely the speech, and that's what the deputy said himself.
If I would have took that sticker off, I basically would have said, First Amendment, throw it in the trash. Don't need it. But this is a real issue. Happens every day.
Dylan was entirely justified in refusing.
It says, I eat ass.
It literally says, all in capital letters, I eat ass.
All right, make sure you take pictures of all of that. Arrest him, take him to jail, tow his shit. That way.
All right, make sure you take pictures of all that. Arrest him, take him to jail, tow his shit. That was his commanding officer. Okay? This is the guy that's training him. Again, indoctrinating his officers. And this is what they do oftentimes. When they get in that squad car and they have particulars that they need to figure out, they're calling their commander. And they're getting advice, legal advice, mind you, pursuant to their policies. And that's the indoctrination. See, none of these guys know the law. And their commanding officer
Well, which
sitting
one
in
do
an
you
office.
think?
The commanding officer is sitting in an office giving his personal opinion about a situation he has not the firsthand evidence of or firsthand experience of. He's taking it firsthand from a second person involved in his interpretation, which is skewed.
Right. So doesn't. Oh, because I was going to say that's opinion, that's hearsay. Because
Exactly.
what makes it derogatory? What makes it obscene? Like, which one is it? Is it derogatory or is it obscene? And who's going to claim, what that means to who?
Well, and see, also another point he has here that isn't mentioned in this video is that the officer can't be the complainant. So what the officer's done is he's made a traffic stop, stopped him in traffic to be a complainant, to then be the censor as complainant in something he has no authority. And now he's asking for commander's advice due to a policy reference.
I misunderstood it. I thought he was making some children the complainant. Like he's saying, well, if my child sees, so he's like making somebody a complainant that isn't even there, like a child. If a child sees that, what are you going to say?
Well,
So
that's what he was asking this guy. Well, what if I've got 4 children. What if my 6-year-old saw that and asked me, well, I don't know. What would you do? I don't know. And that's why I say I would just tell him, hey, the guy has the right to let people know. And if he likes to eat an ass, then so be it. But I wouldn't recommend it. Make it humorous. Yeah. Don't send your children into this uncomfortable state, believing that anytime they see something like that, they have to be uncomfortable. It's pathetic.
He could have a donkey farm.
Now, here's another one. How can this happen?
Just leave this here for anyone who thinks mainstream media actually tells the truth. And of course, if you enjoy this, go and check out my other videos.
And this is this is what I talk about with the lies. When we look at these medias, local, national, international medias, and who's controlling the narrative there, understand the one we saw earlier with the COVID and how the governments were censoring the medical society. If you think they don't censor the media first and foremost, what do you think censorship is about?
CNN claimed Nancy Sinatra was not happy her father's song was played at Trump's inauguration. Nancy Sinatra responded, "That's not true. I never said that. Why do you lie, CNN?" The New York Times Magazine and CNN shared a story showing children illegally brought into the U.S. supposedly in cages. But the article and photos were actually from the Obama administration.
Imagine that.
CNN also edited a video to make it seem like Trump impatiently dumped fish food in the water at Japan's palace, but he followed the lead of Japan's prime minister. Time falsely claimed Trump removed the bust statue of Martin Luther King from the Oval Office. TMZ reported Trump changed Black History Month to African American History Month, but Presidents Obama, Bush, and Clinton had all called it African American History Month.
Oh, no. Let's not. Come on, guys. See, if you haven't been paying attention and you listen to the lies now being fomented, you will believe them. But when you go back and walk through and realize the things that have been going on in front of you and that they're now lying about now, why would you continue to believe what they're saying? So was it what they said back then a lie, or is it what they say now a lie? And is it what those people said back then a lie back then, or was that the truth? How does it change over time, and why? And what is your interpretation of it, and why do you put so much stock into it?
BBC, The Guardian, and others reported that Trump wasn't bothering to listen to a speech by Italy's prime minister since he wasn't wearing translation headphones. Turns out he was wearing a translation earpiece. The New York Times and others implied Trump hadn't paid income taxes for 18 years, but the record shows he'd paid a higher rate than Democrats Bernie Sanders and President Obama. Several news outlets featured an empty podium at Trump's 4th of July celebration in 2019 and said he didn't draw crowds, but the photo was taken before the event. The actual crowd was huge.
Imagine that. See, they propagandize everything through the media. So when they want you to vote because you think the other party is winning and therefore you want to just be on the winning side, because you really don't know what your vote means, you just know that it should count. Fucking bitch-ass slaves.
The UK Telegraph apologized for at least 8 mistakes in an article criticizing Melania Trump.
8 mistakes in one article? Do you think they were mistakes? Do you really think they were mistakes the way they've been posing the media over the last decades? Decade upon decade upon decade upon decade. You think it hasn't been about government censorship the entire eon of manhood?
In 2018, NBC incorrectly reported that Trump stayed home at Christmas time, the first U.S. president since 2002 to skip visiting the troops. The news went global, but it wasn't true. The media had jumped the gun. Trump and First Lady Melania left the White House Christmas Day to visit U.S. soldiers in Iraq. On Thanksgiving, Newsweek made a similar error, falsely reporting that Trump was spending the holiday golfing at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. But the reporter had fabricated the golf story. Trump flew to Afghanistan on Thanksgiving to again be with the troops, making Trump the only president in U.S. history to visit troops in a combat zone both on Thanksgiving and so close to Christmas, though the press never reported that.
So again, was the truth back then, or is what we're hearing today the truth? Is it President Trump? Was it President Kennedy, Lincoln, Washington? Where is that truth? Is it in them, or is it in the people? And why isn't not the people standing up for the truth? Greetings, John. How you doing today, brother? Long time no see.
Hello, Keith. How you doing?
I'm in my usual passionate mode.
Okay, that's good. That's good to hear. Yeah, I'll just say that, as bad as, I don't know if you can see my face here, but all right, I'll just try this. As bad as we are, Keith, it's still worse in China. They censor everything there. It's terrible. So
oh, yeah.
We should be a little grateful despite all the negatives,
Well, and there are things to be grateful in a system like that too, that we can also see and learn from. And sometimes censorship can be a good thing, as in students in a college taking a test, it's a good idea to censor them from everybody around them so they can't cheat. Okay. So they have to go on their own mind, their own source. You're not censoring their mind. You're censoring everybody else around them so they can't interfere with their mind while they're taking a test. And this is, again, relative to Matthew 11, 1 through 14, where in that test in the desert, you know, you have to understand to stand in the word of God and to only tell the truth. So even on any kind of educational test, you're compelled to tell the truth because that's the result of the test is going to tell you how much you know. It's interesting aspect of it, and many people won't see that. So again, while I'm against censorship in most arenas, there are some arenas that censorship is useful. Go ahead.
What I don't like about the testing, it's like it's a type of censorship. When you look at the multiple choice tests they give kids in school, they're giving them 3 out of 4 false answers. I mean, you know, they're called distractors, by the way. And it's like, you know, you're trying to search for the truth, but when you're surrounded by, you know, false information, it's like, is that a way to learn? That's a form of censorship, I think.
Well, yeah, it's asking you to remember instead of trying to instill in you to be autodidactic and come to other sources, uses and effects and stuff. And I'll explain this here with a little 6-year-old that I know. He's no longer 6 years old. Back then he was 6 years old. And he's autistic. And in preschool, they had the little table with all the different shapes cut out and the little blocks that you were supposed to shove through the holes. And it was supposed to get, you know, instruct you to remember the shape thing. But the effect that they wanted, of course, this child and his autism understood that it was supposed to go in the box. So rather than putting the shapes in the shaped holes to get them in the box, he just lifted the top of the box up and put them all in the box at once. And the teacher told him, no, that's wrong. So what they're doing is teaching you to remember a certain path of solution that isn't really a solution. It's guiding you into beliefs that the other person will do what needs to be done to come to the resolution. And that's why being autodidactic is so important and why we need to instill that into our children and get them out of that public education system. It will indoctrinate them the same way it indoctrinated our parents to just remember things instead of doing your research so you can learn.
Wow, so like that kid was telling that teacher, no, you're just wasting time and beating around the bush.
Yep.
That's a good way of looking at it, Keith.
Absolutely. Wow. I think if we instill in our children the ability to look and observe at their surroundings and learn from that automatically by using their own reason and logic, we don't get them into the popularity contest of having the highest score on a test and getting emotional about it because they got a gold trophy or a blue ribbon or something.
That's so true.
I'll just leave this here and y'all let me know what you think about it. You already know what I think about this.
And by the way, this is Doc Rich, DOCRICH, @DOCRICH. He puts out a lot of this stuff. He finds a lot of stuff that makes a lot of common sense, and I wish people would listen to it again. A man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary. So once you learn to open up your mind and listen to this stuff and do your research on the vocabulary, you might be able to interpret it for what it is.
But check it out.
So let me get this straight, just so I could clarify it. You don't want to go back to Mexico. You're protesting to stay away from Mexico, but you're waving the Mexican flag and you're waving it with pride. You're waving it in the United States, the country you're trying to stay in, the country you don't want to leave, but yet you're waving the Mexican flag with pride. Okay. That seems normal to you? That seems logical? That's not stupid at all? None of that's stupid. All right. You guys are an embarrassment to the Mexican culture and to the United States culture. You guys are an embarrassment to everybody around you, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Now I'm going to say the same thing about all you fucking Americans, just like the fucking Christians. Because when you forget that the land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me, you want to stand there and raise up any flag but the flag of God, you're falling to the false patriarch. Again, posing that lie that this land is my land. This land is your land. From sea to signing she. Bullshit. We have a duty on this land as children of God, stewards of his land that he created so that we can prosper in abundance and go forth and multiply and replenish the earth. And everybody wants to stand around raising flags and fighting about plastic straws and gender and transgender and everything. Ladies, you lost your feminine rights already. You just don't know it yet. Men and women, we both got to stand up together to get them back from these insane lunatics.
Yep, from flags to feminism. They're just cutting us up and just sitting back and laughing at us, probably, Keith.
Yeah, well, it's all part of that popularity contest. Who has the best flag? What flag represents the best nation or country or this and that? Make America great again. Again, I pose make the people great again. It's the people that make the nation. So in order to make
make God great again.
Well, yeah, that's where I'm going, because I pose that if you want to make America great again, and it stands on the principles of the laws of nature and her God under the law of nations, and then professes under Public Law 97-280 that the foundational principles of the Constitution are founded in the scriptures, then I find it hard to believe that Congress can make no law respecting the establishment of religion when they made Public Law 97-280 respecting the establishment of religion as the foundation of the law of the land. The land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine.
There's only one supreme.
What the hell don't they get about that? And they're the ones that believe. Again, I'm not Christian. I use that word against them for their own blasphemy, for their own beliefs, without knowing and comprehending. Now, this is another guy that gets it.
This is a message I can get behind 1000%. Watch this next clip until the end. Check it out.
I'm at the gym minding my own business. This older white guy comes up to me, pointing to my shirt, and he said, "Let me talk to you real quick." So I walk over there. I'm like, "What's up, man?" He said, "You shouldn't be wearing that shirt right now. You're going to offend a lot of people." I was like, "Who? Who am I going to offend?" He said, "Immigrants." I started laughing. I'm like,
"Oh, no. I eat ass." They're uncomfortable because I'm videoing outside. See, all these emotional responses lead to those altercations, those insane clips of Karens and Kens that we see out in public, assaulting people, all these rights activists blocking traffic as if though they have the right to prevent somebody else's freedom of movement along the common way. Even commercial people that are contracted and have deadlines to meet. Where do you think you get off posing that you have such great right that when you're uncomfortable, you get to violate other people's rights? That you get to create altercations of insanity because of your emotions? It's pathetic. You ought to fucking grow up.
But the guy came up to him going, "I wouldn't be wearing that shirt." It's like, so don't wear it. You know what I mean? But
Exactly.
he's telling the other guy, right? So he's like speaking some kind of truth within himself that how does he not understand? It's like more nonsense, because I'm going to stop this guy and tell him I wouldn't be wearing that shirt right now. It's like, okay, that's because
Yeah,
I am. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and
It's
that's the
like,
projection. That's the projection that I listen to when I say, literally, a man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary. So again, even in vocabulary, that's a language. So actions speak louder than words. So when I see the father from the local Catholic church wearing a mask, he is making a statement. Eyes to see, ears to hear.
Like, I'm an immigrant. I support the president. He's like, no, you're not. I was like, yeah, born and raised in Iran, man. He gets all confused and he's like, well, how about the soldiers, military's being deployed to target protesters? I was like, I like law and order too. I like stores that are not looted. I like taxi cabs that are not burned. I don't know about you. I support him on that. And he's like, well, a lot of people in the military don't. They're speaking out. They're walking away. And I was like, well, guess what, man? I'm a veteran too. And the first thing they teach you in the military that you obey the chain of command. And guess who's at the top of that chain? It's the commander-in-chief, the president of the United States. So I told him this. If you are talking about immigrants, you're wrong. You're talking about illegal immigrants. I spent 3 years in a refugee.
Very distinct difference. Immigrants versus illegal immigrants. So there's a process. And if you don't follow that process, then why would you expect due process of law? That's the insanity of these people. They think just because you somehow came from a worse country that you don't have to follow the law. There are no excuses. I don't care how uncomfortable your country was. I don't give one fuck how uncomfortable your country was.
Camp in Turkey, waited my turn with no source of education, no source of income, because we knew what was on the other side. I mean, when we got here, we didn't raise the Iranian flag. We raised the American flag and the Texas flag, and we still do today. So you're not talking about immigrants. You're talking about.
So we have a guy that came from Iran. You know, the ones that were bombing. You suppose he has some say against that? I mean, I don't think so, because he became a United States citizen and assimilated. That's why he moved here. He knew Iran was fucked up, you think?
But illegal immigrants, those people who invaded this country, and anybody in the military that have a problem with this, or like this guy, or those foreigners that are raising the foreign flag, you all are more than welcome to get the hell out and go find another place.
Absolutely. Go enter Iran illegally. Go enter Syria illegally. Go be an illegal immigrant where they will do something about it themselves. They won't send you back to El Salvador. They won't send you back to Mexico. They'll take care of you their self. Another great point.
I mean, she is making a good point here. You got to admit.
Liberals say if confiscating all guns saves just one life, it would be worth it. So if deporting all illegal aliens saves just one life, wouldn't that be worth it?
I mean, she is making a good point here. You got to admit.
Liberals say if confiscating all guns saves just one life, it would be worth it. So if deporting all illegal aliens saves just one life, wouldn't that be worth it?
I mean, how many times do you guys want to listen to this? I mean, what doesn't make sense about it? That's their excuse if it saves one life. So let's take a look at the next. Go ahead.
It's funny you say that saves one life, because I just heard something, I think yesterday, about how people use that charisma as like an act of kindness. Just say, for instance, like, well, I had to give them time. You know, I was just being nice, and I wanted to give them time before I went down and filed for child support or this. You know, I was trying to give him every opportunity, one of them type of things. But they're the ones that was actually setting a trap the whole time.
Yes.
And trying to cover it up with the visual act of kindness, but they don't cut your head off behind the scenes.
Yeah, and that's literally what that record does when you don't understand what it's doing. It's portraying that personal, that personage, that personhood and everything. And people think that they're living their own life when that record is what's guiding them, because everybody else in this public forum your medical society, your legal society, your commercial society, the banks, creditors, all that. They have all that information, and they're the ones that use the court system to their advantage because of your ignorance. Go back and read that, or go back and watch that video I did here a few days back on debt. You've been financed to debt. Tells you a lot about what's going on, how they think of your capacities, who's really liable, this and that, how it works. I would urge everybody to go check that out. You've been financed to debt. Here's another butthurt cop, you know, when they get uncomfortable. I don't care how uncomfortable you get, and I don't care about your opinions. You better know how to communicate properly, both by actions and words.
The cop and shouted something at him, which hurt the cop's feelings and made him instantly activate. So he gave chase and pulled the guy over. But instead of calmly explaining the legal reason for the stop, the cop jumped straight to threats and escalation. And our guy had no idea his chill bike ride was about to take the wildest turn.
Why are you riding with those things on your head? You're not allowed to ride with those things on your head.
Not a law?
Yes. You want me to give you a ticket to show you? Don't give me an attitude.
Want me to give you a ticket to show you? No, show me the statute. Show me the statute and your interpretation of it, and I'll show you that very same statute and the actual interpretation as according to the definitions. Okay? So again, remember, this cop got butthurt, and he's pulling somebody over in a traffic situation. Commerce means traffic, transportation, or trade. So he's in a commercial transaction again. He wants this guy's ID, and he feels because he's butthurt, he's due to do some compensation. That compensation by way of getting a paycheck for pulling him over and making him pay.
Because I'll make it very difficult for you.
I'll make it very difficult for you. No, you're trying to make it difficult for me now. And granted, it may seem difficult, but I'm going to stand here in the truth. I don't care if you got me behind bars or in front of a judge or in front of my mom and dad or in front of my Father in heaven, because that's who I'm snitching to.
Yes, now you are. I see some ID, please. Put the bicycle down.
Am I detained? Yes, now you are. For what? We've witnessed no crime.
What did
Put
I
the
do?
bicycle
What
down.
crime did I commit?
I will explain it to you once you give me your identification.
What crime did I
Put the
commit?
bicycle down and then
Sir,
stand over
do you
it.
have reasonable and articulable suspicion? What is your reasonable suspicion?
Stand over the bicycle.
What do you mean stand over?
Stand over.
Reasonable suspicion, but you can't articulate it. See, that's the problem. You have to be able to articulate it. You have to be able to express it. See, that's the Treaty of Berne, the literary, the protections of literary and artistic works. And see, he's going to be very artistic with his language, the English language. At least he thinks he's going to be, because he's going to use certain words and stuff that he knows, phrases that he knows. Am I being detained? You are now. For why? A reasonable, articulable suspicion. Reasonable, no. Articulable, no. Suspicion, yeah.
Over the way you were.
Why?
Because I'm asking you to do so.
What is your?
Because I'm asking you to do so. See, he didn't state any law or anything. So that was an unlawful demand.
Reasonable suspicion, sir.
Don't pick the bicycle up.
You just said stand
Can I
over
see your
like
driver's
I was.
license again? One
I'm
more
really
time.
confused. Are you filming?
Registration.
Can I have your sergeant?
I am the sergeant. I'm going to ask for your driver's license one more time.
And then what?
And then we'll discuss it.
What law did I break?
423.
See, and this is the point. Again, that ID. They need that ID. They need that ID. They need that ID. I'm going to have your driver's license. No, you're not going to have your driver's license. How do I know? Because I ain't got a driver's license. Well, give me your ID. I ain't got an ID. Well, what's your name? I don't have a name. Everybody's got a name. No, only persons have name. Real men have a calling. I've been called Keith all my life. If my mom and dad got mad at me, they might call me Keith Orland. And I hail from the family little, and I hear I was born around August 20th. And you're sitting here asking me for a first and last name, which I don't have, and you're asking me for a birth date that I don't have. If you can't take the information I have and look up the records you need, then that's on you. And if you look up certain records by converting that information, then that would be accessing records unlawfully. because I never gave you a first and last name. I never gave you a birth date. Therefore, again, if you convert that information to look up records that have a first and last name and a birth date and use that information as if though they are the same, which they may very well be, but your use of it is not the same. See the use of what I've been called all my life and your use of it as a name are two different things. I am a living soul. I am not the name. And I do not have a name. You can look all over my body. You will not see any tattoos with a name or a number on me. The individual's name and social security number identify the record. Therefore, the individual's name and birth date identify the birth record. The individual's name and driver's license number identify the driving record. It will never identify myself. Therefore, you can go fuck off with your looking for a name. You already have it. If you don't know what it is, then that would be on you.
I had headphones on while I was riding a bike. That's a law.
That's a law.
Can you cite?
I will once you give me your ID.
No, sir. I'm not going to.
I will once you give me an ID. No. No. That's not good faith and fair dealing. You're supposed to tell him why you stopped him with a reasonable, articulable suspicion to ask him for that ID, and that has to be a criminal offense, and you're trying to placate a civil action. Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, rule number 2. There is one form of action. Civil. Understand, folks? This guy cannot be a claimant. He cannot give this man a citation for hurting his feelers. There was no crime.
I'm going to give you ID if you don't tell me what law I broke.
Grab a seat on the ground. Grab
Is that a lawful order?
Yes.
Or arrest, are you?
Down. At this time, sir, I will arrest you for obstruction. So I'm asking you now to sit down, please, because you're making me nervous.
Is that a lawful order?
Yes.
Under the threat of arrest?
Yes.
This is against my constitutional rights.
Okay, again, that was not a lawful order because he did not give him a statute or anything in which he was referencing to then be able to tell him, according to this statute, you are violating. Now I have a lawful command to give you a lawful order. He couldn't reasonably articulate it, and therefore he did not have it.
I have the right to detain you. I'm sorry?
I'm going to exercise my right to remain silent.
So you just believe what I'm telling you, so you don't think I am lying to you? I would have probably given you a warning.
So you just believe what I'm telling you. See, they want you to believe. And then they're gonna give you their source and their interpretation. Do not believe me. Do not believe the neighbor. Do not believe the government. For crying out loud, do not believe your mother. Do your research so you know. And that research is to the language and everything. That's why I point out you have to start looking up these definitions. That's your first step. Learn the definitions according to the different jurisdictions they're using.
And none of this would have happened. But you decided to be obstinate and wouldn't give me any information.
Just exercise my rights.
What right?
You decided to be obstinate and wouldn't give me any information. Am I obligated by law to give you any information? Even if you can claim that you have reasonable articulable suspicion, I still have the Fifth Amendment to remain silent. You dumb fucking slaves.
Right do you have?
Any objection on that, folks? Then we'll move on to the next one. Officer arrests mail carrier. Check this out. This officer is so sure this woman doesn't belong here. Gated neighborhood.
Hand me that bag of mail, please.
No, sir.
Hand me the bag of mail. I'm not going to ask you again.
I can't do that.
All right, turn around.
A police officer demanding from a federal postal worker that she hand over her mail. Is that a lawful demand? Is that a lawful order? Not if he doesn't have jurisdiction. Guess what? He's on a postal road. And on that report, he's going to have to write down a street address. Securitized by the municipality that he works for. with the post office. See, it's the street name that is a creature of the municipality. They're the ones that gave the street the name. The post office is the one that assigned the number to that address. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, postal roads. Excuse me, Article 7, postal roads.
You're under arrest. Back off.
You do understand that is a federal.
You do understand that is a federal offense. Pay attention.
Crime, what you're doing.
Hands behind your back.
My lord.
Totally ignores it. You do realize that's a federal offense what you're doing. Turn around, hands behind your back. He doesn't give a fuck. He thinks he knows the law. He thinks he knows the law so well that he can violate a federal postal worker. Imagine that.
You're under arrest for potential identity theft and mail fraud.
For potential identity theft and mail fraud. How is he going to reasonably articulate that suspicion? I mean, she's wearing a male uniform and everything. He would have to be able to have some kind of evidence saying that that ID that she's holding and that says she's a federal postal worker is in fact false.
And I just have a hard time, Keith. These people can't be this. They can't be this stupid.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
They know
You've been witnessing the people that lead these communities that hire these people. Don't tell me you can't believe this. You see it in those leaders. I've watched you address them with it. They're the same fucking way. Don't be so facetious. Come on.
Well, I try to get it across to the people that these guys are criminal. It's a criminal organization, man. They know exactly what the hell they're doing. Possible identity theft. Well, it's not possible that they moved freely right there. So who just committed the crime? Right in front of you. It's been in front of our faces, just like everything.
Greetings, Stephen.
Hey, yo, what's up?
What's going on?
What's up?
Well, we're reviewing the insanity. As King
About
Stephen
5'9".
comes up, the insanity machine. Check him out on
Is
YouTube.
this live?
Yes, it is. Insanity Machine. Check him out on YouTube. Welcome to the panel, brother. We've had our issues in the past. Are we beyond those issues? Are we going to be mature adult and work this out?
Yeah, sure. Are you going to be mature and not ban me?
Well, it comes down to your remarks and stuff to my chat and my panel and staying adult and being communicative back and forth and trying to come to a resolve and not doing the ad hominem name calling stuff. We're going to stick with that.
Yeah, I don't do the ad hom.
I appreciate it because I'm telling you, Stephen, I blocked you and banned you. I unbanned you now. If it happens again, you won't get that third opportunity. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Got it?
I'm not here to fool anybody. I don't know.
All right.
You kind of sounded paranoid, but let's
No,
move
I'm
forward.
just setting the record straight because the record so far has proven that you're not of good faith.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, then prove it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Again, appreciate you coming up and being the man to set this aside. Despite my gruffness, brother, I love you, but I'm not willing to put up with the bullshit. That's all I'm saying. So let's continue on. We're talking about the absolute corruption of the people that think they have authority over another man, despite the obvious and not having a reasonable articulable suspicion. The gentleman we're reviewing right now is a police officer that is arresting a postal worker claiming identity fraud. So let's go back to it and see what we've got.
You were making a mistake.
You made a mistake thinking you could get away with this. Just grab this. Take the mail bag. You're going to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. Should have thought twice before coming to this neighborhood. Ma'am, walk fast.
Should have thought twice before coming into this neighborhood. Now understand, this is his patrol. So he patrols this neighborhood regularly. Guess what? It's her route. She does the route regularly. This just happens to be one of the first times he evidently came across her, and something's up his ass or something. He's uncomfortable for some reason, and determined that she doesn't belong in the neighborhood, and therefore she must be wearing a costume and trying to pretend.
Did he call her sir? It says walk faster, sir.
Yes. Yes.
Sir, I walk all day. I'm fine.
You're upsetting the bird.
That's her calling him sir. He said walk faster. I am walking, sir.
You were upsetting me. Oh my goodness.
Thinking you could come into a nice neighborhood like this and rob it.
Thinking you come into a nice neighborhood like this and rob it. See, he's got this presumption that she's a criminal already, has no reasonable articulable suspicion, is claiming false identity when she's full uniform and the truck is just down the street. All observable that he could go check out and find in his investigation. He doesn't do any of that. None.
Not on my watch. There you go. You're doing just fine. Should have thought of that before you tried to case this joint.
Now, this is ridiculous.
Wow.
See, they work on presumptions that everybody's a criminal. Even the judge that they pull over for a speeding citation, they will walk up to that vehicle presuming that man is a criminal. But when they find out that he's not that criminal they were presuming, that he's in fact the judge, now the story's different. See, they will push this until somebody takes them out of the game, because until then they have all these other supervisors and legal counsels that will protect them, because that's the game. It's their house.
Are they arresting this woman because she's black or because she's got a postal uniform on? I don't get what.
Yeah, because she's colored and she's in this neighborhood, and this neighborhood is a white neighborhood, well-to-do white neighborhood, and she happens to be the postal worker.
That's the regular postal worker that delivers there.
Yeah.
She's
regular
colored,
route.
and the cop is saying you're casing the joint. He's assuming that she's wearing a uniform to case the houses to rob them. He said, something like that.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Without checking to make sure. Yeah, he could have easily gone to the truck and got the truck number and called the post office and said, hey, is this truck supposed to be in the neighborhood? Is it stolen? And if so, could you describe the young female that's supposed to be driving it?
So he didn't even check the post office truck that's parked there that she's delivering from.
None of it. They fail to do their their proper investigations. They fail reasonable articulable suspicion. They're operating on their feelers and presumptions only in all facets. And then they will talk to their commanding officer and get their opinion on what to do next.
I'm losing my glasses. Can you get my glasses?
No problem. I'll check them into evidence with the other stuff. In the back.
See a snide comment? No problem. I'll check him into evidence with everything else. See, he's already set that he's taking her to jail and has done no investigation whatsoever.
Do we really have the
Dead in the car?
mail trucks right up the street? You can see it.
Ma'am, time for talking is done. I had your chance to tell me the truth, and you did.
What are the charges?
Taking time
her to jail.
Yeah, exactly. Time for talking is done.
Talking isn't a crime.
Identity theft. Well, and he says, time for talking is done. You could have told me the truth before. She was telling the truth. I'm the postal worker. What you're doing is committing a federal crime. He's saying that she's not a postal worker and is not investigating whether she's a postal worker or not. So he just blatantly is claiming identity theft and taking her to jail without any investigation. None.
I told you the truth. Now, see, you're going to regret this. Sir, is this really necessary? I am going to lose my job over this.
Are we still sticking to this
Sir,
lady story?
I have a family I got to support. I am an honor.
No one's buying it. You haven't spoken to anybody else. You're the only one that's not buying it. See how they project? No one's buying that. Ain't no one even know about this.
What the hell is this cop clown uniform doing? Why would he arrest her? Put her in cuffs?
I don't know. That's why we're talking about this insanity, because that's what it is. It's insanity. And people are not standing up against it.
hardworking person. This is just unnecessary. Sir.
You should have thought your plan through a little more clear. I figured it out.
I can't believe this.
Should have thought your plan out through a little bit more, a little bit further, because I figured it out. Oh, you
I
figured it
can't
out
believe
so
that's
much.
real. Is this fiction or is this really? He filmed all this. She's filmed on camera, sitting there in the cruiser.
Well, no, this would be the inside dash cam.
Okay.
That they all have, and they could have requested it. And again, I'm not saying this is a real video, but I'm portraying the message that this is the kind of stuff that happens. We see it daily. That's why they demand the ID, because they think everybody is stealing identities.
We don't have to provide ID in most states, do we?
Well,
on
if
demand.
if I don't have an ID, how can you demand that I give you an ID? You can't.
Well, that's what I mean. They come along and say, show me your papers. We can say, well, I haven't committed a crime. Why do I have to show you anything?
Exactly.
I don't have to show them anything, do I?
Yeah, and that's the sense that I'm trying to put out is you don't have to pay tribute to this false patriarch. And when you bow down and have those minimum state contacts, as if though that is your daddy, that's what they will imply in that record. And that's what they will use to guide you in everything in life and say what you can and can't do. And that's the thing. You have to come out of that. Know thyself. You don't need that identity. You have to learn how to identify yourself and not some person. He's no respecter of person.
Yeah.
I can't believe this is happening. Goodness. No. Are you gonna? I don't even know where to start.
Steal all their stuff, so they're working hard.
Sir, I told you my vehicle's back there. At least just go back, lock it up, so someone don't steal everything.
Like you were planning to do?
Sir, this is ridiculous. I told you I've been here for 4 years. You can ask them.
So again, not saying that the video is real, but they're portraying that she's been there for 4 years. And so the implication here is, again, I'm telling you that even though it may not be real, the reality is real. If this stuff does happen, maybe not this exact story, but they do these insane things where they're required to have reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime. And instead of having that, they bypass that and any investigation and will arrest people on feelers, whether they're theirs or somebody else. All they need is a call to the dispatch and they're in contract.
You're going to get away with it.
I can't believe I'm doing this. Here we are in these days, and you got me in this mess. It's okay, because I ain't do nothing wrong.
Tell it to the judge.
Who knew working while black can get you in trouble?
Hand me that.
Working while black can get you in trouble.
So it's because she's dark. He wouldn't arrest a white mailman in that neighborhood with those houses. He would have thought, oh, he's the regular guy. Is that what it is?
Yeah. And again, I'm not saying this particular story is true, but I'm passing on the message that it very likely is possible because I've seen the same kinds of things so many times. Have you guys not seen the same kinds of things?
Yeah, but is this in Beverly Hills or where was this?
I don't know. It didn't say.
Because the house behind her, it looks like a rich neighborhood.
Oh yeah, it absolutely looks like a nice gated type of community where these people have nice extravagant fences around their property, huge front lawns, and she's on a long walkway up to the house and plenty of space in between houses.
Yeah.
So it's certainly a prideful neighborhood. And I could certainly understand somebody being suspicious of somebody that doesn't look like they belong there. But again, the eyes to see, ears to hear, and what is your interpretation of what you're seeing? See, this guy is interpreting black people as criminals because of where they're at.
A lot of people see him that way these days, I would say.
If his beat was downtown Brooklyn, he wouldn't think a second thing about this male woman. Not one.
Yeah.
However,
or Detroit or Baltimore or somewhere.
However, what would be the aspect then in his mentality of needing to protect white people, if he saw a white postal woman in Brooklyn, would he go up and give her private escort service along the route, thinking that she needs protection from all these criminals that she's amongst?
Maybe. I don't know.
So when does the insanity stop? When it hits far left or far right?
I don't know. I just think we're in a.
As soon as we cut it off right down the middle.
At this point. We're in a racist society. Most people are racist. I think. Would you agree?
Absolutely. I think we're in a nationalist society and a worldview too. Everybody believes their nation's better one way or another. Iran thinks they're better than America and thinks that they're going to tout that they're going to beat America's ass since we bombed.
Oh, they do? Are they going to bomb America, do you think?
What do you think Ayatollah Khomeini did in
Iran?
the 70s? What do you think Ayatollah Khomeini did in the 70s when he kidnapped 192 hostages?
I don't know. What did he do with them?
You remember that? That was a threat.
That was supposed to fight in one of them meetings, didn't he? One time.
Well, that was
Did he rape him, or what? What happened to the hostages?
No, that was him standing up to the world saying, "I will do what I want to any citizen of any nation. Come to this country and fuck around and find out."
But what happened to the hostages?
They cut his mic too, and you can still hear his ass going off on him.
Did they kill him? What happened to him?
No, they eventually released him, but it was under somebody else's watch instead of Carter's.
Carter was the president, and then he got kicked out of the White House.
Yeah, and I think and I think it was under Reagan that they were actually released.
So Reagan got him back, got the hostages released.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
But essentially,
why did Khomeini do that? What was the purpose?
Well, that was his stance against the world, saying that Iran, as small as it is, has power in this international venue. Come fuck around, find out. And they're still saying it today. So
do you think that Iran will bomb? Well, do you think they'll bomb America? Do you think it's going to be a full-on war over this, or what do you think will happen?
No,
I think it's. Go ahead, Keith.
It's all propaganda to get the people at the bottom to live in fear, confusion, and discordia, not being able to know what to say. Again, if you stop paying attention to get to that bullshit propaganda mechanism and understand the reality of words and your truth and how you're supposed to live your life and how to detach from all that bullshit at the international level, you'll find your local power in your heart. That's what
Khomeini was. That the Ayatollah? Is that who that was?
Yeah.
Okay. And he took he took American hostages.
Yep.
And it took Reagan to get the hostages released. You don't think there's going to be World War III over this, though?
No. I think that's all. I think World War III is a miss. I don't think there's going to be a World War III.
But what about the women in Iran or whatever? Do you think they're going to let them take the coverings off, the hijab or whatever it is that they wear? Or
it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me.
Well, they're trying to take it off now in some of these videos. I've seen a couple of videos of these women flaunting their hair, and they're taking the head covering off in public and going on YouTube or TikTok or somewhere.
If they're here in America, because again,
they're doing it over there. They're doing it over in Iran, the protests.
Right. And here in America, that's fine. Yeah. But over there, where that's their culture, that's a dismissal of their very own culture. Something that they say they believed in all of their life.
You think they should keep it on? Keep their heads covered?
Well, listen to me. Because America went through the same thing. And what we have now is this transgender issue that is destroying feminism. So they're on the exact same path. History repeats itself. Different places, different times. So if women over there think that they're going to emancipate themselves through feminism, what's going to happen is they're going to follow up with the same gender reveal about transgenders. They're going to turn and say, well, it is only fair that if a man wants to be a woman, because we want them on our sides, because it would make women numbers more, of course, great. How many women do you see wanting to be men? How many women do you see taking over men's sports? It doesn't work that way.
Yeah. Well, you think that Iran will turn into a tranny society if they embrace feminism? They'll go down the
Absolutely.
same path.
They'll follow the same path as America,
Oh,
and they'll end up with transgenders going against the very religion of two men kissing in public. Come the fuck
oh,
on.
Jesus Christ.
Keith, I think that what you said isn't totally accurate about women not taking over men's sports. Man, it used to be all men's sports, but then women wanted to commentate, and then women wanted to
Yeah,
get in there and be on the sidelines.
they're playing hockey, boys soccer, and the girls are on
let's
the boys hockey
no,
teams.
let's put it in perspective, because
They
in
wreck
perspective,
men's sports.
in perspective, men's sports is at the top of the game, and that is
Yeah.
because it is a business. It is not actually a sport. Again,
But we're the best.
Again, when women want to enter into sports, that's fine, but they don't attract the same audience because they don't have the same actions. You want to watch football between men and women, you got to find a distinct difference. You're not going to have the concussions like you have in men's football as you do in women.
Well, nobody watches the WNBA. Those losers, like they suck at playing basketball. They have a smaller ball, and I mean they can't slam dunk.
the
It's
hype,
not exciting.
exactly.
It's not
The hype, exactly. The hype is greater in men because again, the men have the greater physicality. So when it comes to those physical sports, yes, men are going to dominate.
They're in the business of entertainment.
And so in that domination, a woman that expects to be paid $2.5 million a year for playing professional women's basketball is never going to get it because the advertisement and cost do not afford it. Okay.
I'd never
you
pay
don't
one
have
of
the
these
audience.
$2
You
million.
don't have the audience that would put in enough commerce to be able to pay that kind of pay scale.
No,
Men's
did
sports,
you know it's
do
subsidized by the NBA? They get money.
Billions of people around the world, exactly. Billions of people around the world watch men's sports, which is done private contracts and estate trusts. Women's is done through the commercial venue with control by the corporations that run the NBA and their advertisement.
They get subsidized. They can't even fill a stadium to pay their players. They're a money loser. The WNBA is what I'm talking about, and women's soccer, all this horse shit. They should just keep their tits in, and they should be housewives and baking muffins. That's what I think. I don't think they should be in sports. They shouldn't be. It's a
I
joke.
have to
They
agree.
shouldn't be in sports.
I have to agree.
Joseph R. says most sports like football, baseball, basketball are all homosexual promotion? Question mark.
Jeez.
And I would pose that the way it's going, it is turning that way. Like I mentioned earlier, when you've got Mrs. Griner on a basketball field with other women, when she is in fact a man who went through estrogen treatments as a child because mom and dad wanted to raise him as a girl, and then gets on a basketball field with other women and starts groping women around the breasts, okay, and doesn't get those fouls called on him. Is that sexual assault?
Yeah, I would have to say it is. I don't know who that person is, but I would call it sexual assault.
That's what we're getting at. The insanity of allowing sexual assault to be advertised and marketed as a sports propaganda. It's a fucking insanity.
Is that because they're the teacher's pet?
Sports entertainment.
Sports entertainment. Well, do you think that if they go with this feminism in Iran and they let these women take the veil, the covering off, that they'll be driving cars and turning into hoes, like showing their ass and titties and just everything that happens in America, that's going to go on over there in the Middle East?
Absolutely. You're going to have people doing the exact same stuff that we've already been through and seen and are still experiencing now. How are we going to stop it?
Well, but these religious women in Iran. Okay.
How are we going to stop it if this nation is supposedly built on Christianity?
Well, we can't. We can't stop what's already.
How do you think Iran's going to do it?
I don't know. I'm just saying, could they possibly stop it now before it's too late? Do you think that they could force these women to keep their heads covered? and stop them from going on OnlyFans and becoming whores and you know, making these porn movies and living that way.
They
Just
truly believe,
stop them from working.
if they truly believe in set thine house in order, they would do so. Again, call me a misogynist all you want, folks. I'm merely stating the simple truths that I see. And if you don't see them, that's okay. I can't force you to be right.
I thought misogyny was the hatred of women. I don't hate women. I'm
No,
trying to
but
protect them from going down an evil, degenerate path of becoming whores and losing all their value. Like,
exactly. And that's what I'm saying. If you think I'm a misogynist, that's fine with me. I don't care about your ad hominem attacks. If that's what you think, that's okay with me, because that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying again, folks, ladies and gentlemen, men and women, is that when you set your house in order, it is essentially, even in nature, in mankind, it is the man's role to protect. Okay. So if a man can't protect his woman because she consistently keeps going out in public and demanding her feminist equality amongst other men, it's only because she wants her man to step up and protect her. If that's the issue, then the man has to step up and protect her, not by allowing her to go out into public, but making sure she understands her position in the house so that he can protect her in public by being with her in public only.
you got to keep her in check. That's why they had chaperones in these countries for women, and why they'd spank them on the ass and stuff like that if they got out of hand, because everything's getting out of fucking control in this world.
And that's
that's why I think it's I'm convinced, and I wholeheartedly mean this. I'm convinced it's psychological warfare. They're trying to destroy love. And how do you do that? You have to divide the man and the woman, because who's going to bring that house into order?
Right. It's what you
That
think World
divine
War
order?
III really would be. Like,
Right,
what do you define World War III as being as a world war? Because it could be going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of
You know,
dog
how
is
you
that,
look at it.
Captain? Above me.
And that's why I mentioned the thing earlier about bringing a child up in the ways of the Lord and keeping your wife protected, and therefore be ye, or therefore what is it? Therefore ye take on ye the whole armor of God, because this false patriarch is not going to protect you. It thinks of itself as a service provider, and it is not supposed to be a provider. You are supposed to provide for yourself. And that, again, is the problem. People took upon the public education as a provision. You shouldn't do that. You should be bringing your children up in the ways of the Lord so they shall not falter. And the first thing we do is hand them over to that Babylonian king, that false patriarch that demands that we educate our children in that public forum. Bullshit.
Just
See, I
chilling at
believe
home
this war's
playing.
been going on for a very long time. It's never ended. It's always been behind the scene, because that's what it is there for, to destroy that family unit.
Yep.
It's demonic.
Now, here's another one about standing up against that false patriarch. These are the kind of people we need to be able to learn how to set that house in order and let the law ride, and not your interpretation of law, or I'm a man of the law and you're just a civilian, as we heard earlier. Okay. Understand your power as that civilian in the Second Amendment to be able to take up arms in your armorial bearing. Armorial bearing. Therefore, take on ye the armor of God.
His music when these cops passed by, and without a single complaint or neighbor calling, the cops decided to make it a problem and teach him a thing or two. But they picked on the wrong guy this time.
He said my address on camera. He said stand by. That means they're already trying to instigate an action. I heard all that. I'm going to tell you. Where's your complaint? What's the warning? Is that you can't be a complaint. It's too loud. It's against city ordinance.
See, he's going to come forth as a complainant and say that it's too loud, the city ordinance, and yet he doesn't have the decibel meter to determine whether it's too loud by that city ordinance. Then along with that, listen to what this guy says. And the neighborhood that we're in, like we talked about earlier, the upscale gated white community that they arrested the colored lady for identity theft. Here, it's in a what most people would call a ghetto community, I guess. But this is more like a neighborhood where everybody is kind of like the same culture and they like the same kind of music and they like blaring it loud. So he's not the only one.
It is. There are bars downtown that have louder music than this when you roll down the street. That's fine.
City ordinance.
That's fine.
Says that any
Where's your decimal reader?
It doesn't have to be a decimal reader.
So it's your experience?
Yes. Okay.
Go ahead. I will make a video
Is that
evidence.
you turn it
Please
down.
pay attention, my brother. I will make a video documentary of the loud noise around my neighborhood every day that no one complains about, and how an officer told me mine is too loud.
Yes.
Which you can't be a complainant. And I don't know if you know that or not. I'm a constitutionalist. Tell me what I don't know.
So if they have a loud music complaint from one of the civilians, then they can go forth and say, hey, we had somebody over here at this specific place complain. But they never do that. Oh, it's anonymous. We had an anonymous call. See, that would be their next step. But these guys didn't even do that. They're just coming forth and saying they're going to issue for a loud noise complaint. No, you can't do that. You have to have a complainant. You can't be the complainant, like I said earlier.
Go ahead. I like to educate our local law enforcement so that we can have a better experience.
I like to help educate residents.
So that I filmed you saying that my music you couldn't think. It's on camera.
Yeah, I did say that. It was so loud that it was hard to think. Yes.
Watch how he tears this guy up. So loud he couldn't think. Watch.
How long have you been a police officer?
20 years.
20 years and loud music and he can't think. So how does he think enough with loud music going on to make a complaint of loud music?
20-year veteran, loud music can actually disrupt your thoughts.
Yes.
Patrol officer of 20 years. You're not getting it.
I need your ID. They always need that ID, don't they?
So you're in violation of the city
Go
ordinance?
ahead and arrest me. I'm ready to go. I don't care. I'll go. I want to go to jail. If you write me a ticket, you're taking me to jail.
It's not.
I want to go. If not, leave me alone. You're taking me to jail, or you're not bothering me. You better not touch anything of mine.
I'm gonna close this so I can see your.
No, you're not. You better not touch my private property. Fourth Amendment. I'm secure in my persons and property and self. Do not touch my property.
Notice he's at the gate line. See, this guy knows what's going on in certain aspects. He knows he's not supposed to be. This guy already told him that's private property. You ain't touching it. You can't touch my private property for your investigation unless you get a fucking warrant.
On private property, keep out. Stepping to my.
So the other guy that was with him walked up and shut it. See, this is like I said earlier. You want a first name and last name and a birth date so you can write it down in your record and make a record against me. I ain't going to give you that information. I'm not required to. Fifth Amendment. Not required to participate in your investigation. And by this, they violated the Fourth Amendment right to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects during the investigation without a warrant under the Fifth Amendment. Unlawful taking of property. Unlawful taking of property is the identification information, the data elements. They took it without his permission and did so by going up and using or touching and moving his personal property, his private property, by entering onto his private property.
Property, trying to video cam. Back up on my property.
Back up. No, you're on my property. You're not even supposed to be on here. You back the fuck up.
Take me down and arrest me.
I need you to provide your
And
ID.
you are. No, I don't care.
I need you to provide your ID. I'm sorry, I don't have ID. So your need is not able to be met. There is an exception at law called an impossibility where you are required to get my identification and I can't give it to you because it's not mine. You're asking the wrong motherfucker for identification. Go ahead, brother.
You know, I was just thinking, you know, we see all of these examples of these bad law enforcement, making examples out of citizens and beating them down and killing them in the streets. I'm just wondering when they're going to show us the example of the flip of that. They show us this shit all the time. When they going to show us? When they going to show us something fucking real? Is this real?
So let's take another look at an epic ID refusal. Come on.
Time for us to educate you. Okay.
So okay, let's hear it, man. Let's hear it. All right.
So when it comes
This is
to
a good one. This is a good
so
one.
when it comes to stopping somebody, right? Suspicious
Title
person.
11, 1902. I know the code. So
Okay.
I know the code verbatim. I
So
think.
are you aware of the basic things that you have to provide a police officer when
Well, they
encounter
said when
somebody?
you either have to think I'm committing, I'm about to commit, or I have committed a crime. He's already told me I've done nothing wrong. So you don't have that. So I have no obligation to give you anything. That's the problem here, is you have no suspicion of me breaking any laws. He's already stated that on camera. Yeah. So there's no need to go push any further.
Yeah, and he agrees with him. Yeah. So let's keep listening to how they try to do this. They already know. Okay? The point in the law is already made. You don't have what you need to get ID, and you agreed with it on film. Yeah.
Further with this. You guys are escalating this and trying to violate my rights of my Fourth Amendment to get my ID and trying to tell me you have to get my ID. You don't have to get my ID unless I'm breaking the law. That's how it works.
Okay.
So if we're gonna keep doing this, that's fine. I'm not gonna ID. So where do you want to go from here?
Well, obviously we would really enjoy consensual conversation about that.
Obviously, we would really enjoy a consensual conversation about that because then we'd get a good paycheck. Fucking jackasses.
But it's already gone too far. We're detained at this point. It's not no longer consensual. So I don't know what to tell you, man.
Do you have any active warrants or anything like
I
that?
have nothing.
See, they don't have anything to detain him. So they detained him so they can get his ID. And then they agree that he's committed nothing and he's still detained.
Good to see you, Artie.
It's fucking insane how they can't use reason and logic.
Yeah.
So then all we have to do is verify that and you'll be on your way.
That's great. It's great. But I'm not going to help you do that. If you want to find figure that out, I'm not going to help you with your investigation.
You would want to prolong this.
Well, it's just looking better and better. This is terrible. I do this all over Delaware. Most people don't even come out and talk to me. They just leave me alone. You guys are out here harping for my
I can't
ID.
speak for your other instances or whatever. We were
different?
called out here for a legitimate reason. Okay,
It doesn't matter.
We were called out here for a legitimate reason, and he's correct. It doesn't matter. I don't care what your legitimate reason was of being called out here. You've already admitted you have no crime or any reasonable articulable suspicion that I did commit a crime, am committing a crime, or will commit a crime, and you've agreed to that. Yet here I am, still detained, and you're still trying to investigate by taking from me. And I guarantee you've probably never talked to the guy that's complaining because that's anonymous, huh? Funny how that works.
It does matter. We're allowed to identify who you are.
So if someone's riding a bicycle and
We are allowed to identify who you are under certain circumstances, which you've agreed you don't have. And here we are still trying to follow that same logic. I'm allowed to identify you without admitting what you've already admitted and trying to start all over in your insanity of getting an ID because you're allowed to without recognizing a reasonable articulable suspicion. You just clarified that on film. See, this is why I don't talk to them. You do what you're going to do with the information you got. I'm going to stand right here. You can't compel me to do anything under the Fifth Amendment. You feel free to try to take anything under the Fourth Amendment, and I guarantee you I'm going to express my First Amendment.
someone calls on, you can just stop them and ID them because someone called on them?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. What's your name and badge number?
You can simply stop and ID somebody just simply because somebody called on them? Yep. Wait a minute. You just admitted that you have to have reasonable articulable suspicion that you didn't have on this guy, and therefore you can't get his ID. And now you're again trying to say that just simply because somebody called, you now have reason to ID somebody. And yet you can't ID the guy that called.
Number, sir? D.S. Milner? Yep. What's your badge number?
1088.
Woo! Man, this is great stuff. Okay. You can just stop anybody and ID anybody. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. You can just stop and ID anybody you want because you got a call. That sounds pretty terrible. Look, like you guys think that way.
I'll call.
Are you his supervisor?
Let me call.
Are you his direct supervisor?
Well, basically, I'm the ranking person.
What's your name, sir?
D4.
D4.
Yes, sir. Look.
Wow. It's a good one.
What?
I don't know why we're still here. I told you exactly what I'm doing. I'm a journalist. I'm gathering content. I'm on public property. I've never entered the property once. I'm not trespassing. I'm not loitering. I'm breaking no laws. Why are we still here? You're law enforcement.
That's true.
Let's enforce the law here.
So look, I'm just talking to you, man.
I don't want.
Look, he just explained what he's doing, and the officer again agreed with him. That's true.
Well, at that point, they're the ones breaking the law.
Exactly. That's what this guy's pointing out. And this guy's standing there in his blatant idiocy saying, that's true.
I don't want to talk anymore. I already told you that. I want to go back to doing my job. Like, you guys should be going back to yours too, or you're here not doing anything. You're harassing a law-abiding citizen right now. Okay. I'm not breaking any laws. We already established that.
So you never stepped foot on their property?
Never once.
Like
I got the whole. I've still been filming the whole time. 2 cameras now.
Do you know why he called specifically?
He came out to me and told me I can't film, and then he went back in there. I guess he called somebody, and then he came back out again and said I can't film. I said, dude, I don't want to argue with you. I said, I'm not going on your property. I haven't been on it. I'm not on it. This is public. This is the police.
Time for us to educate you.
See, I don't give a fuck about anybody's feelers, particularly if you're a fucking banker or an employee at some fucking corporate office. I don't give a fuck about your feelers. Not one. You're in contract, and it's not contracting your feelers. It's contracting good faith and fair dealings. Another one. And you guys,
this guy was just trying to.
And you guys feel free to stop me anytime you want to make a point.
Catch a bus to work when these cops rolled up on him out of nowhere, claiming he looked suspicious for locking eyes and walking away. But when they start barking their unlawful demands, this guy drops the truth like a hammer and completely shuts them up.
The reason I stopped you is I have a reasonable suspicion.
Of what?
When I went by the window, you and I locked eyes.
So what? That's not a crime, sir.
Then you took off from the area. I tried to.
So when you lock eyes on somebody, you captured them, huh? And now they can't go anywhere? See the reason and logic? This guy locked eyes with him, and then he left the area. Oh, my God. That's a crime. You see the insanity? They have no reason and logic.
What was he supposed to do? Was he hypnotized and supposed to stand there or what?
Evidently.
Find you, you were out of breath.
And when I came to find you, you were out of breath. So what are you deducing here, Sherlock?
What? Because I tried to run to this bus station so I could catch the bus to go to Walmart. That's not a crime, sir. You have to suspect me of a crime, and there's no crime being committed. No, I'm not going to ID myself because I don't have to, because I know my rights, and I'm not going to sit here and let you guys violate my rights.
You have warrants for your arrest?
No. If I did, you think I'd be in the streets right now?
No. If you think I did, you think I'd be in the streets right now? Listen, folks. I wish they'd put warrants out on me. I wish they'd put warrants out on me. The problem is I'm one of those rare people they won't. They put a protection order out on me almost 10 years ago and renewed it for 4 years. So 5 years in a row, they issued a protection order to keep me out of those courts. Why? Because I do the same thing. I expose their idiocy. And I hope I hope you guys are seeing the idiocy that I'm showing out here today. This is insanity. And it's not a one-off. It is becoming normal. And that is a fucking shame for the nation that's supposed to be the greatest. Fucking hypocrisy of that.
have reasonable suspicion. Are you going to identify yourself?
No, sir, I don't have to because I have not committed a crime. Am I going to be arrested if I don't give you my ID?
You have ID on you.
I do, but I am not giving it to you because.
See, and that's another part of the problem. See, if that one question, do you have ID on you, tells them that you don't know yourself because you're still willing to subject yourself to that false ID, unless you are, in fact, a federal, state, or municipal officer or agent. You must be employed by the government. That's what that ID is all about. If you are carrying an ID in your wallet, folks, and I'm telling you, don't believe me, don't believe the neighbor, don't believe the government. For crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Do your research so you know. I am, in fact, telling you, in my honest opinion, with all my research, that the only people that are required to have that ID are those that are under oath and willing to take upon a licensure with a contracting agent to fulfill the duties and obligations of a public office in case they don't or can't. They can then hire somebody else that will under their delegation of authority. That's it.
If I can, Keith, I'll add to what you were saying about how you wished, I guess, basically take action against you or whatever. And the reason that they don't do that is, and I'm just saying this for those people out there that, because you know this is for those, what's the term, newbies, that they want to do something, but they don't know where to start or whatever. Just like Keith, man. Keith can spit these codes off, but he brings God into the mix. There's the ticket right there. That's the golden ticket in Willy Wonka. It's not so much these codes, people, because I don't use none of the codes.
Yeah,
see,
like,
I understand through their religious bullshit that they've created here that Jesus is the judge or the jack that judges all of this trade. We're trading airtime right now with one another, Keith and I can't see this gentleman's name, but we're all trading right now.
Yeah, and that's the importance of know thyself. And again, this is why I speak out against the Christianity and its perspective that's posed by all these pastors and ministers and priests that are teaching they're saying blasphemous bullshit to the general population. And I urge the population to learn those scriptures. You don't have to be Christian. You don't have to study just the Christian scriptures. You don't have to study just the Jewish Christian scriptures. You don't have to study just Islam. You should be studying all cultural religions to find out their uniformity. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Pure and simple.
Shouldn't you have to have some faith and not a belief before you take an oath to act in good faith and blaspheme his name? You little bastards. You little bastards. You fatherless bastards.
Because I have not committed a crime. And this is not a stop and ID state.
Yes, it is a stop and ID.
No, it's not, sir. If you're going to violate my rights, it's fine. I'll take you guys to court and I'll sue you. I'm trying to catch the bus.
And you can look that up, folks. Just put in your search engine, any one of them. Even a chat GTP probably give you a better answer, a more fulfilling answer with more details and stuff. But put in there, is Delaware a stop and frisk state?
What's the work? So
Ask it of any state. Ask it of your state. And again, I'm not posing that law is true and correct according to its capacity and who it applies to. Again, don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. And for crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Do your research so you know. This is why I say research the definitions and stuff in those codes. That's what's going to tell you. That's what I use in those codes. That's what I try to express when I read those codes and try to show you what they're telling you. I'm not telling you to follow those codes. I'm trying to explain what they're expressing so you can comprehend them, why you shouldn't follow them. They don't apply.
what you're thinking of, you have the wrong person. What you're going to get is a lawsuit. That's what's going to happen.
Well, enjoy your day.
Well, enjoy your day. See, when the truth is known and expressed accordingly, without fear, Satan runs. I pay all tribute to the I am that Christianity expresses, the source of life, as Hebrew expresses, Ruach HaKodesh. No matter where you read it, we know there is a source of life. We don't know what it is. That's God. That's Yahweh. That's Allah. It's what we don't know, but we can observe patently and objectively as being true because we are living it. We ourselves are a source of life. Ye are gods. Simple interpretation. The next one. Here we go.
It does not come off like that. You know what I'm saying? Most people, if you ask them, if you were to come out and ask them to step off the property, they're going to be immediately intimidated and they're going to do exactly what you say.
Because they're bitch ass slaves. Okay. They will do it because they believe these people have authority, because they have the ability to enforce what they say, regardless of the law, and they will put you through that enforcement, and you will have to survive through it in order to get to the other side, and you have to be able to do it without fear. But if you're in fear, you don't want to go through it, and therefore you won't stand up to it. You will do what these officers say, regardless.
And you guys have become used to
I've been telling these people, fuck you, you ain't my daddy all my life.
that. You know what I'm saying? So it just becomes second nature to just do that kind of thing, but you don't realize the adverse effect it has once this goes on the internet.
I think it's a lot of it's the approach and then you do it.
Yeah. I mean, he was being nice. I'm not saying he's being rude, but
hey, I'm a big swinging, and I'm gonna come over here and be like, get the fuck out of here. That's one thing.
And see, this goes to their presentment, because even if they don't come off all gruff and bully and tell you to get the fuck out of here, and they just tell you, hey, I need you to leave the area. No, that's still posing authority. They're just doing in a menial way to try to make it comfortable. If they have no reason to have you move, then they have no lawful reason to give you a lawful order to move.
I'm cool about it and be like, hey, bro.
yeah, but
You
I
feel like it's
reminiscent of the, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you. Stop. Here's an example. Are you married? Are you married? Are you married? Can I fuck your wives, please? Please? That's weird as fuck, right, dude?
Yes, it's weird as fuck to ask another man to give you authority over something that's yours. It's weird as fuck to me to have any man come up and ask me to take my rights.
That's the same thing to me. I'm a grown man. I don't want to be asked to do anything unless I have to. You know what I'm saying? We can take it to that extreme or very simple. It is, but you see what I'm saying? It can be used in a lot of different scenarios. Out in public, if somebody asks you that, bro, you're not going to act like cops, especially if you've had a little bit of drink at the bar or something. Somebody says something to you like that.
And this goes the same for the people like myself. Except the reality is I am acting like a man. When you come up and tell me to leave, and I tell her, fuck you, the fuck I am. See, it doesn't seem reasonable of a man to tell another man, fuck you, I ain't leaving, if that man poses he has authority to tell you to leave. But see, the problem, again, like we were speaking earlier in the beginning of the stream, whose house are you in? Whose chips are you going to gamble with? And in this sense, the chips are the words. Whose words are you going to gamble with? Are you going to a liar, or are you going to gamble with the words of truth?
You don't drink? Good. I don't either.
All right, guys.
Liver poison. You guys have a good day.
Hey, man. Hey. Hey, buddy.
Hey, I don't need your directives. I'm not committing a crime. Stay away from.
See, he announced himself, hey, buddy, from off to the side, hollering at him as if though he's interfering, which would have to be a physical act. And just because he can see him standing there physically is not interference. This is the misinterpretation. This is the delusion. They think that simply because they can see you there physically, they can tell you to physically move. And if you don't, that's interference. No. Physical act means a forward physical act in progressive interference. He's not progressive. He's passive. He's standing along the side watching like a railbird on a poker table. He's watching from the side. He can't sit at the table. He's watching from the side. He's not sitting in the car. He's off to the side.
From me. No. Don't walk towards me. Stay away from me. No. You don't get to pick where I stand in public, buddy. Get away from me. I'm going to search you for weapons. I don't know. Oh, get away from me, you coward.
I'm going to search you for weapons. Why would they search for weapons other than officer safety? So here we see we got a squad car, and then there's 3 cops there. So we have at least another squad car, and we have at least 3 guns, 3 major weapons, along with pepper spray and everything else. And for officer safety, they're going to approach one man with an obvious camera for public or for officer safety and search him for a gun. No, that's not the parameters of that law. You have no reason to approach him. None. You have to have a reason to approach the man first. Ain't nobody called. You have no complainant here. Again, you can't be a complainant for officer safety simply because somebody's in public. If that were the case, we'd be able to walk around every time you stop somebody in traffic and walk around and put up a yellow caution tape and remove everybody. That's the way the regulations read. If you want that man to stand back and not subject you to officer safety, then put up a caution line, and that states that anybody beyond that caution line can't be presumed to be an issue of safety to the officers because they've been given a boundary, and they're accepting of that boundary. Now, if they go across that caution tape, now you can have officer safety because it's been clearly stated in some form of communication, do not cross police line.
You cow, you ain't gonna search me for nothing, buddy. But go down the... You don't tell me where to go, Streeback. Get away from me. Go over there with your buddy. You see how he's smart enough not to say nothing to me? You see how he's smart enough not to say nothing to me? But you're dumb enough too, right? No, I'm not. Yeah, you are. You don't have to ask me nothing. Back up, man. Good. Stand right there. I mean, no ill will or intent towards you. Go do your job. Okay, I just asked you to step away. I don't care what you asked. It's not a law, buddy. Is that a law? You're a law enforcement, aren't you? Thank you. I don't know what you are doing or paying.
And see, remember, guys, this is all about contracting for these guys so they can make a paycheck and incentives. The more citations they write up, the more they get for that incentive. Hey, Joe Cool. And that incentive comes in that way of the paycheck. These people in these larger communities make 150 to 250,000 a year. They work themselves up the ladder to them large income indexes because of the citations and the incentives. So like I said, you got 3 officers here. One of them is actually in contract. One of them is the one that's going to write his name on that ticket. One of them is going to be the issuer of that ticket. The others are witnesses, and in case they can draw up a case of their own, they will affront bystanders to draw that citation up on them. It's pathetic.
I'm standing here with the camera in my hand, genius.
Well, I can stand here just as you can stand there then.
Yeah, well, I didn't say you couldn't stand there. I didn't try to tell you to go somewhere like you did me, jackass. Yeah, I got freedom of speech too, by the way, buddy. Yeah, I know you know, and you look at your disdain towards me because you can't stand it.
No, it's because
yeah.
It's proper, that's all.
And see, one of the things I want to point out here is if they don't interfere, what happens is people like this auditor can stand there and communicate with the guy that they're trying to give a citation to and help fill them in on their rights. So when they come up and start interfering with the guy recording, it's a good tactic for them to try to prevent us people like myself and this auditor from expressing the truth in real time to these people and showing them that we're standing in the law. Okay. This is a matter of that First Amendment right, freedom of expression. Again, I have a singular important right, and it's a grand right. It's a major right, and to be able to express myself. But exponentially, everybody else's right to know is so much more important. And that's what they're trying to stop, is the passing on of the education. Understand that.
Proper would have been leave me alone when I walk up to you. That's what have been proper. That's why the public can't stand you scumbags. Always trying to tell people what lawfully they can and can't do. I said you could tape to scoot it down. I don't need your permission, though. That's where you're wrong. Giving me permission to tape.
It does not come off.
Greetings, Joe. How you doing, brother?
What's going on, man? It's like I was meant to stop over here today. I see what you're doing over here. Like God sent me or something. This is right up my alley.
Yeah, I wish you'd join more often. Anytime you see one of my titles, Tits Out and Balls to the Wall, that's what we're doing here. We're going over the Kens and Karens and all the police insanity and government corruption.
Perfect time.
I think I just changed my little jingle there, Wizard, after I looked up the word jack in etymology. So it's no longer Jesus, the Jack that judges all trade. It'd be Jesus, the John that judges all trade, because that stems from Jacob, Old Testament patriarch, son of Isaac and Rebekah, and father of the founders of the 12 tribes.
Yep.
Ooh, baby.
That's why I talk about the 12
And what
tribes.
was Sean John Combs?
And that's why I talk about the 12 tribes of Israel and being the 12 sons of Jacob. And when you understand how to interpret the meanings of the names and read them out, you will find out it's spelling out a literal birthright.
I'm going to get that microphone. You watch and see what I'm telling you.
So let's take a look at another one where a white cop lies about black woman in court. Now, this is, again, one of those videos that I'm not saying it's real, but this is the kind of stuff that happens. So we're talking about the message that it's portraying.
Okay.
And, again, it's not a one-off. This kind of shit happens all the time. And this is why the Brady list is so important. Once you get an officer placed on the Brady list, they are no longer allowed to testify in court. Oops. And again, you can tell this is it's an AI video. The storyline behind it is real. It's may not be true, but it's real. It really does happen in these kinds of ways.
Officer Mark Dalton pulled over a black SUV for what he claimed was reckless driving. Inside was Tanya Briggs, a calm, composed black woman in her late 30s. She handed over her license without a word. But Mark already had an attitude. "Are you in a hurry to get somewhere?" he asked with a smirk. "No, officer. I was within the speed limit," Tanya replied calmly. He didn't like that. A few minutes later, she was in handcuffs, accused of resisting arrest and assaulting an officer. None of it happened, but Mark thought no one would believe her word over his. Fast forward a few weeks. The courtroom was packed. Tanya sat quietly in the defendant's chair. Mark took the stand, telling a dramatic story about how she attacked him during the stop. He smiled through his whole testimony. The judge turned to Tanya. "Miss Briggs, would you like to respond?" She stood slowly, her voice clear. "Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to submit video footage from the body cam Officer Dalton claimed wasn't working." The courtroom went still.
Ooh, yeah. See, when you go into court, you testify that the camera wasn't working somewhere and pose that it's not available. But then the quote defendant goes and gets that body cam. It already proves pre-intent.
And by the way, I Googled it. This is a real story.
Absolutely. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Because that's what I tell people, Joe. You'll hear me repeat all the time, like I've done many times in this stream already. Don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbors. Don't believe the government.
That's right.
For crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Do your research so you know.
Me too. I'm glad to hear you say that.
Her lawyer hit play. The video showed the truth. Tanya calm, cooperative, polite, and Mark lying, escalating the situation without cause. Gasps echoed. Then Tanya stepped forward again. For the record, I am Lieutenant Commander Tanya Briggs, United States Navy SEAL.
Imagine that. Remember the video we watched earlier where the local municipal officer tried to arrest an FBI agent? And in his narcissistic view, posed that he knew he was a criminal because he had a description of a suspect that he partially fulfilled. This is the insanity that these people work under, and as long as you keep believing that they have authority in that sanity, you will keep falling to that same insanity. Know thyself.
Was it not now? It ain't the time, but at some point, I would love to ask you, how do we break them out of that believing that, you know, these people get to mistreat them and all of that, that whatever magic spell they're under with. When you put on a uniform, it's okay to mistreat them, other people, their family. I don't understand what that shit is, and I'm trying to talk people out of it.
Well, yeah, that's the same here. You know, another thing I tell people all the time is I've been telling people all my life, fuck you, you ain't my daddy. You know, and that's what it comes down to. In not only knowing your father, you also have to know yourself. And there's but one Father which art in heaven. And in order to know yourself, know thy God, and he will tell you who you are. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee.
It's logical.
Special Reconnaissance Division. Everyone froze. Even the judge leaned back, stunned. I've served 4 tours. I protected this country with my life, and I will not be disrespected in the very system I swore to defend.
And just like the FBI agent, I'm sure this guy presented himself as somebody that was protecting and serving the community against such a violent and despotic criminal.
Right. Someone with an expired tag or something, as opposed to her putting herself in real harm's way.
Exactly.
The judge cleared his throat. All charges dismissed. Officer Dalton, please remain seated. By the end of the hearing, Mark wasn't smiling anymore. Internal affairs were already waiting outside. Because
see, when it comes to making them look bad like this, they do have internal affairs and will do something about it. But like I said earlier, when it comes to the Brady list, it's important for us to get involved and express those lies so that we can have these people put on that Brady list, so that even if they do a police department, they still can't get on that stand. So therefore, anytime any one of them writes you a citation, they can't appear in court. Their testimony is not valid. Therefore, all they're doing is issuing tickets that are not valid.
Right.
So
that's why they so weird about that Brady list. They hide it. Many cops are able to avoid it. There's a thing. It's a simple writing that what you're supposed to do to be on the list, but many cops can avoid it through, I don't know what avenues they go through, but they avoid getting on the list because they did this, they did that, and they don't end up on the list for the offenses that are supposed to put them on that list. And then the list is never available in certain states, and all of this stuff is never up to date. I mean, you know, if it was a list of criminals, and, you know, in quotation marks, you just put the name in the computer. With them, it's, oh, you know what? He switched academies before we put in the paperwork.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always something. Always something.
Yeah.
And that's why I tell people to understand the importance of the record. That's where the liability sits. Because that's where the lies are told.
I think that was you who said claim, not complaint. I ain't forgot that.
Correct. You have to make a proper claim, and this is a declaration. What do they ask you when you go to customs, when you're going from one state?
Anything to declare.
Exactly. So you make a declaratory statement. Now you have a declaratory judgment. Declaratory statement is the value. Now, when they want to come up and stop me, I have to let them know the value that this is a faithful saying, that I will, that thou constantly affirm, that he who believed in God be careful to maintain good works. Are you doing good work today here, brother?
Right on, baby.
So let's take a look. Now, this is delete laws, and a lot of you people know delete laws. This is one he covered where the cop shoots a mother in front of her kid by accident. No, this is done with intent. No, he did not kill the mother with intent. He did intend to fire that gun. He did intend that. That was his intent. If you have to go to such extreme chaos to come to a peaceful resolution, then I suggest that you don't know what the fuck you're doing to begin with, and will never come to a peaceful resolution. Because as long as people don't stand up against this, this man will turn around and do the exact same thing again, and they will again call it an accident.
Of course.
Gonna go to shoot this woman's dog, and he kills her.
Hey, stop it!
Not my kid!
Get your dog!
You shoot her?
Did I? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Pay attention to what this man says. This is the egregious part. This is the one that tells you where their heart is and isn't.
You shot her! Did I really? You shot her!
Selfish fucking pig, dude.
Dog attacked me. I pulled my gun and shot it, and I hit her.
You could go to your city council and pass a citywide ordinance that cops are not allowed to shoot the dogs in your community, and then they won't be murdering the mother of children in the streets.
Tim. Tim. I'm going to prison, Tim.
Oh, man. She ain't even fucking cold yet, and he worried about what's going to happen to him.
Exactly. That's a selfish, self-pointed, I'm just doing my job. I have to have a paycheck to take home to my wife and children so I can keep them alive. Fuck you and your life. I don't care about your life. I care about whether I'm going to prison and have to have my wife and children visit me in prison.
Yeah. I literally could have just shot you in the head. And my first thought is, what's going to happen to me? Wow.
It's insane, folks. These people don't give one rat's ass about you. Whether they claim it's an accident or they do it with intent, because that's their job. Why do you think they carry those weapons? That's their job.
Right. And it's brownie points. When they do that shit, they brag on the takedowns, the bodies. They brag on the ones who are looked up in a department, the ones who physically put hands on motherfuckers. What's up, Flo?
Absolutely. That's the incentive. The more people you arrest, no matter what it takes, by any means necessary. That's a military term. By any means necessary. And that's what they pull, because the necessity is officer safety.
That's right. Officer safety above everything. Right.
So let's take a look at this one. Another delete laws.
That's my man. That's my man. When I had legal's advice, that's him and Roll got the two motherfuckers I called.
And this is the despicable part is that they have intent, and they don't care where you're at, what you're doing. Their intent under officer safety is to kill.
Get up, watches him throw the guns away, and then he shoots him anyway.
I was watching this yesterday.
Hey, boss, what are you doing? Come on.
So granted, this guy's got guns on him.
Yes.
We have a right in this country.
I was about to say, me and you, we don't have an issue. You're supposed to be able to have guns. He got two of them. And I was just watching this yesterday. He throws the guns on the other side of the gate. So they're nowhere near him on the other side of a gate. And then he take off running, the police kill him.
Well, and the funniest part of that is, notice this guy climbs over the fence first and then throws the guns back over the fence.
Yes, he's trying to show that, I'm gonna get rid of the guns, catch me fair and square. Yes, he's de-escalating. Very good. Very good.
Very observable.
Very
good. De-escalating.
He's de-escalating. I love it.
I must admit, I thought to myself that the cop was being nice. He says to the guy, come on, jump over. And then the guy decides he's going to run away. And the cop doesn't shoot him.
Fuck you doing, bro?
So at first I was watching this and I thought to myself, we have a reasonable officer on the scene. So he throws one gun away. Then he throws a second gun away.
De-escalating.
Right. So we have one incident of de-escalating. We have the incident of compliance where he could have just turned around and ran the other way and faced the same action of being shot in the back as he's running away on the other side of the fence. Or he can comply and de-escalate things the best he can. I think this man is.
I would say 2 incidents of de-escalation. That when you just said just coming back on the other side of the gate should count as one of the de-escalations. He could have kept running and shit and throwing the guns away. That's definitely de-escalation.
Right. And notice the guns are still on this side of the fence. So once the altercation is broken up and they separate, the escalation's still there. You know, they're still in fight mode.
Right.
While he's in fight mode, he still has a conscious ability to go over to the guns in that separation. And again, make sure to de-escalate by throwing them across the fence, of which he just brought them back over.
Right. So I cannot get to them. I've thrown them over a gate. You know, I cannot touch those guns. That's clearly, you know, I don't want no smoke, man. I don't want to fucking be out here trying to hurt you.
When he probably should have used his taser when he was getting his ass kicked. He didn't.
One, two.
So he was standing up with his gun in hand, watching him throw the guns.
Clearly.
And shot him and killed him.
Yes. And it's not like, I don't know, you know, he caught him in motion, reaching down for the gun. Oh, I thought he was going to shoot me. No, you saw him throw one. You saw him throw two and turn the fuck around. Then you still decided, because I guess you got your ass embarrassed and beat up, I'm going to shoot you anyway.
Yeah. And instead of a reasonable, logical man, even if he thought he could beat him in that physical matchup, now he's got a gun on him, shoot him in the fucking leg.
Yeah, that's an option. I just was looking at something on that recently, and other countries do that. They're allowed to shoot people in the leg. Here in America, oh, you got to kill them, shoot for the mass, center mass, and all of that shit. Exactly. Other countries allow it.
Yep, that's their training. That's why I say that's their intent, folks. Do not misunderstand that. That is their training. It is their military tactical training for mass body impact. That's the central mass. That's your
officer safety, like you say, end the threat. And so now I don't give a fuck if it's a kid with a gun, a little kid with a gun, some dude who's kind of crazy in the head with a screwdriver, or an old lady or something who, you know, who's got a cane. To end the threat, you shoot center mass. It doesn't matter who it is or the situation. They are a threat, and you try and kill them. That's sucky policy, man, because all those things I just discussed have happened. That the kids turned out to be a toy gun, and they still killed them. The guy with the screwdriver, they killed him. And the old lady.
What about the guy here not too long ago came downstairs from his upstairs bedroom in the middle of the night with an officer entering his door, and so he brought a gun, and as he was coming down the stairs, the officer stepped into his home and shot him.
Yeah, crazy. You know, I've seen a couple, and I'm sure you've seen these because if you haven't recently, where the guy opens his door, someone's banging on it with his gun in his hand. No threat, holding it down and all of that shit. And the officers immediately just raise their guns and start shooting at the guy. Well, you know, it's the middle of the night. I'm going to answer my door with my gun in my hand. It's logical.
Yeah. Your police safety and the immunity that follows does not expand around that bubble of your 3 foot of presence. Anywhere you go, you have to mind the bounds of law. And when you enter into the other people's property or shoot into their property when they haven't exited and pose no threat, you are the one that's committing the crime.
And you are certainly risking everything and everybody in the process, you know, because we see that you missed a dog and kill a woman. You know, you're shooting into the man's house. You ain't just violating him. You're risking everybody and everything in the crib.
Well, you're risking defunding the police en masse by that Second Amendment, where people are going to start taking up their arms against you.
Yeah, I'll be wondering when we gonna come to that fucking day, bro. I only think we'd have to pull a fucking trick. I think when these motherfuckers, if they saw us serious, because I see these protests, when the numbers come out, they're scared to death. I seen them get on their knees, apologize, chant with us when they're afraid. if people was that had came out with numbers and they were armed, you know, I think they'd be like, okay, you right.
Yep, absolutely. So let's finish it up.
He clearly had thrown the gun away and then he shot him. You could say it's a split-second decision, but that split second was him fully conscious and aware and able to see that that man had thrown the gun over the fence.
And that's the point. He actually observed the man throwing those guns off or on the other side of the fence. He knew the man was no longer armed. And he shot him anyway.
And he'll get away with it in the court. What, he hit you? You damn right. You glad you put him down, Bob. Don't worry. We'll take care of you. The fucking fighting a cop? Are you crazy? We can't have that.
Yep. Everyone in that system will fight for him. That's what I was saying earlier. The people that trained him for that reason, because they will back him up in that training and say, yeah, that's the way we do it. Don't you understand law?
Not just them backing him up, right? Also, the news and all of these people will back him up. The police and the news will get together and they will say, we can't comment on anything. The investigation is going on, but we can tell you the guy had a gun. He has a background. He's done drugs. He's been arrested before. You know, what about the cop? Can't comment on anything because the investigations, the news will aid them in their, when they start the smear campaign and let their officer go.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier too. If you think the government doesn't have the media under their arm, you fail to realize what propaganda is and how it works. Because every media out on the local, national, international level is a censorship program for the government.
100%, they must be taken over. They must. It's only logical. They must. That's why you also know that we as a social media would be the biggest threat, because they've been able, everything what you would call regular media, they've found a pathway to do that a long time ago, and they've taken them all over. And me and you, I know we think even the small ones, but you know, the NBCs and the Foxes and the big legacy shit, CBS, that shit's obvious. But all of them, man, all of them, when they get to a certain area of size, Russell Brand, Joe Rogan, all these niggas are approached at some point.
Yep. And that's what we're going to talk about next. We got a couple from Joe Rogan
speaking of
on wokeness and delusion here. So let's take a look at this first one as he talks about a congresswoman getting destroyed by her racist bait tactics.
Okay.
Please.
He said, what?
Please keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name out of your mouths.
Shit.
He was a proud and unapologetic Black man fighting for equality for Black Americans and all marginalized
I hate
people.
this
I
shit.
appreciate my Democrat colleague for exemplifying exactly the kind of oppression of freedoms that we're referencing. How about we'll quote whoever we want to quote? How about that's my First Amendment right? How dare a white Republican quote Martin Luther King? We actually had a congressman say that just now. Thank you, lady, for once again exemplifying the type of oppression that we stand against. We will quote who we please, and we will continue to speak freely. I'm a veteran. That's the country that I serve. That's the Constitution I swore an allegiance to, and that oath has no expiration date. I will fight for it with my last life's blood, for my right to speak freely and yours.
Oh, he killed that, right? And she said something really stupid, so I'm glad he didn't lay down and let that shit just lay in the air and let people believe it. I'm glad he crushed it and crushed it thoroughly.
Yep. You would have liked the one earlier if you'd have been here. I had a guy, what was it? I posted the link earlier. Let me pull it up. I'll repost it here. But this guy had a take on the N-word that most people don't consider. And so I relegate it to Kunta Kinte and Toby in Roots.
Right. Yeah.
Wherein Kunta Kinte wouldn't take on the name that was given by the slave master. He wouldn't take the name Toby, right?
Right.
What's happened in today's society is that man created a word, the N-word, and started calling Black people the N-word.
Right.
Now, Black people have appropriated that N-word from the white culture into their own.
Yeah,
and
that's one
now
way of looking at it.
and now say white man can't use it.
Yeah, that part's weird. But the first part,
Exactly.
So wait, let me say with the first part though. I got a little different way of saying that because first it was just negress and negro, meaning dark skinned people, and then the white people took it and put that hard R on it and turned it to a shitty thingy, and then we with the soft A invented our own word to troll them. And
No.
go ahead. Yeah.
No. I explained that too. NIGGA, the dropping of the R,
Right.
was not an appropriation of colored society. It was a roticity in language. In other words, there is a culture that already in their language has a construction where they drop the R at the end, known as a hard R. You know, people, when you go to Boston and you listen to the people in Boston, they don't say car, bar, or far. They say ah, ba, and fa. They drop it. So again, the appropriation of nigga was again a cultural appropriation from a subculture that has a different construct that doesn't naturally say the hard R.
Yeah, I'll give you that the Boston niggas invented it. And I don't know that they did, but let's say they did. We still took it and made it cool and mean something else. And that's just what happens to words. They progress. We can't say the Celtics used it like this. This is the meaning. That's not a thing. Chill now means to take it easy. Nigga means my best friend. Suck it up. And you know, and I like that shit. I ain't gonna bullshit you, man, because that's the best indicator of how motherfuckers thinks, man. I don't know. It says so much. I love that fucking word. I'm so glad it's part of my culture, man, because it's hard to spot. Motherfuckers smile in your face every day. You know, and that, I hate to say it, but it's true. That's a quick way to spot, you know, the motherfuckers who are further away from you. I'm telling you, your friends don't even hear it. You sit on panel with your friends, and they don't even hear that shit when you say that shit because they know you and they know your heart. The guy who jumps in and make a big deal about it, it speaks about them, bro. I'd be glad we got that fucking word.
Exactly. That's what I said. That's another one of my sayings. And you can quote me on this one. This is my saying. Literally, a man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary.
Yes. And you should consider that. Yes, go ahead.
So when you're in a group like Joe explains that can use that hard R, you're in that group, and that's your limitation and bias within that group. And outside of that group, you don't use that.
You outside of that group, right? You don't even understand that language. You probably shouldn't, which is why white folks and some white folks anyway don't feel like they could use it because outside of that group, it'd be used differently and all of those things. So I don't know. Shit, I lost it there. I started smoking and I just lost the end of my thought there.
Well, that's okay because this will help you take another hit. This is another one that's plain fact by Rob Schneider.
All right.
This is destroying some of the delusional thinking that we have coming up in society and our younger generations. And where they get it, I don't know. But pay attention here. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. No. Pull that video up because it's one of my favorite.
I'd also want to bring up the issue with parents in school. I do think children should be allowed to have that knowledge on if they want to transition on what they want to do.
If I have a boy and he thinks he's a pirate, do I have the right to cut off his knee and take an eye out and give him an eye patch?
Ooh! Ooh! Ooh!
I mean, that's where we're going is Halloween bullshit. If the kid wants to be fucking Peter Pan, we dress him up as Peter Pan and let him believe that he's going to live forever as a child.
Facts.
That's the delusion we want to instill in our children.
Right. Well, he believes he's a fucking he believes he's a robot. So I'm gonna take him out of school and buy him a fucking Iron Man outfit.
Now you see where Easter and Santa Claus and the Great Pumpkin comes from and leads to.
It would help you believe all of these things, and then it would have us encouraging them to live that fantasy like this to the point of detriment. I like the imagination and fantasizing. All great artists do it. Einstein said imagination is more important than knowledge. But you got to keep that shit separate, man. I'm not really fucking what is his name? John Wick. And I should go around shooting motherfuckers at the hotel, man. It's just art.
Yep.
I think once it gets to that certain point,
What's the point where I can cut off my son's knee because he thinks he's a pirate?
that's purely between the parent and the child. You should have the option to go and make the choice that you want to make.
Okay,
After
not
you
at
get
14.
that-
If you are under 25 years old, they don't even let you rent a car in this state.
Ooh, go ahead. Rob was ready. He had his guns loaded.
This guy, see, that's why we have to pay attention to the points that certain people bring out, because they're very succinct and you cannot deny them.
What does Avis, Enterprise, and Hertz know that the medical establishment seems so blissfully ignorant about? You are not a good decision maker at 14. You turn 18, you cut off any part you want, and I hope that you don't.
Have you ever seen that video?
That was great. Good catch. Good one. And I've never seen that one either. Good. He
So
killed
here,
it.
yeah, and here's another one coming from the top ranks. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, she's a loony, but I love watching her like I love watching Trump.
Hey, this is Senator. So let's get through this commercial real quick, and then we'll get on to the video. Sorry about the commercials, folks.
Fuck, you just reminded me I got to pay my whatever that shit called, where you don't have to pay
Premium?
for ads, premium bill. Yes, it's due.
So this is the House Oversight Committee, and they're having a hearing on the locking in the doji cuts.
Okay.
And this is in relations to various different research projects that are
Yeah, I was
funded.
about to say some of these Doge shits are just really not well thought out.
Yeah, you can look at the title and understand the insanity.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. The Doge website details much of the wasteful spending and it hits the brakes on, and it has an incredible list of top hits. Some of the spending is not just embarrassing, but it is funding actually the genital mutilation of our children, forcing the American taxpayers to pay for it. A $620,000 HHS grant for hashtag Transcendent Health, adapting an LGBT plus inclusive teen prevention program for transgender boys. $620,000 from HHS. It's absurd. This is
Pause.
disgusting, and it facilitates.
I don't know what a trans prevention team is. I don't even know what that is. I tried to come up with something in my head, but I know they ain't trying to prevent it for real. I know because they always pushing it forward. I don't know what that would be.
Well, I think it's a prevention against bullying or something, or discrimination of some sort.
Yeah, it had to be. I mean, that'd be the best logical thing I can come up with.
And that has to do with the DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah.
And like I said, folks, your feminist movement, ladies, destroyed your feminism. You now have men overtaking the sports arena, women of the year, all kinds of things. Do you see women do the same thing, obversely, equally in the men's arena? No. So where did your equality go, ladies?
I don't see that. I see all of that last part of what you said. I agree with, but DEI in particular, I see that, and that one critical race theory. I thought those were our two great hopes. We needed them desperately. People rephrased them and said they were things that they weren't. They said that DEI, hired people over other people. That wasn't true. DEI don't get to hire anyone. And what was the other one? The critical race theory taught white people that they were bad or something. All lies. But
Right. And I think the important aspect, and I wish people would really understand the true thing about the brotherhood, the Aryan nation, the Aryan brotherhood is not racist. Okay, they are not discriminators. What they are doing in their message is a preservation of race. Equally, you get to preserve your race by knocking boots, having sex with the same race. That's how you carry on that race. By perpetually intermixing, we are destroying those races.
I hear people say that, and I'm absolutely sure that some people believe that. I even got buddies who I think that when they join that type of stuff, but that's how they think. They want to preserve their race, proud of their race, and that type of shit. That part I can't be mad at. But
yeah, and I can't agree with it either, because I don't know the extension of this thing in life where we see things coming together and changing over time. I think we're meant to change over time.
Yes.
I think through that cultural intermixing, that melting pot. I
Yes.
think it's one of the greatest concepts adversely to the preservation of race, which I think could be had and maybe even should be had. But that doesn't mean that we stop the intermixing either. That's
go ahead.
That's what's going to allow us to have that diversity and the prosperity of knowing what those diversities coming together mean,
Right.
whether it be detrimental or progressive.
I'm to the point where I'd be glad if we just turn into a mud race. But I'm black, and I've been at the lower end of a caste society. Whether people want to believe it or not, it sucks. And not just me as Joe Cool in this year in time. Historically, black people, if I have to claim race, black people, we've been at the lower end and gaslit our entire time. You know, if you, I don't want to, you know, bring this up because these words just detract so much, but you go back to the slavery days, it was legal, you can do it, blah, blah, blah. You go back to the Jim Crow days, they people lied, it's separate but equal. You go back into the 60s and 70s, you know, the Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King. Even then, people were saying, you know, these people are just stirring up trouble. You know, they're making a big deal out of nothing. Things are fine. All the laws say everything is fine. You know, that historically, since the inception, if you claim black people, this is the lineage that you've chosen. I'm ready for that bullshit to end.
Well,
You know?
and hopefully slowly and surely it is. And I hope you will agree that despite all of the depression, oppression, repression, and everything through its history, you can see today that America is one of the greatest, in fact, one of the greatest nations. And that the result is that we have some of the brightest, richest, most powerful black people, women and
I got a better argument.
The entire world.
I got a better argument because rich and powerful, that shit don't impress me. What does impress me is the shit that me and you are doing right now.
Right.
You know, that's a modern thing. That's an internet thing that, you know, this has got to be like a death blow to racism. With the niggas like me and you rapping together. It's got to be. This is the shit that they feared, bro.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that would call both Joe and I racist.
I get called racist 5 times a day, bro, at least.
So let's get back to this insanity about the gender and genital mutilation. Because this is kind of like the Wade versus Roe decision, you know.
Yeah, that's it.
Like I said, it comes down to the parental and child relationship in the previous video.
Right.
You know, are mom and dad going to raise the child up in the ways of the Lord, or are they going to let them live their life of full of Easter bunny and chocolates?
Right.
It's a lie. Here's another one. A $2,000 NIH grant for cross-sex steroid therapy and cardiovascular risk in transgender females. This is another absurd grant that was handed out. A $120,000 NIH
I don't know
grant.
what that is.
Understand, folks, in order to do these research programs and fund them, they have to entice people to admit that they are those classes of people so that they then can study them.
Very good.
So
and I don't even know what these are. These studies are by the name. I already feel like it's a waste of bread because I think they're obfuscating them purposely because by naming them with these ridiculous ass titles, it avoids whatever the fuck it is that they really do.
Well, this is the underhanded aspect of the DEI that I was pointing out. Not that DEI does any hiring or anything, but the fact that the idea of diversity, equity, inclusion, it helps foment certain laws. So what we see here is a research project to induce people to be that classified person so they can do the research. So then they can provide the protections and service provisions of protecting those diverse kinds of people in society.
That's where I was going. I never finished my thought with the with my buddies who joined our organizations, who I don't think minds are too fucked up. Is that everybody around them uses it, misuses it for their own agenda, you know, to say we're better than other people. Because my people who were part of that shit would never say that they thought they were better. We just doing our own thing, the way you black motherfuckers do your own thing, Joe. But everybody around them suddenly thinks that it means that you're better than them or they're less than you, and it really gets perverted quick. DI was the same thing. Someone probably had a good idea, and it was pimped on and, you know, prophetized, transformed.
Yeah, and Jesse, we're only using that in the context of common usage. We understand the difference ourselves. That's why I said most people would call Joe and I both racist, but we're not, and we clearly
Yes,
get along
yes. I
just
can
fine.
communicate with him. I understand him. You see, I'm a black dude. I'm not getting outside my body because I understand. It works for communicative purposes if both
Right.
people are sincere. You can do that shit. If it's somebody, hold on, that's my mother's alarm. I gotta go turn it off. I'll be
Right.
back.
And so we have to stop using derogatory words to describe ourselves. This is what I was talking about earlier in the stream. Most people identify as a noun, the person, where it says in the Christian scriptures that he's no respecter of persons. Therefore, shouldn't be identifying as the noun. And this is clearly expressed in Genesis 2:7. God formed man of the dust of the ground. When he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, man became a living soul. So he's no longer supposed to identify as a man, but as a living soul. He's no longer supposed to identify as the noun, but as an adjective. So we look for the best adjectives to describe ourselves. And according to the scripture, I choose to use living soul. Now, as being addressed by my fellow man, I would prefer to be called Brother Keith or brother. That's it. So that's the extent of my identity in knowing thyself, in a commonality. And when God calls me, I am sure I will hear his calling. So yeah, by our own language, we are sometimes induced into using derogatory words to describe certain things. And that's what nouns are. They're descriptions. But remember, we're not supposed to be identifying as a noun, in my opinion, but rather as the adjective, the living soul.
I'm back.
Grant for personalized 3D avatar tool development for measurement of body perception across gender identities. Here's another
Measurement of body perception. So again, they have to induce you to believe that you are transgender.
Very good. Very good.
So they can then measure your body perception. So you have to give them the body perception first.
Oh, to make the money. Very fucking good.
Absurd grant that, again, tells the lie that there's more than two genders. There's only two, male and female. That's it. Something else that the American people should know about these radical extremist judges that are playing politics from the bench. A judge ruled that this has to be protected. This is
You'll like this one, Joe.
This is a HHS program for gender affirming care in young people. Again, the only thing that affirms gender is the fact that there's only two sexes, male and female. And the American.
So how long do you need gender affirming care if once you are born, you affirm the gender? Isn't the gender part of the birth registration documentation?
I'm trying to give them the widest possible latitude here. What could they be using it as? Gender, or I don't know what the fuck they're trying to do. Gender cannot mean sex. They had to redefine it, but I don't know the definition of it. But
well, gender would be the outward characteristic traits of a being. So
that sounds like a waste of time.
Right. So do I need to go ask my dog if it's male or female?
Or yes, and how? Yeah, right. I'm with you. And why do I have to measure how much femininity?
It's already measured. Yeah, it's already measured, right, ladies? Right, gentlemen? I mean, you don't want a big, wide open, cavernous vagina, and you certainly don't want a fucking 3-inch stick, right, ladies? Come on. What are the measurements? Who's making them and how? Is it plainly observable? Is that why we placed the fig on there? Remember the fig leaf? Yeah. It's no longer observable? Bullshit.
Or do we need to set up a group, a cabinet, a board to figure out what it is and pay everybody and and tell everybody what it is afterwards, and then we'll tell you what it is.
Well, in case you don't understand, this is what it implies. It's the epitome of still trying to figure out what the fig leaves are. You can look at Adam and Eve and see them wearing fig leaves. Which one's Adam and which one's Eve?
Right.
People should never have to pay for that lie. Ms. DeVito, in your testimony, you talk about so-called failures of Doge in your opinion. But do you support the federal government funding HHS and NIH studies that promote the genital mutilation of children? Do you support forcing Americans to pay for genital mutilation of children? Yes or no, Ms. DeVito?
Thank you for your question. I think we all agree that the government should work for people.
No, I asked you, do you?
Oh, that was a quick dodge, bro. Quick, fast dodge. See, I didn't say no shit like that, but nigga.
Well,
ooh.
and understand, folks, ladies and gentlemen, particularly gentlemen, those that are circumcised, genital mutilation, which is fomented by the government, which we're talking.
Yes. Yes, or the church. Either way, somebody else and fucking put it in your head. Genital mutilation.
You support genital mutilation of children and the American people having to pay for it? That's a yes or no question.
I think government research is responsible for all sorts of innovations that we.
So you do.
Today.
So for the record, you do support the American people.
Government research is responsible for many research innovations. What's innovation? Something new. See, it's not the people that's bringing forth this new.
Interesting. Yeah.
It's somebody else that induced a little child to believe that when he grew up, he could be a woman.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. What about gay motherfuckers? Some motherfuckers, yeah, probably somebody put it in their head at some year.
Or the inducement that a little girl could grow up and be president. You know, like a man.
I don't see why not. The men are worthless. You might as well have a worthless woman in there.
Well, that's the point, though. See, it's only because of worthless men that women have to speak up.
Oh,
if men did their job, the women wouldn't need to speak up for feminist rights, would they?
Well, you know, I wonder how that would go. Very good. If men did the job and were all the things that we claim to be, I think women would take that alternate position more on their own.
Well, yeah,
But,
and think about it, Joe, because in the true respects, if a single man with his single wife and they treated each other like kings and queens, why would that queen need the affirmation of the rest of society to make her feel like she's equal?
Wait, is that a set goal? No one, as society is not, well, I'm thinking in the monarchy, society is not trying to make the queen think she's equal. Here, you're right.
Right.
Yeah,
See, if the man of the house, right,
yes.
if the man of the house sets his house in order, he puts his
Right.
woman as priority, not the government.
Right.
Paying for top and bottom surgeries of children, cutting off the breast of,
That
of young
cannot be
girls,
true.
teenage girls, and castrating.
That cannot be true. These people are not that crazy where they want to take my money and help some kid, you know, cut his cock off. You cannot be. That cannot be true.
Come on, Joe. We don't have any more important issues like homeless children.
Right.
You know, single moms living in their cars, right?
All right.
We don't have those kind of issues. We need to pay attention to these kind of issues. These are important. You know, we got to prevent genital mutilation. You know, something we've been doing for centuries.
Oh, you know, I'd have to Google because I always do this with both sides. I look up these articles myself because I'm an idiot. If I were doing this on my own time, I would have Googled each of them articles, studies, and got other people's opinions. I'm going to take a few minutes with the internet. And it's worth it because every time, the more radical a motherfucker is, and I know she's crazy as a fucking cucumber, the more they're willing to bend, twist, and lie. Every time they hold up a report, I don't give a fuck if it's Democrat or Republican, what's coming out of their mouth, I'd say 70+% of the time, 80% of the time, is so colored by their shit. Don't ever accept what they say word for word. Now, you know, I'm pretty sure, you know, I believe what she's saying, all that bullshit. But because I know she's a lunatic, I wouldn't co-sign and repeat nothing that's coming out of her mouth. Because I've seen it happen all the fucking time where Rachel Maddow will hold up a report. And when I go investigate it for my damn self, it will not be how she characterized it. The report exists, but not the way she phrased it. I assume there's some of that going on here.
Yeah, and that's the importance of watching some of these clips is verse to what they put on the news, the clips that they put on the news, that they censor and rewrite and things like that. Even your presidential debates where they rewrite what Kamala Harris actually said. They do that in every venue, not just in presidential debates.
It depends on what side. If you see it from one side, it just tells you to look out for it. Assume that, I don't give a fuck what news they assume they're doing it. You know, so go in there and look out for it and assume when you're getting knowledge from them that they have done this thing. No matter if it's, especially if it's any big motherfuckers. You know, I watch a lot of mainstream media, you know, from anything to Al Jazeera to CNN, Fox, NBC, whatever there. I watch a bunch of that shit. And I'm telling you, it is all fucking the Israel shit. I've been watching that lately. It is so slanted. I wouldn't even recommend it to my friends. But if you're wise and you have vision, you know, go ahead and watch it and know that they are all trying to trick you.
Yeah, Israel as we know it today is not Israel as in the land of Jacob and the 12 tribes. That is not
you
the same
say
Israel.
that because you're a bright dude. I'm glad to hear you say that because that was my belief. You would have something to back that up. I was just, you know, like, you know.
Yeah, today's Israel is a corporate charter with the UN for taking possession of certain lands with a border. In those lands, again, even in their Judaism, the Old Testament, Leviticus 25, verse 23 says, the land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine. So why are all these nations making claims to the land? I don't know.
That was dope.
Frustrating teenage boys. You support the American people paying for that.
I think government research is incredibly important.
That's not research, Ms. DeVito. That's mutilating kids' bodies before they're old enough to vote, before they're old enough to join the military, before they're old.
See what's being done here. Like I said,
He's trying to rephrase shit, and
it's a research of measurement of body presentation. So you have to first present the body, and then they can experiment on your body.
Yes, I dig it.
You have to give them consent. They can't just.
Oh, I love it because yes, by even indulging in this shit, and especially voting on motherfuckers who do for this shit, you are giving them the consent that they need.
Yeah, you think your vote counts? It counts for research.
It does. It does count. It's
yourself.
consent. Yes, your vote
Old enough
is
to
consent.
even be adults.
Yeah, and that's what people don't understand. They think their vote counts. No, yeah, it counts. It shows that you've consented to their research because that's all it is. That's what vital statistics is about. Keeping record of the research.
That's what you're saying the American people should pay for. Just so you know, Ms. DeVito, and I'm very proud to announce that I have a bill called Protect Children's Innocence Act that will criminalize sex changes on children, and that bill will see a vote on the House floor, and I look forward to my Republican colleagues and hopefully Democrats that come to their senses voting yes for that bill because it's absolutely repulsive and disgusting, and America voted against that this past election.
That's something else that when I see
Mr.
emotion
Dickerson.
and shit, you know, my ears perk up. I immediately I toughen myself and dull myself. You know, I don't know if it's good or bad, but 9 times out of 10, motherfuckers are, what about the kids? We're tired of this. When you see that fucking emotion, they trying to snow you, and my ears perk up.
Yeah, and that's, you know, I mentioned earlier on Jack's stream, I mentioned Isaiah 54 of the King James Version of the Bible, in the first verse speaks about sing, O barren mothers, though thou that did not travail with children, for there are more children of the desolate than there are of the married wife. And this is talking about the children and how we're supposed to speak out for them.
Right.
Consequently, the verse 17, the last verse of that same scripture, says no tongue shall, or no, what is it? It's not tongue. I screwed that up earlier too. I gotta. Okay, Isaiah 54 verse 17 says, "No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn." So, in order to condemn those words, you have to know those words.
Oh, slow down.
Learn the
Slow
language.
down. I want you to repeat it. The no weapon formed against me shall prosper. I literally have that over my door here.
Right.
I didn't know the words after that. And say them and explain them again, what they meant.
And every tongue shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. This is talking about Babylon.
Every son that shall rise against thee.
And it's the different tongues, no matter what language they speak, no matter where they come from. If they are making judgment against you, That's not their place to do. That's his place. We're not supposed to be judging each other.
Right. Every
We
tongue
are
that should rise up against you shall what?
in judgment thou shalt condemn.
Thou
I'm
shalt
not
condemn. What's that mean? I shall condemn it, or Jesus never gonna take
right.
care of it?
I shall condemn it. I shall condemn it as a lie, as a bearing false witness, because I am convicted to truth in the word of the Lord, not in your tongue.
All right, so every motherfucker who every tongue who says something against me, I should condemn. The way I see it, I'm reading is that God now will take care of that for you. They'll condemn it. No weapon against me shall prosper, and any words shall fail too. I'll condemn them, meaning God will take care of it. That's what I would have thought.
But it doesn't say I, it says thou. It says, no weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. That's his part. He's not going to let it prosper. Your part, faith without works is dead. So in order to make sure that the record is bearing truth and not as a false witness, you rise up and it says
Thou
every
shalt
tongue.
condemn.
Yeah, and it says every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment, thou shalt condemn.
All right. Okay. Well, yes. Yes. It does sound like he's giving you the power through truth or whatever.
That's the First Amendment, Joe.
Yeah.
And how do we implement cuts and appropriations moving forward to prevent these agencies from ever being able to fund these studies that promote the mutilation of children's bodies ever again?
I think what you need to do is ensure those writers are included in the appropriations bills that are passed to clarify to the agencies that even though they have never actually received authorization for these, so they shouldn't have actually done it in the first.
What?
That's dope.
What?
Yeah.
No, they never received authorization in the first place. They still did it.
All right.
Who's your authority and where is their authority if they're doing shit that they ain't got authority to do and decide to do it anyway?
And then what happens when they do it? Who's accountable?
First place, but if they need that funding rider to restrict American taxpayer funds for going to those terribly divisive and harmful things.
Yeah, permanently, right?
Exactly.
Thank you. Other egregious abuses of funds, a $10 million Department of Education grant to the Virginia Commonwealth University for faculty workshops on decolonizing the curriculum, a nearly $700,000 National Science Foundation grant to the University of Tennessee for Black and Latinx parents leading reform and advancing racial justice in elementary mathematics. A project that could provide a model for other communities and schools seeking to advance racial justice in mathematics and education.
All right,
This
pause.
is insane.
Pause. See, the way she says it, it's funny. Sounds like, but I believe it's misleading. I hope, this is why I look at the studies myself. I hope it is that other races get shitty teaching and for a host of reasons. And they're going to look into it in mathematics and see why is it that these races get shitty. We know why it is. Our teachers are really horrible here. It's really, really, really bad. I could spend forever talking about it.
It's a pay scale. I'm versed from the police who, as they make more, prove that they are the worst officers.
Yes, they come to my neighborhood.
Teachers that get very low pay scales often are not the best teachers.
And they come with my neighborhood as well, because this is the lowest price and shittiest place you could find. And I hope that they're saying a study to even that out. But I don't know that. I do know that this nigga is not to be trusted on her. Nothing she says to be taken at face value.
Well, right. And that's what
absurd.
That's another thing I'm pointing out is the false patriarch and this government. Okay. You have to have the mentality to govern your own thoughts. Right. And if you think the government means mind control and that they're controlling your mind.
She does.
Then you obviously believe your vote counts and therefore it does.
You believe what she believes. Yeah.
And it's racist in itself. Math is math. A $500,000 EPA grant, green jobs, growing a new generation of environmental justice problem solvers. All of this stuff is far left ideology, and the American people should not be paying for it.
I agree.
I don't know.
I don't think the American people should be paying for any of these research projects. If you want to research it, find your own funds. Don't come gather it from the private people and pose it as it's good for them and then involve them by inducement into the research as if though they're not the actual intended research project under vital statistics.
You don't think any research project could possibly be, I don't know, virtuous, good?
Well, yeah, it can be, but that again is just like contract, equal consideration, equal benefit. And under the Nuremberg Code, that first law after they handed down the judgment says that the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely necessary. So what they do is they get you to consent through inducement of false identity, paying tribute to a false patriarch. There's but one Father which art in heaven, and you better learn to know thyself so you can heal thyself. Quit paying attention to these false doctors who take a Hippocratic oath to Apollo and the Greek gods, no matter whether they're being censored or not.
I thought that was interesting that they even had to write the Nuremberg codes but
Yeah.
because it was behind what those doctors did and write it on paper that there's some your consent has to be voluntary. I thought that should have been a given.
Yeah, that's the insanity of it. That's what people still don't understand today. If you come across an officer and you really don't believe you've done anything wrong, then why is he approaching you? Why is he approaching you and telling you to leave while you're in public filming?
And you always talk about equality. Don't fool yourself and try to gaslight me and tell me that you guys are equal. If you believe such a thing, you know, he's just doing his job, serving for the people, good guy. No, that is your duke or whatever that, you know, your king has come in front of you. And you can tell because you tremble in fear. You know, this is, you know, that guy, you know. There's no, you know, oh, he's just a cop. He works for us. He's here for no. Your God walked into the room, tremble, and say something disrespectful. I'll rip you to shreds. Bow your head. You know, fucking show me that I'm above you in some respect. How you doing, sir? That's right.
Yeah, that's what one of the videos showed earlier before you came on. We had a officer trying to approach an FBI agent at the grocery checkout. And he says, well, I'm a man of the law and you're just a civilian. So
the video I'm working on now, the cop goes in the kid's pockets, hey man, you know, get out of my pockets, leave my stuff alone. And I say, hey man, you can't go in his pockets if he's detained. And he says, he's detained right now. And I say, and you can't go in his pockets if he's detained. And damn it, I say I lost it. That's that weed shit. That was tied into whatever you were saying at the end there. That whatever you just said. That
the inconsistency of believing that they have authority when they know they don't have authority, but do it anyway. That's what's Joe. What is an investigation other than similarly a research?
Investigation and research could definitely be similar. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. So they're researching me when they tell me we're investigating you for a crime. We got a call. They're researching me.
So now we got to search. Huh? Yeah. So here's another one from the same committee meeting. Let's take a look at here. This again goes to the gender issue. And the title is "What Are Birthing People?"
Here, I'm going to like to say thank you to the witnesses for being here and for taking the time. Ms. DeVito, thank you for coming here. You in your testimony, you said that Americans deserve a government that works for them, a government that makes their lives easier and more secure. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Great. I'd like to read through a couple of the grants that DOGE has pulled back, and I'd like to get your take on them. They pulled back a $1.5 million NIH grant to Morehouse College. It was called the Center to Advance Reproductive Justice and Behavioral Health Among Black, Pregnant / Postpartum Women and Birthing People. Do you think that makes Americans' lives easier and more secure?
Postpartum women and birthing people. Are you supposed they're trying to say transgender men?
I was okay with them until they added that last line. I thought they were trying to actually look out for someone. And then they say, and birthing people. You fucking, you know, you're trying to trick me. Something's up, fucking, you know.
See, some people have the eyes to see and ears to hear. They see that word and then birthing people and hear
Suddenly.
it just doesn't fit, does it? It doesn't fit.
And I'll be honest with you, I'm being generous when you're talking about all of that. We're gonna spend money for the postpartum, so and so. I'm kind of callous, nigga. Man up. So I'm kind of callous already. And if you throw your agenda on the end of it, you gotta sell me on some fucking crazy shit. I'm really gonna act out, bro.
It's like you got a really sweet sugar cookie, but hey, we're gonna put a little chocolate topping on it, and then we're gonna put a little frosting around the edge to make it kind of look like a cupcake of some sort, and then we're gonna throw some sprinkles on it, and to make you feel really special, we're gonna squirt a little thin line in writing that has your name on it.
And
it's all inducement.
It's to some people, it is the most beautiful thing they can imagine. Yes, every time you added a new thing on, they thought they were getting a more and more special treatment.
Yep,
motherfuckers
more
like
more interesting.
me and you. It is our best enemy telling us we're gonna give you the greatest cookie ever made, and I'm gonna give it to you. You hate me. You want me dead. This cookie has got to be poisoned. That's how me and you think, man. And you got 8 toppings on that. That's 8 chances to kill me. No.
Yep. We're more along the lines of fuck you, I ain't eating your cookie. I'm gonna go make a batch
I'm
of
gonna
my
make
own.
my own. I don't give a fuck if I gotta dig it up and make it out of dirt in the backyard, nigga.
Yep.
Leave, fuck you.
Secure.
I think that medical and scientific research of all types.
Do you think that constitutes critical research according to your testimony? NIH grants are critical research,
I think that government research of all types in the medical,
including a birthing people.
I think bench research of all types plays a fundamental
What is a
role.
birthing person?
Thank you.
Sir, I am here to talk about the DOJ.
No,
I'm
you
asking you about
that
this grant.
nigga. Don't you dodge, dude. Girl. She gonna act like she didn't even hear that.
Yep. And he does a great job of that. You know, he
Good.
catches her several times.
Drag her back. Very
And you're
good.
defending it. So I'm asking you, who is birthing people?
I am not familiar with this grant.
Mhm.
I take a position that all kinds of government research, medical,
Is a
pharmaceutical,
birthing person a woman? Is that
biological,
another?
So what she's saying is she's not familiar with the terms and conditions. In other words, she doesn't know the definition. She doesn't know the words they're using, but she's going to stand behind the grants to continue the research.
Yeah, in the wrong person in the room. Why are you here? I need
Exactly.
someone who knows what this is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Word for female.
that is outside the scope of my expertise.
Seems like erasure language to me. I've been told that type.
That's outside the scope of my expertise. Well, it should be within the
You-
scope of your expertise if you're the one promoting.
If you're the boss, motherfucker. If you're that person, you know, who else is there?
See, this is that departmentalized government where the
Yes,
right hand
it-
doesn't
they-
know what the left hand's doing.
It excludes
Neither one of them.
all accountability when you can get away with this shit.
Yeah, and it puts people in positions where they don't know their accountability, and therefore they use this clause of immunity. No, you can't do that because these offices are supposed to be filled with good faith and fair dealings.
That's
If you're not
yes.
doing that, then that takes a matter of ethics and morals of having a certain competent knowledge.
Right. And it's prime for
vernacular
abuse.
constitutes
Right.
It's prime, if you don't have those type of people in there, it's prime for abuse.
Correct. And total corruption.
Erasure language. How about another one? How about the conference Gender Equity in the Mathematical Study of Commutative Algebra? Do you think?
Oh
that
my
would be how
God,
informed
they're
government
trying to
spending?
trick me. I know they are. Just by the title, they are trying to trick me. I don't even know what it means. And, you know, I already think they're trying to trick me.
The people that passed it probably don't even, or wrote it up and shit, probably don't even know what it means.
Yes, to
They're just putting
intentionally convolute shit. Yes.
color shit and make it that wow expectation, you know?
Yes, and maybe even that liberal shit. You throw a couple trans inclusive words that I don't understand because I'm old, and it probably is like a dog whistle to some motherfuckers. Yes, we want that bill because we want inclusion and secularity. They know the key phrases to throw in there and get these leftists foaming at the mouth, you know, because they just hear that word and they think it means justice and equality. That's smart.
I think mathematical research of all types is deserving of
What
government.
about studying, and this is directly from the National Science Foundation's website, women and non-binary mathematicians?
Again, I think all kinds of government investment
The
should be
fuck
dedicated
is
toward
that?
mathematical.
All kinds of government investment. You don't have any kind of limit on what we're spending our money on, just everything.
Very good.
Yeah, that's very vague wording. All kinds
Yes.
of government investments.
Yeah.
Do you understand? That's what the government is. It's an investment company. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
I dig it. And she's been getting away with this
testimony.
for a long time. You can tell, because these magic words that
many
she are
have.
trying to speak usually get away with it. He is just exceptional at his job, but she's good at her shit. He's just just really cold. But she's been getting away with that fucking language. We include all forms of people and blah blah blah. People applaud and well said. They don't know what the fuck she just said. Dude's on top of it.
Yep. And many people do this. Many people in these offices and agencies do this. And that's why it's so corrupt. Because people like ourselves, even though we are stating it, it should have been done by many more people a long time ago.
Testimony.
I am talking about Doge. You brought up.
So am I. This is a grant that Doge cut.
I am not familiar with this particular grant, but I think government investment in mathematical, biological.
Okay. Let's do another one. This one is called hashtag Transcendent Health, adapting an LGBT+ inclusive teen pregnancy prevention program for transgender boys. I can't even say this in the lab.
Yeah, do you understand that one?
I don't, and it's very specific. You better be donating $1.25 to it. It better not be over $4, because it can't be 3 of them niggas on the planet with all that shit you put in front of it. The transgender, biological, so and so boys. Who the fuck is it? 2 people on the planet that fit that description? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, listen to it and pay attention and understand the context of pregnancy and transgender boys.
Adapting an LGBT+ inclusive teen pregnancy prevention program for transgender boys.
Okay. A transgender boy, that's a female.
Right, a teen pregnancy prevention program for transgender boys.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why they're even using that language. I think they're talking about how to stop little girls from getting pregnant. They're labeling them different, but I think when you erase everything, they're trying to talk about the girl thinks she's a boy, but how to stop her from getting pregnant. That's the best I can come up with.
Right. And doesn't that sound like the estrogen hormone prevention?
Estrogen.
So that she doesn't develop breast.
Oh, that would be the way that they prevent it. Oh, because they're a boy. Yeah, they slipped that one over, Wizard. That would have got by me. You're right. That's what they're gonna end up doing. That money is gonna go so the boy can live his fantasy. Yeah.
Yep.
I can't even say this without laughing.
Think about it, folks. If they have a welfare system that's playing on the single moms with children, and these single moms have multiple babies by multiple daddies, wouldn't there be a natural self-correction where through the psychology that they would be able to reduce the population through a transgender indoctrinating little girls to believe they could be men so they wouldn't have as many babies? This is just a different way of doing the same thing that China did by restricting your natural birthrights and the genders and sexualities that go along with it through a propagandized language that is inducing you in insanity.
Psychology of rather than the hard hand of China, the psychology of accomplishing the same goal.
Correct. Using a different weapon formed against you.
Do you think that is a useful form of our tax spend?
I'm not familiar with that grant, but I think bench research.
That's not. You don't know any of them.
Teen pregnancy for transgender.
Yeah, she doesn't know nothing.
Why are you here?
Exactly. It kind of reminds me of Zuckerberg. He claimed to know nothing, yet he was the CEO.
Your boys. Do you think that is a useful spend of our tax dollars?
I think government investment in all kinds of scientific research is of the utmost importance,
including pregnancy prevention for transgender boys. Okay. Let me ask you, we can come back to this later maybe. Do you support abolishing the filibuster still?
I am here to talk about Doge respectfully.
Right. We could abolish the filibuster and get a lot of Doge cuts through. And you've written at length on your Twitter about abolishing the filibuster. I'm just curious if you think that we should do that still.
I did a lot of different topics because
see, she was wanting to end the filibuster so they could get all these doji things through.
When it suits you.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I am an economic policy expert, and respectfully, I'm here to
economic policy expert.
Why would they send an economic policy expert in here?
I'll bet this woman doesn't know the first thing about commodity money versus fiat
No,
money.
she's an accountant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So she's a mathematician
Mathematician.
and nothing
Yeah.
else.
Yeah,
She has
right.
no knowledge of the definition. She probably doesn't even understand English, much like a doctor that takes a Hippocratic oath and doesn't understand that if he's a Christian, he takes a Hippocratic oath to Apollo and the
Right.
Greek gods, he's serving two masters. And that clearly shows he
Right.
doesn't understand the English of the scriptures he reads.
Right. Yeah, she's
Okay, but
mathematician.
we could abolish
She
the
fucks
filibuster
with
and get those cuts.
numbers. She's
Exactly.
a mathematician. She fucks with numbers. The language that he is speaking is damn near foreign to her.
Exactly.
Just totally germane here. Do you think we should?
I am here to talk about Doge cuts, not strategies for achieving more of them, but the harms that they have produced for working families.
That's a convenient change of opinion. I noticed that most of your comments about the filibuster were during the Biden administration, but we can move on. Let's go back to some more of these grants.
Mm-hmm. That was a hit at Biden too, and the whole administration and all that bullshit going on, and how it's still maxing beyond the bounds of Biden administration into the Trump presidency, and that's why they had to create Doge. It's the only way to stop it.
This shit would have been way before Biden administration, and this is why you listen to both sides. This is why I listen to left and right, even the most radical and extreme, because when a motherfucker's mad at you, they will say all sorts of garbage. I'll hear shit from your enemy that I would have never got nowhere else. He's digging through your garbage, so it's worth it to listen to both sides.
Absolutely.
Do you think that we should be spending money on, quote, the racialized basis of trait judgments from faces?
I am not at all familiar with that grant.
1000%.
Yeah, that goes to that facial recognition software and stuff as it relates to the genetic backgrounds of people. It's just even though it's just another measure that they can use in that vital statistics, the statistical element of reading a population, it's also used in that reading of the population, just like license plate readers.
Yeah.
It reads people and can recognize criminals as averse to people that aren't in the system yet.
I see the nefariety of it. Just because black people are more likely to commit more crimes, you're gonna, tweak the computer. It scares me immediately.
Yep. And I want people to pay attention to a statement I make after this video. It's going to lead into the next video and the atrocities we're really talking about.
It's a $500,000 NSF grant.
I am not familiar with the subject matter or the
But you're
particular.
defending these.
I am saying that I think the government.
You're pretty adamant against Doge cuts, and I'm asking you if you support the cuts.
I think that there
Doge
is
has found.
economic and medical, public health, communal benefit. To
What
the
about
government
cross-sex
investment.
steroids?
Right. Economic and communal health benefits.
I don't think that if she is trying, first of all, you're right, she threw in the economic part to say that I really do the numbers. Then she threw in health and communal and health benefits. You're out of your depth. I don't think you know anything about the philosophy and the benefits of these things that you are calculating. And it looks like he's exposing that because you don't have an opinion on any of this shit so far.
Right. And it's so common in many of these meetings. Like I said, with Mark Zuckerberg, when they question these people, well, I really don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know. And yet they profess, I'm just doing my job. What should that tell you? It tells you they don't know their job. They're not competent. They're not operating in good faith and fair dealings. And they're just doing it for a paycheck.
You're doing a job. I'll give you that. You're doing a job. I'll give you that.
Right.
You're good at getting my money.
Yep. So what I want to say here is understand the context of this genital transgender issue here and putting it on the child's choice.
Yes, it's sad.
Okay. And when it comes to the abuse that women suffer, and we've seen it placed on them, that if they didn't dress in a provocative manner, then maybe they wouldn't have gotten raped. That's the wrong premise. And that's what we're looking at here at the same perspective with these children and the gender transformations they believe they can have. And that if they make that choice, then they're the ones that did it.
I was wondering where you were going with that.
It's much like me when I was a child and being adopted. They asked me if I wanted to go forward with the adoption. That
Right.
puts it on my shoulders as a
Right.
choice of the child.
Right. And they act like they're doing something benevolent. We're helping
Exactly.
the child be himself. But would you, if the child wanted, to take your gun and, go out back, would you help him be himself? Would you, if you really care, if we can fuck about him, would you help him be himself, doing shit like that?
Yeah, and that's, when you're looking for people to put in your life to help your child, one of the first things people do is go to that doctor that took a Hippocratic oath to Apollo and the Greek gods. One of the next things they do is, once they're prepared, supposedly by society and the family and that village raising up a child and looking towards society to give you good information, you now turn around and send that child to a public education system that indoctrinates them to do the exact same thing you just did, hand their children over to.
Right. Yeah.
When are you going to stop handing your children over to that society that's no good for it?
Not only do you hand them over, I was raised by my mom that it's mandatory. You ain't like you handing them over no more. They're taking your motherfucking kids. When are you gonna stop letting niggas take your kids all fucking day? And you decide who they go and sit in front of at what time and learn from what. It ain't mandatory that you take them to Bob at 12 o'clock. Nigga, I might not even like you, Bob. It's the parents' decision.
Exactly. And so ultimately, it's the parents' decision in how they bring their child up. Bring the child up in the ways of the Lord, and he shall not falter. So when we bring the child up in the ways of a false patriarch, they will pay tribute to the false patriarch and blame themselves, feel ashamed, feel guilty, have resentments, live in fear.
That's dope. Oh, that's dope. Yeah.
But what happens when we send our children to that school?
Wait. I'm going to change the subject totally. Let me do this before I lose the thought. Because I see us all as children. In the same way, if we give those children the ability to make those decisions when they are ready, we are kind of shitty parents, and we can't expect it, for the children. It ain't their fault when they make dumb decisions. They weren't ready. Because I think we're all children, my philosophy, I needed to extend that to us as adults, me and you. If we are children, then we can't hold any guilt and shit either. It's the same way that kid can't, because really we're not what we think we are. We ain't all that. And once you're fucking 18, you know everything and you're responsible. I don't know. We're fucking just start growing at 50 years old. You just learning to learn.
Yeah, and when we grow up in our father's beliefs, and our father believes that we're going to be a better man, but he indoctrinates us into those same beliefs, there's no way to expand beyond that. So
25 years just trying to get out of that indoctrination of what my dad put into me and they put it in him.
Exactly. And so it's so important to understand what we're actually doing here and the atrocities. In this particular case, the teacher is exposed. And how many times are these teachers? How many times are these police? How many times are these court officials? How many times are these supposed authority officials from the federal, state, municipal principalities going to be exposed for what they do?
I think they're almost never exposed. I think that what we see is not even, a frill on the fucking carpet, not even one frill on the end, what we see of actually what's going on.
Exactly. And that's why I don't understand why people don't see this even in the smallest increment and macro. What is as above, so below.
Right.
If it happens at the lowest level, it happens at the highest level. If it happens at the worst degree,
at the lowest level,
then you believe it happens at the worst degree at the upper level.
Right. Well, how many times is it? Maybe even exponentially so at those upper levels.
Exactly. And this is why I urge people to start learning that Jose 4, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, and their foundational belief that if they bring their children up the same way they were brought up in a public education system where they don't know anything, they're just taught to remember things. They don't ever become autodidactic and learn how to observe and record things for their own discernment. They still sit there at in those pews at that church and listen to the man at the pulpit and his interpretation and continue to believe while they pray in public, even though the scripture says you're supposed to do that in private. I don't understand it. And so this is another aspect. I don't understand why people continuously keep handing their children over to this public education system, knowing this atrocity happens day in and day out.
That's the Nuremberg code that you talked about in a different form. I should determine, where my kid goes. It shouldn't be, and that should be obvious. It shouldn't even be, the state shouldn't even be involved in making my decisions with that shit. It's like something that they obviously missed. This shit here, I should be able to determine, because my kid's a kid, whether he's going to have a transgender, so and so. There shouldn't even be a conversation on the table if my 14-year-old wants to chop a piece of himself off, or or do something more drastic, start taking drugs that kill his production of a certain hormone and shit. And I'm being generous saying the kid's a teenager. What if he's younger and has these thoughts?
Yeah, well, it comes down to the premise again that our parents were indoctrinated, so we're indoctrinated.
Right.
And that's that my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So if you're not going to be a priest unto me, I have to deny you. So they find themselves in denial, believing that they're a Christian and they're a good person, but not recognizing what they denied, which is the knowledge. Your children, Lord, they're sending them off to a public education system.
Either you're in and out of my internet's tripping.
They're sending them to a public education system where they're indoctrinated into a personhood, a personage for the rest of their life. So therefore, God denies them. He's no respecter of persons.
Right. So they're helping lead them to their doomed destination and all that shit.
Correct. Yeah. Correct. It's a false patriarch. So understand both the health system and the education system and the identification by state. They're all part of the false patriarch that's misguiding people.
Damn good show. This is a teacher right here. Yeah, a couple of years ago, she won Teacher of the Year. How do you win that? Teacher of the Year, being a great teacher. I mean, what's the metric? What's it based on? Teacher of the Year. Because obviously, she should have won Teacher of the Year. Yeah, but it comes to light, she was doing some naughty things with the boys in the classroom. Yeah, age 12 years old. Now, that's sick. That is disgusting right there. But before we get to today's video, don't forget we got
12 years old. Preteen, just as you were mentioned, Joe. It doesn't even have to be a 17-year-old. It doesn't have to be a teenager.
All right.
Preteen. And this is what you send your children to do. You expect them to suffer through this because you're too busy making a paycheck, just doing your job, acting just like Hitler's willing executioners, paying tribute to a false patriarch, demanding of you what he shouldn't be demanding.
Got a new giveaway. Ram Diesel, 2,500. So now, let's get to the show. OfficialHawkTwins.com. Get to the show.
And Marcella, that's right. Jacqueline Ma was sentenced today to 30 years to life in prison. She cried the entire time.
Holy hell.
Absolute. It's one of the most atrocious acts against a child.
I don't even know what she did yet, right? I don't, they just started this video. Apparently,
Well, it's, sexual intercourse relationships.
Okay.
Times in the courtroom of forcing two young boys into adulthood.
We're talking about the transgender issue and how it happens.
I know we clipped the trans to a teacher having sex with the kids, right?
Yep. How much more empowerment does that little boy have of the power of women over him?
I'm speaking today because I am guilty of my crimes. I am deeply ashamed of my actions and the harm that I inflicted.
Your life is fueled by American.
And remember, this is a woman.
Energy demand.
Her whole
every woman that I've seen, Kevin.
Mm-hmm. Her whole purpose in life, ladies and gentlemen, our whole purpose in life is Isaiah 54. Protect the barren women and the desolate children. So if you're a married wife, you have a good husband, and your house is set in order, and come along an orphan, and you can take him in and feed, bathe, shower him, and provide him with a good life so you can bring him up in the ways of the Lord, you're supposed to adopt that child of God.
It's logical, right?
But when we send them off to a public education center, you're destroying that very purpose. You're letting the false patriarch commit the adoption.
And they have a different set of rules than you have.
Absolutely.
A different agenda than you have.
Yes, a different intent. And they have no heart. They're the Tin Man. They're the Tin Man, the one with no heart. They're the tax identification number.
I'm gonna write that down, Joe. They the Tin Man, because I can use that in the video. The police are the Tin Man with no heart. That's dope. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the ones coming for that tax identification number, the individual's name and number that identify the record they're looking for.
Nose ring? Been a freak. Yeah. Yeah, that's a red flag. Bunch of piercings?
In an emotional statement to the courtroom today, Jacqueline Ma confessed to sexually abusing 2 young boys.
I ripped away their childhood.
She's not ripped away their childhood.
Instead of following the path of what a teacher should be, I let my selfishness override the boys' best interests.
Selfishness? You call it?
Yeah, how? See, I don't get this in either sex. I don't see what the attraction is in such a young child that doesn't know and can't possibly perform what is expected. You know, I don't that's the.
Wait a second, I'm just writing this down. The police are the Tin Man and Wizard of Oz. They have no hearts. I'm just writing it down. Here, I got to be to the dog park.
And that's, you know, I don't have any empathy for this woman. Forgiveness, yeah. I hope she learns her lesson. I hope she is redeemed. But that's not for me to judge, like I was speaking of earlier. But I just don't know what else to say when you can sit there and present yourself as one that is protecting and serving the children,
right, in the most vulnerable position, yeah,
and then abuse that, and then come out and expect people to do that forgiveness and give you the opportunity, because that's, again, one of the most egregious things. Same with the public officials, that Tin Man, the officer, the doctor, anybody in these public accommodation capacities that are supposed to be operating in good faith and fair dealings, and they don't. Sorry.
Good point.
You knew you had intent. You're an adult. You know what good faith and fair dealings is, and you knew as an adult taking such advantage of that child, whether for your own pleasure or not, was such bad faith.
Well, since you put it in those terms, it makes me think court's even worse. Since you put it in that terms,
absolutely,
they speak, especially the judges, they speak an entire different fucking language. They must be the kindest, the most take care of that person when they're in their hands. They must be the, you know, because you know, the same way the kid has no chance in the real world and it's so easy to be abused. Shit, we're worthless in that world that they live in. We don't have no understanding of that fucking shit. So they
exactly
in a position where they.
Juvenile court is nothing but a kids for profit program, whether anybody wants to accept that or not, or understand that there are people that have been convicted of that kind of stuff. It's not just those few. It is endemic across the system. CPS, Child Protective Services, Department of Human Services, all those people that come after your children.
They're the worst.
That's what it is. That's the problem. Where the fuck do they get off taking authority over another man's child?
That's the first thing. Like, let's say, you know, I don't know, 100 years ago, somebody has a shed. He's got the creek. Him and his wife got some vegetables. They're doing all right. And then now somebody's, you know, got the creek. He's got his own fruits and vegetables. He gets water. You know, a couple fucking, you know, solar panels or something. Nowadays, though, you got to come in there and you're going to take the kids because look at how they're fucking living. You haven't been to the grocery store. I've been in the back. I've been fucking doing this shit for 8 years. You know what I'm saying? Most of that shit come out the backyard. You can't have these children living like this. They don't have access to this, that, and so and so.
Well, it's sad, but I have a firsthand experience when I was out there in New Hampshire hiking around the Appalachian Mountains. There's a family I was familiar with. He was doing exactly that. Him and his wife had 10 acres and 3 beautiful girls.
Right on.
But grandma and grandpa weren't satisfied because they were going to bring them up in the ways of the Lord.
Right.
So grandma and grandpa went ex parte with the administrative courts and took the children. That's called kidnapping and making merchandise of them, using a court registry investment system that kept record of it.
And they're gonna have your ass siding with the courts for taking them. They're gonna say, "Listen, man, that kid didn't even have access to the internet. How was he going to go to school?" And
They had access to the internet, and they were homeschooled daily, not just by mom and dad, but by others like myself who brought education to the table as well.
Right. All right. So what argument? They would come up with something that's unsafe for those kids to get them out of there.
My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. I'm gonna bring up a clip of a video. I'm gonna bring up a video I did, and they actually came out after me in a national manhunt for harboring fugitives because of this situation.
I love it because that would tie in with the immigrant shit that's going on right now. A lot of these cities and a lot of these people are saying, these people are good people, man. I know they don't fall under this shit that you're the strenuous so-and-sos, but they're good people. I know them personally, man. They wouldn't hurt a fly. Not only that, they're good people. And motherfuckers coming and saying, fuck that. They did this one thing that we wrote something on paper. They said they can't do. We got to get them.
And I have to check. I'm going to let this play out. Go ahead and interrupt me if you want me to pause, but I got to look in the background for that video.
All right.
I'll be doing that while this plays.
Okay.
Selfish? You're a pervert. I wouldn't say selfish. You're a pervert. Well, you're being selfish. No, you're thinking about what you want. Being selfish, thinking about what's right. That's being selfish. Keith, no. Being selfish is like, we got a pepperoni pizza, 2 pieces, a pizza, right? Yeah. I'll give you the small piece, and I take the big piece. That's selfish. That's a form of selfishness, but this is selfish. That's a bad choice of words to say you're selfish because you molested a boy. You're a pervert. I get that, but it's like you want something. That's why she used the word she wanted it. I wouldn't use selfishness. It's just the same thing. No, it's not. You're being selfish. Being selfish is not necessarily crime. Like I have if I take a chocolate cake, a piece of chocolate cake. Say we get one of them chocolate cakes from Jack in the Box. I give you a little bit of piece, and I keep 3/4 of it. That's being selfish. That's being selfish. Being selfish is not a crime. It's not spitting all over me. Being selfish is not a crime. How can I get it? You get it. It can be a crime. No, it can't. It depends on what you've been selfish about. No. Like when a bank robber goes to the bank and take all the money. That's being selfish.
I love these guys.
I hate these guys.
Hey, man, let me play this video. No, it's a poor choice word. That's a better word I can use, Kevin. You ain't breaking the law when you're robbing a bank. That's being selfish. Yeah, you're being selfish, Keith. It's not breaking the law. Kevin, I'm not gonna have this argument with you. Oh, we're gonna have this argument. You got this short-sighted sense of the word selfish. There's nuance when it comes to it. Keith. There's nuance. You heard of that word? She's not selfish. She's a pervert. Okay, you rob a bank because you ain't got no money. That's bank robbery. Stop spitting all over me. I told you that. That's not selfish. All right, Kevin. That's a poor choice of words.
Ma, who was named one of San Diego County's Teachers of the Year in 2022, was arrested in March of 2023 on allegations that she groomed 2 boys, aged 12 and 11 at the time of the abuse.
Was she being selfish there?
Relationship with one of them and tried to with the other.
The other one said, no thanks.
Boys this age should be playing outside, feeling carefree, and enjoying their last few years of childhood. And instead, I thrusted them into adulthood.
Police were first alerted.
Don't mix pink salt with lemon and 2 other ingredients if you don't want to donate your entire wardrobe in less than a week.
You thrusted them in adulthood. Man, that's a good choice of words there. Selfish? No. Thrust it? Yeah, I get it. All right, man.
After the mother of one of the victims reported finding messages between her son and Ma. The boys
always
had
the text
no social
messages.
media. And Ma. The boys had no social media, but Ma was still able to communicate with them through tablets they were given at school.
Damn. You got no phone here. Take this tablet. I'm going to text you later.
She on some
That is
Tom
diabolical.
Cruise
She get 30 years,
shit,
right?
Mission
Yeah.
Impossible
These are like
shit.
prepubescent kids. She's not gonna do 30 though.
And through a
Well,
messaging app in a video.
Well, you know, I urge moms and dads with all these devices and everything, keep an eye on them. AI and the way it works and how people use it is just as detrimental as real life incidents, because that's what they can oftentimes lead to, is real life events where they meet in
Yeah,
public.
100%. I would say online is a lot closer to real life than we'd like to think.
Oh yeah, they have a much more personal, close connection because of the ability to communicate so easily.
Yep.
You know, rather than mail long distance taking days and the opportunity of mom and dad to collect the mail at the door or at the post box or wherever it's at, you know, that's their responsibility, or usually the dogs maybe. But generally kids don't pay attention to that regular mail unless they're expecting something. So
Right.
moms and dads pay attention to your devices and how your children are interacting on the device, just as if though the mailman were coming and they were intercepting the mailman would be kind of, you know, odd. It's odd to me that we allow our children on these devices without some kind of our own oversight.
It would seem like the kids would be inclined. It would be easy to share if it is a certain thing with certain group of people. There's a friendship and a bond that they can get with these people online that they can't get from mom and dad, and that shit is open to be exploitable. They could bond with your mom's so strict, or you know, they don't let you do so and so, and now suddenly they're a better friend. They feel closer to these people than you because you're not allowing them to do a thing. Inherent in you watching over them increases that bond. You must watch over them, but there's a double-edged sword that once you tell them, listen, you know, I want you to be careful who you talk to. There's some guys gonna be like, they're treating you really shitty. I'm your fucking best friend.
Yeah, and that's the dichotomy of a dual ideology, where you're opening people up to options that they're not aware of, that they think are favorable, but are actually dangerous and detrimental. And little kids don't understand this yet.
Right. And again, the fact that we are smart enough to know that we should protect them from there and put on all sorts of adult shit. But when it comes to that, you know, I want to be a boy, or you know, or I want to get, you know, do something weird with hormones or something. Suddenly, you know, I mean, video games. You tell them to cut that game off. Bedtime. You tell them what time to go to bed. But you give them authority, and that over there, that's so fucking weird. You got to eat your dinner. You tell them what to do all day long. But suddenly when it comes to this, you feel like, oh, it's his choice. It wasn't his choice when you told him to be home by 11, else you was going to whoop his ass.
Yeah.
Fuck.
What do you say? She ain't gonna do 30, Kevin. She gonna do 20. She ain't gonna do that. How much time do you think she gonna get? And this woman gonna get about 5-6 years. From a 30-year sentence? Yes, she got 30 to life. Man, what you stop acting like you a judge? Who that right man gonna get somebody 30 to life and let him go out to 5 years? I think this is all headlines. I think they're gonna let out 5-6 years.
The prosecution says this case
I like the second guy's opinion, because it's a woman that they've been proven to get out in those 5 years. It don't matter what time they give them. It's been proven that they'll get out. You know, the men will get buried, but the women, and one chick got out and got back with the kid who she went to jail for.
A woman will live to get out. Men don't.
Yeah.
How many of these pedophiles get shanked in prison?
I imagine a ton. Well, actually, they got those fucking segregation units. Maybe they survive at a higher rate than I thought, or something.
They might, but it's much greater than a women's facility. Women,
yes, and but I mean, women get out in just a few enough years where I don't know where they can continue on with their fucking life. And you're right. It's not the same stigma and death threat as it is being in the male shit. It just slides off of them easier than the men.
And they certainly wouldn't be living an independent life. That's for damn sure. They wouldn't be able to be self-sufficient. They would have to depend on a husband or family members because society won't accept them.
Right. Of course. Right.
your child's internet habits.
Just to continue to be vigilant that no space on the internet is safe for children.
Ma is eligible for parole after 30 years served.
See? 30 life.
Ooh.
This is prepubescent kids we talking about. I get that. They're not like teenage, like.
Right.
She ain't even eligible for parole for 30 years. Yeah, she might do a ton of time.
Yep, absolutely.
Damn it, I got a gram more weed.
Let's see here. I got somebody down below with a link. My apologies, I did not see this earlier. But Master Carpenter, if you're still there, there's your link, Russ. Russ back to join us. Let's finish up here. I don't know that there's much more. I think the rest is just them talking about it. Let's go here.
That means they'll be eligible for parole like 6, 7. But they said she's got 30 life. But see, they said 30 life. She's not.
Space on the internet is safe for children.
Ma is eligible for parole after 30 years served.
Yeah.
Car insurance used to stress me out.
Absolutely. 30 years. I think it's deserved. And we really need to start paying attention to this before it becomes deserved. We need to start standing up to help prevent this stuff, because this stuff only happens because we don't stand up. And you should know well enough that there is a certain reason to stand up and really contemplate about where we're sending our children, about where we've been sent to and how it's affected us, and why we feel so victimized and put off and offended by people that are supposed to be public servants in a public trust. So let's take a look. I found that video. And this goes back to the story about, I was telling about the family I met up in the Appalachian Mountains.
I remember.
And trying to raise their children in the ways of the Lord. And the education they were getting was to be creators, to go beyond the limits and bounds that most people subject themselves to. And so this is what they did. And this was upon mom and dad's own institution.
Was it, before you play it, was it about the schooling? Did that play any role in it?
Absolutely.
I'm wondering if they were upset because they wanted their indoctrination time and you weren't giving it to them. I wonder if that played a role.
Well, absolutely. My grandma and grandpa felt that the kids needed to be indoctrinated like they were. However, their children, the very children that were parents to the grandchildren, weren't. And so they had to intervene. And in order to intervene, they had to use a federal government. This is the scripture that says.
But I'm saying they would have had to have an excuse too to intervene. Like they had been breaking a rule. I wonder what rule grandma used.
The education.
The education.
The education. They were trying to claim homeschooling wasn't qualified enough.
Now it just became twice as interesting to me.
And so just like the scripture says that you're supposed to leave your father and your mother and cleave upon your wife, and the wife is to do the same thing. Here we have grandparents that are trying to cleave under their children so they can take control of the grandchildren.
Yeah, it's selfish shit, yeah.
So let's take a look at this as it goes to the education and understanding what a Bible is. A Bible is the etymology of book. So the Bible we have is just a collection of books.
Right.
And you can write your own book, known as a journal. Most people know it as a journal. And that makes us all journalists. So long as we commit to that action of writing our journey with God down in a journal, that is the Bible. And I'm hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. I know I am here today. I've got some awesome family.
Is that you talking?
Into again today.
No, that ain't you talking.
That is you talking. It's been quite a spiritual event. And along with that spiritual event, this is where they were on the run from grandma and grandpa.
Okay.
And I was in Waterloo at this time. I was in Waterloo at this time, and they came to visit me all the way from out there. They came all the way from the East Coast, all the way to Iowa, middle of cornfield, nowhere, bumfuck, and visited me. And they stayed in a hotel room. And when I did this video, Grandma and Grandpa and the police all watch my videos. To this day, they still watch my videos, folks.
I was gonna ask you, did you get yourself popped by posting this video?
Absolutely. They saw this video. They saw this video and they came to see me the next day.
All right, it makes sense.
Oops, where we go? We've got some wonderful guests here in my video today. I'm not going to show their face for obvious reasons, of course, but I want people to understand what true knowledge is and where it starts. And I want you to take a look at these. Can you tell these people, we're not going to give any names either. Just understand we've got two young ladies here that have done some things, and we're going to have them tell you about their little projects here. What'd you do here?
With Ray and Bjorn, I made a book made out of toothfloss and a bunch of paper that we cut up and stitched some toothfloss into the bind, and I made a pocket too. And
Very good.
So you basically made your own drawing book, old style.
Yes.
By hand, with your own efforts and knowledge and materials.
Yes.
So that's your paper and not somebody else's.
All right, pause.
That's your
Keith.
All right, here's what I think. The only place I take issue so far is you posting a vid. You should have taken this vid and you should have saved it to drop when it was necessary. When the complaints came against you, then you drop this as your evidence. Your goof ass pops it the first day and now it becomes someone else's evidence. I'd say that. No. See, that's what you don't understand, though, because even though they surrounded me on a national manhunt, they couldn't do anything because the truth is the truth. See, they tried to pose that I was harboring fugitives when I did no such thing. And those people that they call fugitives on their manhunt, as they're hunting down two lovely people trying to raise their children in the ways of the Lord, and they're hunting them down. That's the term they use, manhunt. Okay? They're hunting down two lovely people trying to raise their three lovely girls. They came to visit one of their brothers in Christ. And in that visit, they had a place of their own that they contracted under private contract, and I visited them there. If anybody harbored a fugitive, okay, if you went and visited them, it's not harbor. What about, is there some law against having knowledge and not telling the police about it, something? I heard maybe
18 U.S.C. 4 is misprision of felony. So if I was to report a felony, it would have to be against the people creating this manhunt. Deuteronomy 24, anybody caught stealing the children of the brethren of Israel and making merchandise of them is guilty of kidnapping. That's a sentence of death. Don't sit there and tell me about your manhunt laws when you're actually trying to kidnap those children.
I love it, bro.
Court registry investment system. Symbols and marks on those papers and not somebody else's. That's your book. That's your story. That's origin from you, correct? And you did the same thing, and you're currently working on a little drawing here yourself. And this is what it's about, people. Get back to who you truly are and what you create. And quit living in this fucking fiction. Hey, hope you guys enjoyed this short video and learn that you need to step up real early. Have a great day, folks. Bye. And so, if you guys want your children to be brought up to be just as great as you think you are, or even better, which I believe most people want their children to do even better, then I believe you need to do better yourself to bring them up better. because bringing them up in this public education system without, I'm not saying you have to take them out of that public education system. What I'm saying is, like giving a man a fish, you feed him for a day, but to teach him how to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. Teach them what this public education is teaching them to remember shit, and then help them learn how to be autodidactic and use their observances to discern for themselves that what they're remembering, whether it's true or accurate now. Go ahead, brother.
A revelation came over me, brother. That's why I had to jump off. I just want to apologize for that, but I wanted to jump back up. I need you for a few minutes after you get off of here, or I'll hang out and drop it to private. And I think you're going to want to hear what I got to say, and I think I'm going to prove to you who Jesus really is. And I'm going to put it right to that chairman seat at that board of regents there. I'm going to put him right in that chairman seat because that's the man that chairs that board from the Manning table. Now, I'll finish it up a little later here.
All right.
Jesus
Will do.
I see Jesus as the attribute in that man that can.
It's the personality. Jesus is the personality. Understand, Jesus is the noun.
And listen, I think. Now, hear me out. Listen, I'll go ahead and share it with you guys. You know, I told you about the Combses, and I believe the Combses created the United States and all of that. So there's the C and all of that. The Manning was my father's side. I think in Manning's, you know, I've been left in the dark with all of this. But I believe that Jesus is those attributes that just hit me because I'm at my mother's house. And you know my story. So I don't care. I'm going to share it with the world right now if you'll let me.
Well, no. Let's keep that something different because this is. I just want to do the insanity reviews. If you want, we can stop this one and then come back with another one.
Well, whatever. I mean, I just think I think it's a revelation that I'll be able to paint it to where everybody will see the connections not only within the world, each other, and the whole purpose behind this. It hit me like a ton of bricks, bro. My family fucked me over, man. Our lives were already prepared for us. Our forefathers did that. Well, I was supposed to be prepared. They've been hiding.
Well, that's what I was mentioning about the public service as a public trust. And people don't understand that when Congress walked out Sin Die, and it was stated prior to that, many decades prior to that, you have a republic if you can keep it. And the same thing with the household. You have a spiritual guide if you can keep it. And in keeping that spiritual guide, you got to teach it to your children. Same thing the government, same thing those forefathers were telling us. You have a republic if you can keep it. You can only keep it by knowing what that republic is and educating your next generation on how to keep it too.
Right. And that's at that chairman. But that is the house. Now, Kentucky is your old Kentucky home because the land in the Midwest is the best land in the world to grow crop, to feed your families.
All right. Well, listen.
Administration of the house.
This is a perfect time for me to take a bathroom break. Then I'm going to let you. How much time do you need?
Well, I wanted to collab with you a little bit because you can help me tie this together because.
Boy, I might can help you 5-speed. I think we're in agreement. I believe Jesus is the attribute too. 5-speed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, that's perfect. Then let me take my break. You guys go ahead and discuss it, and I'll be back when I am.
All right. So anyway, that whole MC, and when we look at these two big microphones in the world with the whole P. Diddy shit, and then when we look on the other side of that, the countrymen and country music, the countrymen are forefathers. On the country music side of things, you got Luke Combs. But that's actually supposed to be Manning, and then one of them supposed to be Combs to create that order in the house and run that fucking business, my old Kentucky home. These motherfuckers, dude. We all been enslaved by our bloodline, our people in our own bloodlines. Now I'm here to tell you, my father was in World War II. There's the Manning side of things. Now I got some half brothers from his other side of his family, but they all had strip clubs and had big money back in the 80s. And in the 80s is when they killed that Combs that was the banking commissioner, which was private. Combs is the house. And look, John Mason Combs, they're the ones for creating the United States during that Revolutionary War. And what did Trump say? Remember that the Army is 100 days older than this country. There's the House. There's the chair, and the man has to run that chair and that board. Now, what was the whole, what they say about Britney Spears? 40-something years old and had to ask to get her nails done, and she worked like a dog, right? Selling out shows and everything else. Why is that? Why is that? Because she was under a conservatorship. Somebody in the bloodline, somebody in the Manning's bloodline has enslaved this whole goddamn country.
That it? What about did your mic drop out? Yeah, we might have lost you fast, man.
Okay, I'm back.
I think his mic dropped out or his internet dropped out.
How long that been?
Not long ago, listen, maybe 10 seconds or less. And he was on to something too with the bloodlines being, I don't know, it'd be hard to rephrase, but looked like he was on this one.
Now, if you look at the definition of,
Yeah, you're breaking up, brother. If you want to go out and come back in, or if you're moving around, or
I'm sorry.
We can't really hear you fast, man.
Yeah, you're not coming through. So it's 10:18 now.
I'm about to bail soon. Anyway, I know my battery is.
Yeah, and I love you, brother. And I know you know that, but I really don't want to do this tonight. I've got other things I still need to go do real quick. I got to run up to the store real quick yet. But you've got my number. Give me a call. We'll get it set up, or send me a message, and we'll set it up to do a private stream.
All right, we do those too. All right, I'm gonna say goodbye to you, Keith. I'll rap with you later.
Well, hey, I appreciate you coming up, Joe.
It was great. It was to my benefit, bro.
Well, and I really appreciate your input, because it's to our benefit too. You know, the more people we have on panel talking about this stuff, it shows more people.
Iron sharpen iron.
Yep.
All right, be easy, bro.
All right. Love you, brother. And you guys know me. I love you, but I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back or not. That's to say, I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you don't respect me. That part's on you. So remember to hit the like, share, and subscribe button. There is a PayPal link down there for anybody who wants to share some love. All is appreciated. Make sure you show up again next time to watch some more as we discuss the insanity and how to come out of that and use reason and logic against the impossibilities and the bullshit. So may God bless you and have a good night.